must've went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits, I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, but darling, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you, yeah, I'm looking for you, for you. I'm looking for you, for you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot, be a pilot, we could be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot, beat. Let's get it now. I must've went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits, I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you, yeah, I'm looking for you.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits, together.
Yeah, definitely. I think we need to change a little bit, and yeah, Nej. So let's talk about the game, the upcoming game, and talk about the map ban. We are seeing that we are heading to Night Haven Labs. How
All
do you
right,
see?
well,
How do you see Night Haven?
I mean, I see Nighthaven just kind of getting picked apart because it's a similar map to a lot of the other maps that are very like flat and linear, similar to like Clubhouse. So it's like you'll have this sort of split push in general because they're both very like narrow, sort of flat maps with a generally quite cubic basement. So more than likely we'll end up seeing that sort of thing with being able to take a bit of a split push from two different sides of the same area and try and like clear out like across the map that way in order to be able to take ground pretty much no matter what site is being held by either team. We have a lot of promising talent in a lot of these games, as you've listed off a lot of the teams. I expect to see quite a lot from teams like Besiktas, like Project Black, who is in this game, and a team like LFO, because I have a little bit of information considering I did the weekly series like the other week, so I
Well,
know a little bit.
yeah, that's good. Okay, let's start with you about Project Black X. So, for whoever is watching, our first match is going to be between Machine Soldiers and Project Black X, and we're going to Night Haven, as we said. So, what do you know about Project Black X? Tell us more about them.
Um, so they didn't have exactly a stellar performance in the weekly series that I casted, but the reason why was simply because they had a very formidable opponent. They were against a T1 mix that was consisting of like four different T1 players and then one currently an active T1 player. So it's not exactly like their game to win, you know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
but realistically, they did really well, and I mean, Fluency especially was a standout player. Yelst stood out a little bit on the more sort of like supporting side, whether it was to do with the actual support or like actually just assisting players and getting trades, that sort of thing. But they had pretty good costs for a team that lost against the T1 mix. It's pretty unfortunate, but I expect to see them bounce back here and really want to make a name for themselves, prove that that's not
So,
all they've got.
yeah, okay. Piercing, tell us more about the other team, the other side of this matchup, which is Machine Soldiers. What do you expect from them, and also what do you expect overall from this matchup? Well, head up to the match and leave it up to you, casters, to enjoy us. Take the game.
Thank you so much, Fancy. We're going to be heading straight into these map bans. Project Black versus Machine Soldiers on Night Haven Labs. First attacker ban, probably going to be something a bit more informational, same way as sort of Clubhouse has played. We'll probably see the Azami go off on the defense, that sort of thing. So yeah, there's the Monty, the big walking drone himself. Shields are a little overpowered with the way the shields have been changed over the recent days. More than likely we'll see a Dekebi or something of the like here. Maybe a Jackal. Or even a Deimos if they want to try and throw like a spanner into the works. But it's going to be a Ying. Again, another operator that's very good, but I expected a bit more informational game coming from them, but maybe we'll see that more on the defense. Go ahead. Oh yeah. I was literally just gonna say I think there's gonna be a lot of Vulcan mute, and the first two operators that were picked on the defense were Vulcan mute, so I'm pretty impressed. More than likely, we are going to be seeing those operators a lot during this game on both sides. Just keep that in mind as we go on further, because I think the comps are going to be pretty much built around those two. They are very, very good
Defenders,
when they're
protect your
not
bombs
banned
from
in
being
these
defused by
situations.
attackers.
And especially on a map like Nighthaven, leaving them available is a bit of a blunder, I think, for the attacking side, or even for both sides, depending on how this half goes for the side of machine soldiers. Oh, yeah.
Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah. See, I don't know how I don't know about like recent days, but I do know that in recent tournaments at least we've seen Nighthaven specifically have a very almost like a 60% defender win rate. It's only really the supply site that really lets people down. The every other site is 60% or higher, which is a little concerning, especially when you're on the attacking side and you're starting out with this sort of lower floor bomb site. You're gonna have to really like try and pull some tricks out here in order to try and get yourself an early lead on the attack if you want to start out strong.
Attackers drop the diffuser. It's about to get hot. Attackers have located a bomb. Here we go. Stay back.
Indeed it is, and well, they're looking down the hatch right now. They can hear the air jab, potentially going to be a little worried about when that's going to go off and where it actually is
Attackers have
positioned.
recovered their
But
diffuser.
as the attackers resecure the diffuser, Thermite is just going to be rotating back around to the main walls in order to get himself back into the site and get that plant secured. But as the air jab goes off, Nomad thinks she's found some prey, but instead it's Castle that finds her, puts her in a grave, and now we're seeing the Castle and the Legion just kind of scramble over towards this exosuit side, just trying to avoid the nades as they want to try and stop this plant from going down. The plant goes down anyway. Thermite finds one kill, and now we've got the last man standing. Sven in this 1 versus 3. Is he going to be able to find anything here? We don't know. The man peeking over the bomb chassis, the IQ coming from the distance. Flauncy finds the last kill, and that is going to be the first round going in favor of Machine Soldiers, as I said, starting off strong.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers. Left. 5 seconds remaining. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse
Also, I got the teams the wrong way around. Project Black found the first round. Either way, yeah, pretty good points made there. Like when it comes down to like this map as a whole, I think on the opposite side again, we are just going to be seeing that Dekebi like pretty much all the time. Dekebi, such a great operator, and everyone really knows it, and it's not really surprising to hear that she's going to be played a lot. But realistically, on a map like Nighthaven, it plays very similarly to Clubhouse because of the map's size. And well, Dekebi finds one early on in the game, and that is going to be a really big pick. Like, obviously, it's only the castle, so it's not exactly like the strongest weapon of the bunch, but it's still a gun on the defensive side that is now gone, and they have to try and salvage for at least a trade here if they're going to actually come out of this round with any semblance of or come out of this road with any semblance of an advantage. Well, they're going to be just moving around Fluancy right now inside of the dining area, just seeing if we can find anything. Bacon's still at the bottom of these blue stairs, almost ready to take a gunfight against someone, but that vertical angle onto that outside hatch is going to be quite fun to see from the defense. They've managed to find 2 picks now on this attacking side very early on. It's going to be a 5v3. Dekebi call first one going out. That's another defender down and on the ground, and Malusi falls. We see one player, it's going to be the Warden out and about inside of the main warehouse area. He falls. It's going to be the last man standing. Minimoo on the Bandit, trying to get up these cargo stairs, seeing if he can find one. Manages to find Ash, but now he's going to be low on HP. He needs to be able to live and find these final 3 picks if he's going to be able to win this round. Instead, it's Fluancy to end the round once again, putting his statement in this match already so far as he finds that final kill. As they've managed to get themselves into a 2-0 lead on the side of PBX. We are going to be seeing the little bit of change up on the defensive side. They're bringing back in the Mutant, this time bringing the Frost instead. Obviously, with the Valkyrie not really being in play, I am kind of scratching my head a little bit because,
protect your bombs
you know,
from being defused by attackers.
as Galetta likes to say, as Mr. Whiskey Glitter likes to say, on the defensive side, there's a big 5. The attacking side doesn't have this because there's no distinguished better operators than others. You know what I mean? So on the defense, you have the big 5, and that's your Azami, your Solace, your Mirror, your Valk, and your final one that is like completely escaping me, Fenrir. So you have those 5 that are just like very, very, very good, and Valk is the only one of all 5 that hasn't had a nerf in recent updates. So we're now seeing the operator of Valk sort of be rediscovered by people. She is still in the big 5 because she is still the same operator she always was. People just aren't utilizing her near as much because they feel like she's an easy counter. So I think that we could probably see a little bit more utilization from these teams of her with the power that she holds.
Honestly, and I think that kind of comes down to just how playstyles have shifted over time. But it's definitely kind of confusing how, despite this information matrix that Machine Soul just has solidified with the operators that they've been using in the past, such as Valkyrie and Mute, they're still running into these problems positioning-wise, where they really just cannot get a grip on repelling Project Black X's progression towards their setup, and this is where they're getting hammered big time. So I'm really starting to kind of wonder if an op swap Doom going into Wamai instead of Valkyrie is even really the right answer towards the situations that they're facing right now. Maybe just tighter coordination on, you know, getting the drop, but again, we're not seeing that as already Doom has gone down very early on. That's Snag Utility now not coming back for this round. Looking rough already.
Flashbang's going out on this upper stairs door. Manages to almost find that kill as he just finds some lucky timing trying to get the drone and ends up getting himself down and out, as now we're going to be seeing a 3 versus 3 situation. Trade game played very well by this defending side, and they're going to have to try and retreat themselves back in towards the site and see if they can just keep themselves a little bit safe. Castle's in a bit of a ballsy position right now and does get punished for it, as now, well, the attackers have the advantage and all the vertical control, so it's going to be a little scary for these defenders now.
No, I mean, it's definitely looking a little harsh now. I mean, you still got a hard breacher up on the table, and you've got all of this vertical going about. There's really not going to be much more support at this point any longer. You're just going to have to face a multi-level assault and try to see if you can open one up. But we do have some vulnerable numbers here, right? You only got 1 nade remaining. However, there's still plenty of flashes. Take out the ram, take out the sledge, and things will look a lot better. But now it's a desperate situation, as the West will be able to take another. That's going to be Svenson's now off the table as well. That means it's only going to be Minimoo to try to save this round. Still playing from above, as Nitro in hand. That could help big time to offset this vertical player and try to contest this diffuser. But with being a 3 armor, that plant's definitely going to be going down before he even gets a chance.
Attackers are activating the diffuser.
Seems like there might be information on it. He's already holding the position. That's going to be Yellow West looking to possibly take yet another player. Trying to go for the swing here, but gets caught from below. Smart's holding the vertical from below. Now, that's not something I would have expected there. And that's going to be another round in Project Black X's favor. It does look like we're going to be going to a timeout now.
Yeah, very well timed, to be honest. I think at this point, something I really noticed about Project Black in that round is if you notice the 2 people that died were the Dekebi and the Flores, meaning they still had Ram, Sledge, and Ace all alive. And that means, as a whole, you've lost both of your setup operators for 3 picks. And it's like, as much as the setup operators are down and, you know, like that means they can't do any more setup, the setup's already dealt with. There's no electrification on the wall that they want to try and get their breach onto. There's no denial upstairs to stop them from getting the vertical. And there's overall just no contention in the frag play. So we're ending up in this position where there was a Wamai holding at the top of the grey stairs, and we're in a position where he's just able to be walked at, which is terrible. That should never be able to happen. And it's like, as an attacking side, them being able to just walk at that guy, finish him off. They've lost their setup operators. They've still got the ram alive in order to make verticals. They've still got the sledge alive in order to be able to, you know, actually make verticals or any sort of rotates through soft walls that they may well need, as well as to go for the plant, because as a whole, he is the most useless operator of the 3. And then you have the Ace alive as well in order to be able to get the breach onto the hard wall and actually play downstairs in the site to take the control that they need. So Project Black genuinely played that pretty immaculately in comparison to Machine Soldiers, and Machine Soldiers are the team that actually need to adapt now. And, well, adapt they have, as they've gone full information, bringing along the Valkyrie, the Vigil, the Mute, and the Solace. So 2 informational gathering operators, 2 informational denying operators, and then the Bandit just to deny the wall.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And I mean, sure, they've adapted, but we've got to keep in mind they've already tried this before. They've already tried to switch up the composition a little bit. They're pretty much all, at this point, they're just doubling down on the strat that's already struggling significantly. Oh, wow. That is tragic. Immediately gets shot out by the Maverick bait. I mean, that's still really smart, because when you're only carrying nothing but a bandit, that's kind of what you start to get. But it does look like they're going to be able to get that wall very early on. And with so many outside, I wonder if they're going to just try to full waltz it. They do have 2 nitros on the board, so that's not going to be an advisable tactic. But this kind of gets into what I was trying to talk about before, which is that all they're doing is doubling down on a failing strat, because they've already tried to go for this informational route, as we've discussed extensively towards the beginning of the round, but it just hasn't had the impact they're looking for, and it just feels like, you know, trying to cover up the same problem, which is just that they're not taking the right fights and they're not getting the trades that they need to, and their positions are getting unacceptably offset.
Yeah, and that Valcam that was just thrown onto the floor in order to give a bit of information to the team about like the positioning of where this plant's going to go down, already spotted out by a drone. So we're in a position now where Solus is forced to take an engagement against the DMR. Isn't going to go well at range. So this player just going to walk along. Vigil not quite aware of the ash outside the window. And this is where it just starts to get scary, like full stop for Machine Soldiers. Machine Soldiers, if they lose this round, genuinely end up with themselves in a position where they played 4 rounds, which is 1 full site rotation, and also the extra site, which obviously they haven't duplicated sites so far. They haven't like gone back on themselves, or they not duplicated. They haven't sort of spread out the sites too much this time. They've played a lot of sort of those duplicate sites, and yeah, you got to start thinking about whether they should just try something new here.
I don't think trying anything new is going to fix the problem here. Fundamentally, what you're looking at, as far as the problem goes, is that they're not using their information matrix the way that they should be, right? They are taking these flanks, these routes, these positions, and they're losing fights, fundamentally. They're going into the unknown without a proper picture of what's going on. It seems like they're kind of jumping into the fray when they don't even know what the fray is. Pretty much the fog of war. And with their composition, that shouldn't even be a thing. They shouldn't really be having this unknown that they're pushing into. Why would you do that when your intel matrix expands your known so far? And the fact that there's even a cam still available from Valkyrie to be able to throw it when holding above should just not be a thing that we witness at all. That should not have even happened. So,
100%.
I really don't know how much an adaptation can do when you're not properly positioning yourself behind the very utility that you're trying to base your defense around. I don't see it being able to help. And now we're seeing those adaptations again, right? Benson's now on the Warden, but how much of a difference is that going to make when you're still pushing into unfavorable positions? I would honestly predict him to be down before he can even get true impact off of his glasses.
Oh, 100%. And now we're in this sort of weird position where the side of Machine Soldiers are just in this weird limbo. They have to salvage around here, even if it means taking, like, stupid gunfights. There's just going to be holes at the bottom of the wall, and it's going to be the Blackbeard there to hold them, as he does see some toes, but doesn't quite take the shot because he doesn't quite feel confident that he can, you know, actually wipe out that player. The Keeper of Arcade stopping him from being able to see the Azami there, and now the Flores on the opposite side, just trying to get rid of the shield, making sure that, like, there is an avenue of attack over on this side that they can go for, but the Mute Jammer is, at the moment, saving them.
Yeah, that definitely provides them a bit of a buffer to work with here, so long as they don't provide that avenue. Because keep in mind, right, that office corridor is a major gateway for things to really hit the fan if you get too focused on IT. All it takes is one person to walk there, and all hell breaks loose, and not for the better. So it's good that they're holding on to that position, because that's going to give them a fighting chance against IT. Otherwise, it's going to be a losing fight. Nitro goes out. Got a miss. Duke is going to be able to catch Doom. Stop peeking into Project Black X. You know this doesn't work. Oh, man. I'm rooting for Machine Soldiers to take it back, but they just can't right now. Fluency to take Deer as well. We got Minimoo holding below. Looking to potentially try to go forward Nitro here in potentially prime position to go for that, but they're losing too many players right now. Already 5v2. Smart Snake and Bacon. This is not a good situation. They completely crumbled under IT, walking straight into Project Black X's trap here. Alright, and it looks like they're now going for a plant too. It's just the problems
activating
don't stop
diffuser.
mounting for them, unfortunately. Sure, you may have kept off this corridor, but what good is that when IT's completely collapsed? And now you have Valkyrie forced to walk up, and Sparks is gonna take 2 for a flawless round as well. What more can you do? This is looking really tough, going into potentially a 6-0 on the swap.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty heartbreaking if we end up in a 6-0, because obviously Machine Soldiers coming into this game, I had a little bit of hope that we were going to see something relatively close as well. As much as PBX didn't have the most fair games in the SGC Weekly Series,
Attackers
they
need to
did
locate and defuse
show
bombs.
a relatively okay performance. So I was hoping to see a bit of a comeback story from them, but not quite something of this caliber. It's kind of looking really dire for the side of Machine Soldiers, especially considering how defender-sided this map has been in the past. As much as there has been a bit of a flip with 4 of the maps in the competitive map pool so far as to whether it's defender or attacker-sided, even the ones that are attacker-sided are still only barely. And if you're unaware what those maps are, by the way, just quickly run through, that's Cafe Bank, Chalet, and there's one more that I'm forgetting left.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
So far, they have been very, barely attacker-sided, but they've still been, veering back and forth in certain leagues. For example, in NA, we see Bank and Cafe be very attacker-sided, whereas the others
Bomb
aren't really.
by attackers.
In EU, we see Bank and Chalet be a bit more attacker-sided. So it just really depends on region and tournaments and playstyles, that sort of thing. But they're going to be opening the bottom of the wall again. That's Bandit losing his life. Once again, you are falling for the same trick twice. And this is where it just gets so unfortunate, because you can't be making the same mistakes twice. This isn't even Project Black playing well anymore. This is you making mistakes, and they are crucial ones at that. Not even little mistakes that are being made right now.
And I want to just keep in mind, right, you can't keep going for this considering how Project Black X has been so well holding their ground. I mean, they've already identified the trend that Machine Soldiers love to push up against them, and every time they've been able to catch them out. Oh no! Oh no! What a weapon! Oh no! Potential for 2 and you get 0! I think that situation right there perfectly encapsulates the situation at hand. But whoa!
Attackers
Mini
need to
move
protect
with a
the
triple kill,
diffuser.
taking
Position
2.
compromised.
Nike and Fluency both down. Now a 1v2. The comeback potentially for 1 round. Aldeveras Manos at the very least. This is an opportunity to come back, but Minimove needs to make a move here. They're on a complete opposite side, all the way in server room, hunkered down, but they are split up. She can take these ones here. This will be the chance of a secure round, but gets caught out in the open to Yoast. Oh, the heartache. Make it stop, please.
Yell just taking the corner very well, and that just ended the half for the side of Project Black. Project Black now moving on to the defense with 6-0 on their attacking half. That is harrowing. A 100% win rate in 6 rounds is scary, and this really sets a staple for how they're going to be performing throughout the rest of this qualifier, and I think we should be very excited to see them move forward in this tournament. Fluency has had a very fun game. Smarts has had probably the best game I've seen from him so far.
Attackers need to locate
and I just think it can only go up from here for these players. Every single one of them has a 2+ KD, apart from Nikki, who is at that 1-1, and even then is remaining completely neutral. And it's so unbelievably hard against teams that are around your skill level to maintain a KD that is 1.0 or above. And, well, PBX are just showing that the gun skill in this match is unmatched. They are not on the same level when it comes to the actual gun skill of these players, and they're just taking the engagements they want to take and winning them, and this is giving them rounds.
No, and that's exactly what gives them an edge going forward into the playoffs, and could potentially make them a star team to look out for in the future. They don't let up. Oh, the initiative from Fluency already taking one. That's an extremely aggressive peak, but paying off. But this is what I'm talking about. They take their fights when they want to, and when they know a team is going to be pushing them aggressively, they don't push back. They let the other team walk into their own death, and that's how you gotta handle it. You cannot let defenders roll over you. If you know they're playing aggressively, remember, time might not be on your side, but numbers will be on your side if you can flush them out. Naturally, I would argue you're going to lose more defenders than you are attackers as a function of time. At least that's how it should be. And we're seeing just that. Oh, but it's not happening here. Yoa's catching Doom on an aggressive rappel, trying to do the same thing that we saw Project Black X do to Machine Soldiers, but still, PBX doing it to Machine Soldiers yet again on the other end.
The biggest annoyance for this as well is the first two that fall is Grim, who is supposed to be the person who's giving your Deimos the information to be able to track these players. Your Deimos who's going to be tracking these players taking engagements. Zofia falls to a C4 from below, as we saw just a moment ago, and Fluency ends the round with a beautiful little headshot, quick peek in towards the meeting room. That's going to be 7-0. The first 7-0 of today, and potentially the first 7-0 of the tournament. We are, or well, the qualifiers. We are going to be seeing Project Black again. They are going to be moving forward. And well...
Oh, and indeed they
I don't
are
really know
with
what else to
flying
say.
colors. I mean, there's really not much more to say. PBX never gave a bad fight for the most part. There was a little bit of growing pains towards the beginning of the rounds, but from what we saw for the most part, especially towards the later half, all they had to do was let our Machine Soldiers walk into them, right? They wanted to play aggressive. They want to force fights. Let them, right? This isn't a TDM meta where you can keep doing that back to back to back without consequences. We're not in that phase anymore. Even though the meta is kind of a bit of a jumbled mess right now, there is still that consistency, which is that you can't just swing everything and expect to be able to take advantage of that and leverage time loss as a result. This isn't the meta where you can roam all over the place, swing everything, and even if you go down a few players, still be able to stall a substantial amount of time. That's not how this works anymore. And it just seems that while PBX is very well aligned with what the current trends in the meta are, Machine Soldiers is just kind of a whole meta behind where they need to be right now. That kind of aggressive behavior is, and we're starting to see this more and more as we progress into this current season. You can't keep doing that anymore, unfortunately, and it keeps happening.
Yeah, it was just mistake after mistake after mistake for the side of the Machines. They weren't able to actually, you know, maintain any sort of advantage. Even when they managed to get themselves an advantage in the rounds, they just lost it so quickly, and it just became such a problem, especially towards the later portion of the game, because after the mental's ruined and you're already making very simple, silly mistakes, you're in a position where you're just going to keep making those mistakes, and those mistakes are just going to keep getting worse.
Indeed, indeed. And what a match. A complete domination by the Project Black X. So let's talk about some points from this game. We saw, of course, a 7-0, which showed a complete side for a complete aggressive and like domination from Project Black X. So I want to ask you a little bit until we wait for the next match to get ready. Nerj, what do you think was the key point that Project X did right that they took over the match completely?
I think the game was over. But like, okay, so looking back on the match and how it was played, I think the game was over from the end of round 2. I think by that point, Project Black had realized that, look, we're able to take gunfights against these players and we're able to win. As long as we just play like as a coordinated unit, we carry on playing our game, we carry on playing our style, we're just going to win the gunfights, we're going to win the rounds. And that's pretty much exactly how they played. I don't think there was anything special. I don't think there was anything they particularly tried. I don't think they experimented with any strats. I think it was entirely just down to skill of these two teams. And unfortunately for the side of the Machines, Project Black just came out on top, and that is it can be pretty substantial. But at the end of the day, with the skill levels of these teams, even though it looks more substantial than it may actually be, a lot of the skill levels between these teams are very marginal, and the side of the machines could very well catch up sometime soon in the future, and we could see them again next time.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Maybe today was not their day, and also maybe today was just the day for Project Black X. So, Piercing, let me ask you this: we saw in the map bans, in the operator bans, Machine Soldiers actually banned Monty and Kaid, and Project Black X banned Fenrir and Ying. Do you think this could have been a slightly different scenario for Machine Soldiers if they didn't ban the Monty and they used it and knowing how the shield operators in the meta currently are so OP, would have been this match a different scenario?
I think there absolutely would be potential, but the fundamental issue is not so much operator bans or place or operator picks. I think the bigger issue here was the playstyle. The problem that, and I kind of talked about this extensively during the matchup, there was just not a proper utilization of the information matrix that they had. They wanted to force these fights as if it was a TDM meta, but because they weren't really playing to their information matrix and they kept going into the fog of war, the unknown, rather than playing around what they do know, they kept running into these situations where they were getting shot from the side, shot from the back, or just running into very strong lines of sights that PBX had against Machine Soldiers, and they really just couldn't compensate for it. And there was a lot of adaptations, a lot of operator swaps, like we saw with Doom going to Wamai, but that fundamentally does not fix the issue that you're not really geared for success when you're taking and forcing fights on a map like Nighthaven and you're just not leveraging your utility like you should. Could it have been different with the Monty not being banned? Potentially, but that only comes with the condition that they actually played around the Monty and didn't get hyper aggressive. Because what I would predict with the current playstyle that Machine Soldiers established and ran through down to the very end, I would say that what we would have witnessed is that Monty would have often been the last operator alive. That's really what I would have argued. But then again, at the end of the day, that's for their attack, and we only saw one round of that. So who knows ultimately? I mean, there's a lot of variability because we saw such limited playtime. As far as their other band, though, I genuinely don't think it would have made much of a difference because it really just comes down to not having the right play style. Because we don't even know how PBX would have responded if Machine Soldiers played it passive and held back or went for an anchor heavy composition, because we never really saw it. This is where that playstyle was pretty stagnant despite the myriad of operators that they were running throughout their defense. It's really hard to say.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So let's talk a little bit about again before we go into the next match, because we're waiting on the two teams to finish their next match. So Naj, do you think? Okay, so now we saw a complete domination from Project Black X, and they're still going forward with this qualifier at least. What do you think the next team that are going to be facing Project Black X need to do in order to stop them in their tracks, at least for this qualifier?
Well, coming into the next game, I actually think it's going to be a lot tougher for them as a roster, because the two of the teams that I have information on are Project Black, which was in the match we just watched, and Besiktas, which is playing currently in the bracket that Project Black is waiting for. So Besiktas, obviously, I'm going to predict that they're going to come out on top. They're the team that put up numbers against the T1 mix in SGC Weekly Series. So I'm looking at a team here that is genuinely very, very proficient in the game they play and the form of siege they actually try and take on. So when it comes down to the next match, I think Project Black are actually going to have a real run for their money. As much as they did just come out of this with a 7-0, as much as it may well be their day, I think against a team as skilled as Besiktas, it could be a very big problem for them. Then again, Team Miraza, I don't have any information on them. They could be very, very good. They could come out of this game with a win. But I think if they come out of this game with a win and they end up beating Besiktas, this isn't going to be fun for Project Black. I think Besiktas is the better game for the side of Project Black. So I think realistically, that's the team they want to face.
Yeah, understandable. So while we wait for the next match to get ready, we'll just take a quick break and be back to you once the game is ready.
Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me, keep me. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me, keep me.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, but darling, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. You could be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat, 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 beat. Let's get it now. now. must have went blind tonight. Cause I swear that you out of sight, man. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. And I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you're with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second match of today in the second qualifiers of season 4 from the Voltage League. So now we're gonna watch the match between Nord and CO, I guess that's their name,
Northern Co.
and Northern Co, I guess, and Team LFO. So we're going to be heading to a different map this time. Thank God it's not a back-to-back Night Haven. We're going to be heading to Night Haven. I see, Najid, you're very excited
A
about the
skyscraper,
map.
skyscraper.
A
Yeah.
skyscraper instead of a Night Haven. So tell me more about the map.
I'll
Well,
take it away.
yeah,
Go ahead,
you can
Nas.
talk about the map. Go for it.
Oh, I'd love to. It would be my honor. So, Skyscraper is one of the more unique maps in the game. It's heavily defender sided. And one of the reasons why is that there are so many choke points. It's extremely difficult to get a firm grasp outside of your initial clear. So, typically, how you want to dissect this map is you want to go for offset and then full send your main approach, right? When it comes to having vertical, horizontal, you cannot let up one of those components because if you do, it's going to come back and bite you hard. You'll get nitro spam if you ignore the vertical from below. If you're going forward tea room and karaoke, a lot of that floor is soft, which is a big danger point. The sites on second floor have a lot of soft points, and the first floor sites are right above the second floor sites. So you cannot ignore one or the other. You need to offset and then inch your way downwards. It's all about controlling the flow of defenders' rotations because cutting them off is exceedingly difficult, and trying to force and execute can also be exceedingly difficult, assuming defenders have a proper, elaborate setup, which, from what we're seeing so far, we can possibly expect that. So, that dynamic, keep an eye out for that because that is going to be determining the flow of how this matchup will kind of come to be.
Indeed. Naj, we were talking in the break about the two teams, and you were telling us a little bit about Team LFO. So here we are seeing the roster and the players of the team. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit more about what do you know about the team and what do you expect from them in this matchup?
Well, it's a little more personal for me in particular because Blazing Brit and HMCY, I do refer to him as Harvey quite a bit. He's they're two players that I've played with in the past. Back when I started out as a player, obviously I didn't really do very well because I was more interested in like the stats and that sort of thing of like all the other sort of top teams. So I kind of ended up drifting away and trying to do like assistant coaching and casting instead, and like analysis. But they're very good. As you can kind of tell, they're very much a British team. So it's one of those where they're all kind of communicating in the native language. It's not really like anybody's gonna struggle. And I think because of how long it's been since we played together and we've all been relatively active, there's going to be a lot better of a performance when it comes down to the sort of general skill level and mechanical skill of the players in general. So I'm pretty excited to see sort of how they perform in particular because it's almost like a personal sort of, I don't know, look over, as these people are sort of friends of mine. So I'm hoping that they're able to bring their A game to this, and I'm hoping the other side do make it tough.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, we see a good match today, and this is the second match of today. So we spoke about the game, we spoke about the teams, we spoke about the map, and players are already ready in the lobby. So we'll leave the match for you, our lovely casters, and you can take it from here.
Perfect. Let's get right into this upcoming matchup. Oh, we got a few more seconds, but I wanted to ask you, Naj. So let's kind of focus on each other in this upcoming matchup. What are you thinking that we're going to see for Skyscraper? Is there any specific that you're looking out for?
Um, well, I mean, I have a lot of like the old strat books that I'm not really going to go through because I don't think they're using those strats. But if they are, it might be a bit rude of me to just go like airing their laundry. But they're very
That's a way
very
to
much
put
on
it.
the side of LFO. They're pretty creative when it comes down to these takes, and I think they're going to be very creative when it comes down to the bans as well. I don't think they're the style of team to really stick to something very standard. I think they'll probably have just kind of like looked into generally what they did in the last match and kind of like pick off that. Monty is a really strong ban on this map. He was always the sort of go-to ban on Sky even before the shield change, and now with the shield change, it's just even better to get him off the board. So with him gone, that's going to be pretty perfect. As I said, yeah, pretty creative. So I think like
Can't go
it's
wrong.
going to come down to sort of these defender bans and like what they actually decide to do because informational game is so
Wow.
elite on shields are just like that good on Sky. When it comes down to the defensive side though, it's very much information heavy. We might see an Azami go off the board or a Fenrir, but that's just because of them being as powerful as they are. We could also see a Mirror, but I think we're probably going to see the like an informational operator alongside someone like Fenrir or Azami, and there's Azami going off the board. So
Hmm.
potential for a Valk or a Mirror here, I think.
If they want to not have as much of a focus on dealing with natural players below, they have to. And
There's
there
the
we go.
Valk.
We're going to see LFO go for a Valkyrie. But this does lead me to a sneaking suspicion that we might see quite a heavy presence of Pulse. And that's a little prediction that I have because you still want to be able to maintain those consistent eyes, which can lead to devastating effects. And speaking of devastating effect, we already have one Nitro on the board. It's going to be Cardi with the mute. And I
So
think that's actually all the
speaking
nitros
speaking
they
of
have.
speaking of Carty, sorry, do you remember when I said that this is like an all British roster that's going to be speaking in their native language? Yeah, Carty's German. But everyone else is
Defenders,
British.
protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Well, there's your one
He's like
outlier there.
he's one of their subs, yeah. But he's German. He's the only Germanic player on the roster, so we're looking at a bit of a unique situation for the side of LFO here with the one player that isn't natively English, but realistically, a lot of German players and in general just German people are like very good at speaking English anyway, so I'm not really too worried about their communication on
No, it
that
shouldn't
side
be
at
too
least.
much of a problem. I would say it's
It's
probably
nice
not
to see
gonna
the
be
mute
too
there.
much
10
of a
seconds to insertion.
Yeah. One thing I do want to point out though. So we've seen the Monty ban
5 seconds remaining.
or attack from LFO, but now what we're witnessing
Attacker's
is that
objective is to
there's
locate a
really
bomb
not
and
much
defuse it.
players going to be first floor that can leverage Nitrous, and there's not much of an information matrix that I was predicting earlier. So what I'm guessing is that they're going to be trying to, now with Monty banned, they're going to be mostly ignoring vertical for the most part, and going to be sticking to denying the horizontal entry from Shrine, which we are seeing a bit of that right now from JKO holding by the main stairs. I'm kind of surprised going for that approach. I still think it's gutsy, even though you don't have Monty to deal with, which could cause an absolute collapse on black stairs. It still seems like there is going to be that lower component, and I think that's going to prove to be a big problem, as you already have Tuscan and Ryu holding from below, and that's options and avenues of attack that typically aren't explored as often, especially if you have someone holding below. But with it only being Jaco, he's going to be a big player here. If he goes down, which it might, there's a lot of information on him, that could be a devastating blow, allowing for a lot of opportunities. Here comes a swing. That's the first pick. Ryu taking Jaco, and they're going to have full vertical control. This is going to allow a lot of avenues for Nord and Co., leaving LFO off to a rough start.
Indeed it is. Now, with a bit of pressure being applied on towards the Geisha side as well, it is going to be the buck from below to get that mute jammer and just get themselves in a position where they can actually get this wall open. The Grim, with the can opener, is going to be the man to do so, as Ace has kind of gone elsewhere right now. And in this 5v4 situation, we are looking for a trade from this defensive side. They find it exactly what they're looking for. That's going to give them an equal man count, but they do lose the mute on the downstairs to the player that is just kind of hovering around over there on this black stairs side.
Here's
now.
the black stairs collapse. The pushing up black stairs, making a lot of progress so far, taking out another player. That's for you. Take Medinas. It's now down to a 2v4. Plan now going down, and so far LFO has lost most of its side control, but there's still one engagement. There's opportunity to come back, but with one repelling by the window, denying this plan can be difficult. You're gonna see MC try to fight back. That Wilco goes down. Gonna be stuck in a rock at a hard place. Gonna have to force a one here. 35 seconds to go. Still plenty of time. Tries to catch Damos, but can't. Doesn't get much damage. And Tuscan will swing around to finish the job for that first round to go to Co here.
Yeah, unlucky there from Harvey. He wasn't able to quite find the man on the stairs and then ended up in that 1v1 with the Deimos. Isn't exactly favorable, especially when he knows exactly where you are. He can take that swing whenever he wants from behind that soft wall, or from behind that hard wall, sorry. So it's a little worrying for the defenders in that position. But realistically, it's only a two-room karaoke defense. Usually the first one can be a little staggered. So hopefully they're able to recover, get themselves back on their feet. I don't think a 5-1 is completely necessary, at least anymore on Skyscraper, but it's still going to be very good for them if they do manage to get to that point. They are running the same lineup, only really swapping out the one operator over the Fenrir onto that 2 Brow instead, in order to, you know, play a bit more of that sort of wall-heavy denial, and try and keep the opposing side out as long as possible. You know, stall that sort of timer, make sure they can get it down to a little bit of time left on the clock, not too much. It also gives them an extra C4, so pretty decent switch over, in my opinion.
10 seconds to go.
I think it will make this round a little bit better for LFO, but I don't think it fundamentally fixes
5
the issue.
seconds
The
to
problem
go.
was that Nord and Co, with their intel during the prep phase, was able to
Attackers
identify
moving
a
out to
severe
locate a bomb
gap
and
in
defuse it.
presence from below, and was able to leverage that thanks to the smoke that they had on their belt, as well as the early presence they had there. This doesn't fundamentally fix the fact that they just did not have the presence to account for black stairs, which did them in for so much damage. However, they are adjusting here the utility as well as the swap. We've got 2 players below. This is a much needed change. That is going to be the key picture, because what we saw last time was when I believe it was Jaco or it was Medinas, when they went down as Fenrir on first floor, that was pretty much where everything fell apart, because they had no one stopping the players from pushing down vertical. But now, here comes the hold. Let's see if it takes... Ooh, nope. Merrick's gonna take Wilco's. That's one player down from the vertical, and that means that that backstairs could be an option yet again, but it does look like we're going to see some horizontal, but JKO is not having any of it. Able to take the Tuscan, saves a lot of damage. Miric's going to come up, be able to take JKO down. That's now still down one player. They are getting that horizontal, although they have offset the vertical, and it's going to allow them to get some damage in, but not before Dennis has something to say about it. Catching another on that horizontal push from Armory. That's going to be Miric down. Reign of Terror ending there. Now a 3v3, and they're now looking to take control of from round.
Yeah, with Jaco and Wilco's falling this early on, it's going to be a little worrying for them. A few missed shots from the Thermite is going to mean the Aruni barely scrapes away with their life, and the Grim also going to be on a similar amount of health. So as much as it's one player advantage, it is effectively that on health as well. They've managed to maintain this sort of aggressive position on towards the Dragon side, with the Frost still playing over there. Harvey going to be the man on the shield just to see if he can find anything, and as the swing comes up from Drum over towards the Geisha door, he's not going to be able to find it, and he's going to get himself taken out by that DMR. The Grim, or not Grim, the Thermite nearly getting caught out in Geisha there, as he is just going to be, you know, posturing himself up to try and make sure he doesn't get caught by one of these angles again. But as he tries to take the re-swing, the Aruni isn't quite watching at the right moment, and he is going to keep himself alive for the time being. Takes a couple peeks and nearly gets himself caught again by the Aruni. The Aruni has a wonderful little position right here, able to get so many crossfires onto him. With Harvey coming around on the flank, it is going to be much harder for him to actually find anything, as he does just want to take an engagement against any of these players. Harvey's the one to find it, and that's going to be the round over. Round number 2 going in favor of the defense. 1-1 now on this first half.
The key part here was that Nord & Co effectively ignored the Armory position, opting to go for a much more direct take. However, they couldn't really go for that route, as there was much more presence from LFO. Though they did displace that positioning, the problem was that it was repositioned directly into Drum and Shrine, and since they hadn't really dealt with Armory, it just ended up being a slaughter fest from Nord & Co to be able to get into that position. I mean, we saw that Thermite just had to sneak by Drum just to even sustain that position in the first place. A lot of struggle there on that portion, because they just couldn't leverage that verticality like they could last time due to the additional investment in utility that LFO had, whether it was the Rooney Gate over by Black Balcony or having 2 initial defenders holding towards
10 seconds
Kitchen.
left.
There's just a lot more manpower invested towards the push that Nord & Co was
5
able to
seconds
pull
left
off so
before
well,
insertion.
and they just had to run into a trap. Unfortunately,
Attackers
a choke
must
point that
locate
they
and
really
defuse the
could
bomb.
not manage. And how could they? They didn't have a lot of experience with what LFO was going to bring to the table there.
Yeah, effectively bringing along the same utility on the defensive side for LFO, only really swapping out once again one operator, and it's going to be the Bandit in favor, or the Jaeger in favor of the Bandit, sorry, which does give them an extra C4. Once again, they knew they didn't really need that second bulletproof cam, so they've switched themselves over to be able to play the Bandit instead. The Zoto canister gets shot out by a teammate, or by himself actually. Jaco going to be the one to shoot that out for the Bandit to actually be able to trick the Selma breach that is going to be on that wall. And with the breaching charge going off, the SMG-11 doesn't quite find its mark. It's going to be the Mute hovering around in this situation, this awful position that they've got right now, and they need to be able to find a pick here in order to equalize this man count and give themselves a bit of an edge in this round on the defense.
Now, right now, Nord & Co currently has LFO pretty well locked up towards Drum and Shrine. A lot of corners getting backed into, but they do manage to find their way out towards the office side, but this is giving a lot of space for Nord & Co to get some damage in. Tries to go for a nitro, but misses the doorway. Not going to be able to get some damage, as it does get shot up. Still holding that position with the shotgun, but it's not going to last, as Merritt will be able to push up from the balcony to get rid of Cardi. That's now a deeper differential, climbing back into one positive in favor of Nord & Co. 1 minute and 30 seconds ago, they stalled the time decently so far, but with only 3 players to recall back on the site, they're still at a disadvantage, but there's still a lot of setup for Nord & Co
Bomb
to get
located
through
by
now that
attackers.
they've finally solidified Drum and Shrine.
Indeed, it's looking a little bit like a stagnate right now. They have still got a minute remaining on the clock. They can still, you know, play this information how they will, but they look to have just stopped. They're trying to take these gunfights, trying to clear themselves an avenue into sight in order to be able to actually, take an area of the map. And with a beautiful shot from Medinis, he's able to find 2. That's 2 inside of Dragon now, and that's going to equalize and bring us to a man advantage for the side of LFO.
That was a critical fight that LFO really needed there. Being able to take 2 key players from that backstairs position, it means they still have that rogue element that can get the damage in. However, Ryu with the firebolt still can be able to flush out that player to allow for a push. Tries to run up the stairs. No, you can't do that with low health. And that's going to be Medinis going down, still out of the isolating fight. Our scale goes down, unfortunately.
15
that means
seconds
that
left.
he's back to square one with 12 seconds to go. Opts to go for the res. A very
10
gutsy
seconds
move
to go.
considering the time remaining. Magic goes out, not going to connect. 5 seconds. Has to hunt these 2 players. The are no longer in hand. 2 seconds remaining, and both go down. And Jaco and Wilkos, as they will not be able to recover the round.
Yeah, extremely well played from them. They managed to put themselves in these positions where it was able to catch the last 2 attackers off guard in such a sporadic situation where they had to try and take some ballsy engagement, and that really just gave them the round. LFO played that perfectly from a 3 versus 5 all the way down to that 3 versus 2 at the very end that was so detrimental from Medinis. Medinis genuinely saved that round.
No, he really did. That
Attackers need to locate
needed
and
to take
defuse
that
bombs.
position, needed to repel that, because if they were able to get through that choke point with the setup that they were aiming for, that would have been a major blow that LFO likely would not have been able to sustain due to the amount of closing angles and cutoffs that Nord & Co would have been able to establish there. That fight needed to happen, and Medinis couldn't have taken it at a better time if he tried. That was very well executed, but there's a recurring pattern that we're starting to establish, and the current struggle
10
right
seconds
now
remaining.
is that
Attackers
Nord &
have
Co
located a bomb.
is getting stuck on these choke points.
5 seconds left
Anytime
before
they
insertion.
have to push through these funnels, they just don't really have the
Attackers are
right
moving
setup
to defuse the bomb.
geared towards managing that, and it's costing them dearly. And on top of that, it seems like Nord & Co's kind of given up on trying to establish these stairwells, which can really do them a lot of good, as what we've seen from the first round. After they faced a little bit of pushback from LFO, they've essentially just given up on it, and I don't think that's the right direction for them. So that is a possible recourse for Nord & Co, but the fundamental issue is they need to solve how to get through these choke points, because even prior to getting the setup, these choke points are killing them, and we can see just how LFO is able to use that, like we saw with Medinis.
Yeah, that is definitely the case, as now we are going to be seeing, well, just these teams get themselves set up in a position. C4 goes out, is able to get an injury. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind, I'm lying. Does get the Talon Shield, the first one, so that means Osa's going to be left with 1 remaining. Jaco manages to put a bullet in someone's forehead, and that's going to be a pretty big pick, considering you managed to take out the Zofia. That's going to be your main player for Split Theory, and also a player that's going to be trying to deny out this bandit from being able to trick any of these walls if he does decide to try and do so. A bit of vertical pressure on towards the black side from Osa and Nomad, as they have managed to get themselves in and about over there. The wall opened up by the ace, and Mistrone onto the mute there, I think.
Nope.
Oh, no,
longer.
never mind. They've managed to spot him out. Thank goodness. I was a little worried for a second there for the side of Nord
That
&
would have been
Co.
tragic.
We do still have these
No,
players upstairs, though.
Yeah, no, those upstairs players are still going to be a struggle. And as we're seeing, still not able to push through, as Nordico is wanting. Jaco taking another. That's going to be Nordlist now out of the table as well. The Nitro can go out, but Tails with a very good cover, securing that kill before he can even have a chance to try to throw out a Nitro. 55 seconds. They're right at the site's doorstep. Impact going out a little bit too early here. Gets flushed out, tries to rotate out, but Jaco, your Reign of Terror ends there, buddy. Can't get out, but HMCY does have eyes on a funnel to possibly get some damage in. Manages to take no one, and goes down from Tails in turn. Was just about ready to plant.
Yeah, Harvey there just whiffing a little bit, and that's... That's really like the make or break of a round there, especially when you're in a position where you are forced to really take the initiative against these attackers. That's when Skyscraper becomes scary, because as much as the attackers have to filter themselves through a lot of these doorways a lot of the time, especially when going for a clear like that, it's the same the opposite way around. If you have to perform a retake onto a site, you don't usually have these extra avenues. Like that breach at the bottom of Black Stairs is extremely safe, because realistically you've got the
Attackers
control
need
of
to
the
locate and
top
defuse
black
as many
area
bombs
anyway,
as they
so they're
can.
not going to be coming down for a flank, at least not in that position. So that breach isn't really going to help anybody on the defending side. So it left Harvey to really just deal with the rotates that had already been made, and also the just doorways to site, and not able to find anything. Very unfortunate, but that's going to leave an equal number of rounds on the board. Sorry, at 2-2 for both of these teams in this first half.
The rounds have been so incredibly close
10
so
seconds
far. I
remaining.
mean, no team really having a clear edge, and
5
both
seconds
of them
remaining.
playing exactly how you would expect from Skyscraper. I was calling the
Attackers are
trend
moving out to
for
locate a
a
bomb and
struggle with
defuse it.
choke points, but I mean, Northern Co handled that pretty well when it came to first floor. But keep in mind that there is a lot of open space towards the outside that you can play around with. And it seems that Northern Co has a very strong foothold when it comes to establishing these crossfires and even baiting out utility from LFO, like we saw with 2 Nitros in Impact. Massive utility loss that just makes denying a post or denying a plant even more difficult. But we cannot ignore, I wouldn't say the whiff, but that very unfortunate situation from Kitchen. I mean, prime and lined up 2 towards the bottom of Black Stairs. I mean, that is just ripening for devastation onto Northern Co, but just never came to fruition. That's how these things happen, folks. We might have that information, but it doesn't mean he does, and clearly it just didn't go in his favor.
Yeah, the Deimos now going to be just giving away
Attackers
some of
have
these
located a
positions
bomb.
to his team, just trying to, locate a few of these defenders, make sure that he's able to apply some pressure where needed. And there is going to be the Grimbees going into the site as well. Well, Deimos is going to be able to find one for himself, but the player inside the site, the Malusi, just kind of running for her life, but she's being chased around by this buff now, just to try and keep herself alive in this abysmal situation, while also trying to take gunfights against these players that are trying to actually combat against her.
Yeah, but so far they're holding their ground pretty solidly. Northern Co struggling to flush these players out, stuck in rocks and hard places. However, we do see Tails pick one, Jacob, and now Cardi being able to pick up the refrag. And now with 2 players, it seems like they've been effectively unsuccessful in getting these clears that they were looking for. Now scrambling to find any stragglers still running around. And that is going to be Medinas over by Drums. However, Ryu taking a heavy hit here. Is he ready for the swing? Does look like he is. Miric's going to be able to get some critical damage down onto Medinas. Now down to 2 HP, but still not fully flushed out. Looks to force a fight. Does manage to open an opportunity to get MC out of the picture. It's now a 2v2. And they're both still below. They're going to have to find the push back up, and with time being short, they're going to have to go through stairs, which is a choke point, or a choke point they're going to have to manage. But, oh, last second running into a crossbat. Uh-oh.
Both players at 20
managed to get
HP
out.
now.
Yeah, this is a very scary situation with one above. That's Cardi taking Mirix. You got to watch for that backstairs vert. And it looks like it will be able to catch one.
15
13
seconds to
seconds
go.
remaining. Diffuser's outside, and the fire burning. He's gonna be stuck with nowhere to go as Cardi holding prone to be able to catch Ryu before he even makes up his mind on what to do next.
Indeed he is, and that is going to be another round once again in favor of LFO. And if they really want an edge, at least a little bit, as I said, 5-1 half isn't exactly necessary on Skyscraper in the current day, but we want to see them at least come out of this with a 4-2 if they're going to see any sort of fruition coming into this attacking half, because a 3-3 split on a defensive half, that's kind of not enough for a map like Skyscraper and the way the map's played,
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
especially with no
Yeah.
shields available.
3-3 definitely puts Northern Co at the advantage here. If that were to actually come to be. But keep in mind, we haven't seen a lot of Pulse or aggressive vertical play with Valkyrie off the table. So I will say that this tells me that unless Nordico decides to invest heavily into a pulse,
10
I'm
seconds to
kind of
insertion.
figuring that we might see a similar matchup where it's
5
not
seconds left.
as defender biased, which would still put
Attackers must locate
would
and
still
defuse
put
the bomb.
LFO in a decent position to bring it into overtime at the very least. I think it just really comes down to how Nordico chooses to defend when it comes to the second half. It's really weird to see how once Valkyrie is banned, there's just not a real sense of investment into punishing on the execute, opting instead on really honing in these choke points. A trend that I wasn't really quite anticipating to be of this magnitude.
Indeed, now. Players already being pressured out of positions on this defensive side, but players being pressured to death as we see Carty come out with a beautiful little kind of wallbang there onto the Ash. So now it leaves the attack to take even more initiative here to be able to get a trade for themselves in this position. They have managed to cut off one of these defenders, and, well, cutting down one of the defenders as well is going to be Harvey to lose his life. But there is still a player in Drum. Yes, he's isolated right now in Drum, but he's still going to be in that position, ready to take good fights. And a DMR comes up the main stairs, finds a head, and they're just going to be trying to get themselves out of there, get themselves back into a position where they can help their team in this 3 versus 3 situation. Teams very similar on HP. The only difference is that 3 armor of the Aruni in comparison to the rest of these players.
That right there, the Dennis swinging from main stairs like that, is exactly why this map can be hated for attackers.
Attackers have recovered
having
their
to deal
diffuser.
with one rogue player walking up, making a hero play, getting big damage because
Bomb
it's really
located
hard to
by
pinch those
attackers.
players out, and then getting away with it scot-free. That's just kind of the nature of Skyscraper. However, Nordico do have T-Room and Karaoke established, but with a minute remaining, they're kind of behind on schedule when it comes to taking key control. They are starting to bust these walls open. They're getting that set up, but on an even 3v3 with these major choke points, what happens next in how they approach these lines of sight that LFO has established is really going to dictate the pace for who wins this round. You still got one holding very close, and that's going to be Wilco's. Depending on what LFO chooses to do next, it's going to be a very important piece of how this round turns out. And there it is, continuing to hold, and Tuscan just pushes a little bit too far, overextends, and Jaco's going to take another. Now for a refrag, going to be a double kill, but with the line of sight onto the head height holes, looks like that's not going to be around for Nordico, as we will now be on an even 3-3 split. Wait, no, 4-2.
No, 4-2. Yeah, so that's exactly what LFO were looking for, that they needed that 4-2 if they were going to come out of this with any sort of semblance of an edge upon the Nordico side. So as much as 5-1 half's ideal for Sky, and it always has been nowadays, it's not really necessary to be able to come out of this map with a win. So it's looking a little promising for the side of LFO. So I'm very excited to see how they sort of try and change things up on the attack, because they do have a relatively different lineup, much
Attackers
more
need to locate and
information
defuse bombs.
and much more flank heavy potential. I think they're just going to be playing to hit the site here and see if they can, you know, get some advantage through that avenue of attack.
I'm not going to lie, this composition's really scary. When you kind of get down to the nitty-gritty, you have a heavy roam clear, a heavy hitter,
Bomb
Kebi.
located by
You've got
attackers.
a heavy hitter, Execute, Ying. You have a heavy hitter in Flank Watch, freaking Nomad. Why can I not remember her name? And then you've got massive utility destruction, such as Flores, Cardi. And then you've got a very strong entry frag from the Dennis on Ash.
5 seconds to
I
go.
wouldn't say this is a meta composition. Oh, we're gonna see Cardi switch to Osa. So
I feel like-
more investment, utility
Moving to
investment, and
defuse the
now
bomb.
a
Attackers-
sense. Don't know why
Attackers
they're
have
on the
recovered their
table, but sure. What are your thoughts on that, Naj? Because I
well-
have been a hater of them for a long time, and I still think they're a terrible op.
I've been having this conversation with a friend of mine called Alco, who is a comp player. He played like low T2, but he's a good friend of mine, and we have a lot of conversations about things like this, about what operators are viable, what operators are sort of about to weasel their way into the meta, and right before they did, about 2 seasons beforehand, I said Zero and Nomad were going to be huge operators coming into the recent seasons of comp. And Sense is another one of those operators that very, very recently, because of the way the game's played, the meta shifted, the way it's all been getting done, Sense is one of those operators that I think is very much going to weasel their way through into this meta play. And they are very, very good utility-wise. They've got 3 or 4 of those little, barriers that they can throw up. And with how large they are and how they interact with players like Smokes, they can be really obstructive and they can be really annoying, especially when trying to go for these plant situations or these post-plant situations where they're trying to take engagements. We see a leg there. Mirix is able to find one. Harvey goes down as well on the window to Tails, and with 2 falling, the Aruni is going to be on 5 HP in the site, but even then, it's going to be a much better situation for the attack after finding that mute.
Heavy damage going on to Cardi right now. He's got Jaeger completely stuck, but Northern's going to be able to get an essential pick to give a great opening for Ryu to be able to down another, and that's going to lead to Wilco's now being stuck over by Black Balcony, and you've got Ryu still holding that corner. Swing from either which way with hard cover in between. This is a very hard position to take, but still has 3 flashes on her belt to possibly take this. There's not a lot of time to rotate here, so she's gonna have to take this fight. 50 seconds to go.
She also still has all 3 air jabs.
Yeah. Oh, she's got air jabs too. You know where the player is. Find something and send it. Almost gets caught there. A lot of ADSs. Finally finds one to go out. Goes for it. Does get the pick, but just exposes herself just a little bit too much for Skin to finish the job. That's going to be around for Reading Co. Or, I'm sorry, Nordic Co. I'm thinking of someone else.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. Obviously, a player getting lost here. We do have a timeout, which is going to be a tactical timeout for the side of LFO, but there's going to be an FPS bug reconnect from the opposite side. So these teams going to be looking to actually speak with each other about what they need in these positions. There was a bit too many over peaks and over extends on the defensive side, especially when it came down to the Aruni dropping to such low health so early, losing a player on the outside of the map. It's just one of those where you need to really be a lot more careful when it comes down to the positioning you choose to take and the aggressive plays you decide to make. But then on the opposite side, when it comes down to LFO kind of need to collect themselves a little bit, play a bit more as a team. They obviously wanted to try and go for that sort of aggressive hit site, do it fast, do it aggressive. The moment we're ready to execute, we're just going to go, and we're all going to just go quick. And that was the plan. But what I kind of saw is Harvey was kind of overextending on the windows. Realistically, no one else was ready or able to guard that position. So he should have been not really peeking and instead just kind of making them aware of his presence, looking for these people that want to go for these outside plays and these jump outs, these aggressive sort of, plays in general. And then on the opposite side, we should have seen Nomad place down a few more of those air jabs, try and maybe defend people from these aggressive plays. But we are just going to be still waiting for this player to hop back into the lobby.
I think it's really interesting to call a timeout in your first attack round. Yes, the positioning and the crossfires weren't as tight as LFO needed it to be to secure that round. Case in point, a lot of the overextensions that we have seen. But it's still, in my opinion, kind of too early to call a timeout unless there's a deliberate push to start a trend. Because usually, once you get your first round, the others become a lot easier. So what are we thinking, Naj? Do you think this is a timeout of, kind of recollecting and reorganizing? Or do we think this is kind of a momentum halt, kind of cut Nord & Co short before they get a chance to really build up their defense to match the rate of LFO's adaptations? What are we thinking here as far as what the purpose of this timeout is? Because they still have a lead, and yet they use their timeout now? Yeah,
I think with Harvey's mentality, and with him generally just taking the team lead in this situation, he very much wouldn't have stop the game to like cancel out momentum, because I feel like he wouldn't have really cared too much about that. And instead, I think it's more, as you said, like prior to that, that they're just kind of trying to recollect themselves, get themselves back together, and just be
seconds
like,
left.
look, boys, we got this. We won like 4 rounds on defense. Like
5 seconds to insertion.
we're not worse. You know what I
Left
mean?
not
Like
blind.
neither team is worse than the other at the moment. We need to
Attackers
prove
are
that we
moving
are
out to
better
locate a
in
bomb
order to
and
be able to
defuse it.
progress. And I think that's more what was being said in that timeout. I think it's more of like that sort of pep talk that they maybe needed, rather than actually like sort of sorting out any sort of strategy. Because I know, at least in Harvey's case, that he can be a very emotional player, and when it comes down to, you know, the vibes being good, he plays well. When it comes down to the game going well, or like his team being vocal and being able to just, you know, even laugh and a joke inside of the game while still being able to, you know, do well and perform, that's where you'll start to see them shine.
Okay. I guess that kind of mentality shift, if there's a deterioration, could help with that. But again, I still feel like this shouldn't be a point where you're having issues when it comes to mindset. We do see a lot of pressure on Ryu. Candela already getting thrown out. Now Ryu's now stuck over in T room. Drone's going out. He's going to be able to spot the Fenrir here. Going to get caught here thanks to that Flores. And they're now completely pinched out. The flash going in. But Ryu will be able to catch MC amidst the flash. And he's still holding his position all the way in T room. There's a swing. Fails. Manages to catch yet another. They have not been able to flush him out. 2 players invested and nothing. However, it does look like that's finally over. Does get that down. And it's now a 2v2 as Nordic Co has overextended, losing 2 players back to back in this exchange of trades going in favor of LFO. But this does mean with that low player count and with so much time, LFO has plenty of time to set up. So going for a bout of aggression and holding this early on might have backfired, but it didn't look like they had much of a choice due to the tenuous, or I guess strained positioning that Ryu was stuck in. However, Tails is not done with giving in to aggression. Nordis as well, managing to take one as well, or manages to take another. And that means Jaco is now the last one standing with 1v2. Gonna be stuck with dealing with Amira, but no opportunity to swing off that. Does push up. They do spot Jaco. They know he's here, but he's got major grounds. And look at how backed up Nordic Co here. This could be an opportunity for Jaco to potentially force a plant, considering how far back they are right now. But these crosses could still be a problem. Manages to get all the way through. Shots giving away the position. This is gonna be a very tense issue, as they're now looking at a potential post plan if not managed correctly.
Indeed they are, diffuser in hand, but he isn't going to be going for it as of this very moment. Finds the mirror, now it's a 1v1. He's forced the issue here. We've got Bandit left alone in this position, tries to get the C4. Oh, the rotation from Jake runs right into the line of fire, and that's going to be the round over in favor of Northern Co. So unbelievably close and so well played at the very beginning by the Fenrir that should have genuinely spiraled into a round, but the 2 picks that were able to be found from the 2 players that just overextended and didn't really play their life after finding those picks really almost threw away the round there. So it's something to look out for, that the side of Northern Co seem to get very, very over-aggressive once they manage to find themselves an advantage. And that is where you can start trying to take advantage of these mistakes that they're making by feeding you 1v1s.
The power of that site, and
Defenders,
before I even
protect
get
your
into
bombs
that,
from being defused by
he
attackers.
panicked. Oh, that was so tragic. If you look at the arc of the Nitro, where the line of
Attackers have located a
the
bomb.
explosion would have been, it wouldn't have hit her. It was too short. If he had held her ground, he would have been able to get that plant off. And Bandit would have been in a terrible position. But she panicked and walked right into the Nitro. I understand those split seconds are critical, but those split seconds, but you gotta make
10
better
seconds to
decision making
insertion.
than that. You can't just run out the second that there's a Nitro. You gotta
5
keep in
seconds to
mind
insertion.
that he's only got that rotate to fucking Nitro. That's not gonna
Attacker's
reach.
objective
That
is
will
to
never
defuse a
reach
bomb.
unless you're past that rotate. And at that point, you can swing out and take that gunfight. It's just not the right decision making. But either way, it's still an insanely close round. But yeah, I mean, the whole point of that site is those choke points. Instead of playing around it, Northern Co just let them kind of hide around these nooks and crannies, which is what makes defending it so much more difficult. Once they get those grounds, it gets a lot worse. Even in a 1v2, taking that one player out becomes a problem. So I really don't know why Nordic Co went for that, and they really won it by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, it was very, very, very close, as now we're seeing these teams just kind of chill out, take a breather, get themselves in a position where they're able to, you know, start taking this ground. And obviously, with these players still being upstairs, it's still going to be very much an issue for them. But they've managed to get good control of the EXO side very, very early. They've got some control over on meeting as well. So more than likely, they're going to be able to try and flush out these players that are in drum, and also on the shrine area with the shield is the frost. So they're going to be very much looking to try and flush out these players and give themselves a bit of an extra position or an extra bit of advantage in the remainder of this round. But there is going to be two.
There we go. Yep, look at them both rotate as they now sustain that full control. Tries to throw another Candela, but it's a bit too early. I don't think it's going to catch the way they're looking. However, Nordless decides to push up, and Hempsey will be able to catch that. We still have Mirix holding that corner by the bow. Looks to take one. Does manage to get Cardi down, but we do see the recrap from Drum still reloading, and that will be another Jaco to take a double kill. Jaco is just falling apart as these pushes come back to back. The Ying putting in the work as Hempsey finishes tail. That is going to be another round for them as they get their lead right back.
Indeed it was, and being able to just do so much in such a small area of the map is really going to be a big boost to the mental on the side of LFO. 4-4 situation goes 5-4 in their favor now, as they are going to be getting themselves ready and geared up to try and push for that match point, push to that position where they can force the issue, make themselves a name in this tournament, and push themselves towards this next round of the qualifiers.
As a Ying main, I love the way the Hempsey is playing Ying, because the big thing to keep in mind about Ying is you don't have to save those Candelas towards the end of the round. One of the biggest pros to Ying is that she's a bunker breaker. Now, what do I mean by that, bunker breaker? Essentially, what that means is that she's able to take a fortification and flush that position out to the extent that it is
10 seconds.
entirely inhospitable without being at a severe disadvantage, unless there's enough nooks and crannies to hide from. But considering Nordic Co like to get a little feisty on these power positions and play against them, there's really nowhere to run and hide. And we saw just that with the way that Hempsey bunker busted Shrine and Drum, which is massive, and being able to get some devastating numbers onto Nordic Co as we just saw.
Something that is a little worrying is the fact that there's still setup going on 20 seconds into the round. I'm not exactly impressed by the defense that they're still setting up. So it's kind of unfortunate that they've lost a man, but it's also kind of crazy that they were still sort of having to work on the structure of the site they're playing in order to be able to be ready for the round. Now up to 30 seconds in.
It leads me to believe that their strapbook portfolio is kind of starting to fall apart. They've got their main strats. They're not really working as they're hoping anymore, and they're trying to change things up. But in the midst of those changes, they're having difficulty solidifying it. And there's those Candelas yet again, trying to flush out Ryu. And he's going to be able to take Mirix. Shots going off a little bit too early. That's going to give away Ryu's position. Now stuck behind the bow, but we do have Jaco coming in from behind, looking to take a swing, and oh boy, Ryu didn't stand a chance, completely stuck in a rock in a hard place. Gonna go down now up to a 5v2, and look at this, they're still committing to pushing up. Look at where Tuscan is positioned. The Drum, Dennis taking tails, tries to clear, but instead gets knocked out instead, leading to a flawless round for LFO. And now we're at match point. This is spelling trouble for Nordic Co, trying to adapt, but they're running out of options. And those adaptations, like you said, are taking too long, and they're not working.
Yeah, it's almost like the strat book they're using is like they're like overcomplicating things. They're trying to like. Do you see how many angles they set up over towards the exhibition side? That's the reason it took so long. The amount of angles they had on the exhibition side, even though defending T and karaoke, is absolutely abnormal. Like the fact that they were able to just be taken advantage of because they tried too hard to set up on that side, and the angles they had didn't really work in their favor because of sheer timing.
Attackers need to locate
It's
and
going to be
defuse bombs.
a huge it's going to have a huge knock-on effect to the way they play the rest of the game, because if they're not able to sort of reconstruct themselves and adapt to the fact that they are overcomplicating things, then they're just going to struggle throughout the remainder of this game. And I really don't see Nordenco being able to come out with a win if they keep struggling like this, keep making these mistakes.
Well, and here's the thing, too. They have a winning ticket. One of the things that we saw LFO struggle, or kind of struggle with when it came to the swap, was pushing through these crosses. Nordenco can set up some very deadly crosses and are able to leverage
5 seconds left.
those crossfires to get that rogue hero player by the stairs for devastating
must
effect, just
locate
like we
and
saw
defuse a
LFO
bomb.
do in the first half. But they're not playing that fast in the skyscraper to their advantage, or at least not to the full effect that could potentially be picking them up more rounds. This
I
is
also
what I would
want to
consider the
add,
deal
sorry.
breaker.
We haven't seen a
ahead.
single spawn peak all map. And Sky has so many really safe and valuable spawn peaks. We haven't seen we've seen one on the house wall, but we haven't seen any successful spawn peaks is what I'm saying. They haven't found anything with them, even though there's so many on Sky that are just so safe and so effective in order to be able to nullify a player or even a take by getting a certain pick.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
And I think they just need to be playing the time a little bit better. If they could just back up once they start throwing their utility, because keep in mind, right, Ying is paramount for a strong execute. And if you get rid of all of your Candelas, that means a much weaker execute. That means less options for dissecting the crossfires and a lot more potential. That's another avenue that Nordenco can pursue.
Bomb
But right
located
now,
by
they're
attackers.
sticking to this, holding these choke points and trying to abuse them, which is a good call, but it's just coming at too much of a cost because LFO has so many bunker breakers, such as the ones we're seeing right now with Hamsi throwing out those Candelas, looking to find that drum player who's now stuck prone, finally spots him, manages to take Tuscan out, now a 5v2, does get caught in the cross,
User has
one
been
that was
dropped.
sorely needed for you to take Hamsi, but Maximus is proven a problem, tries to pull the shotgun, can't take it, however, Ryu sustains a double kill, looking to get active, try to turn these numbers around, there's a drone right on Ryu, stuck in a rock in a hard place. McGinnis will be the one to finish the job for LFO to secure the win.
Very well played from the side of LFO in that game there. And they really woke up on that attacking side once they managed to get past that first couple rounds. I think that was 3 in a row there after that first round loss. It was back and forth, and then it was 2 in a row, sorry, I think. But such a phenomenal game from a couple of those players. Jayco managed to get himself onto 12-7, 16 kills for the top player of Medenis. So really, really impressive stuff from the side of LFO when it came down to the final few moments of that game. So I'm genuinely wanting to see how well they do coming into their next game, as we are going to be seeing them move on to a much stronger team potentially.
Yeah, no, that was actually a lot closer of a matchup in comparison to what we got in game 1. I mean, the back and forth from the first half was wonderful. I mean, yeah, it was already showing signs in favor of LFO being able to pick up 4 and 2, but there was definitely opportunity for a turnaround. But I mean, what really sealed the deal there was just not being able to play the time. And this is what kind of confusing to me as a caster. And you probably noticed this trend as well, Naj. We're still seeing this TDM mindset of continuing to play up close, to play aggressive, and banning these bunker busters. And even when the bunker busters aren't banned, they're still allowed to do their damage, such as Flores, such as Ying, in these power positions. They still continue to play as if they're not the devastating actors that they are. And it's definitely a deal breaker, as we have seen. Not giving enough credit to the anchors and not actually being able to fall back just seems to be a recipe for disaster. And I think that's going to be a trend that we'll continue to see tonight and in the going future.
I mean, yeah, definitely so. It's something that we could definitely see sort of on a repeat, and it was nice to see a bit of a different map of something we, obviously didn't really get to experience the other day with Blair being played twice, and then also Nighthaven being played just in the last match that we watched. So it's nice to see a bit of a mixture coming into play in today's play day, but we'll have to see what comes up for us in the next few moments.
I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 I've been looking for.
I definitely think it's something to look forward to in the future.
Yeah, definitely. I think welcome back, guys, and I think it was a very interesting match to see, especially the way both teams played around the map in attack and defense, and we saw like a 4-2 half from the side of LFO. However, when they switched to attack, we saw I would like to say a little bit different side from LFO, and they felt more comfortable and they just felt more of themselves when they switched to attack. So I know we said that a map like Skyscraper, and we were discussing this before the game started. We were saying the map like this is a little bit of a map that's a defense sided. However, it didn't really feel so in this, at least in this game. So how do you see over this like overall in this match, especially since you know the team LFO, how do you see them like in this match when they switched from defense to attack, Naj?
Well, on the defense, they had a bit of a rough time in a couple of the rounds, and I think it was very much down to the actual utility usage of the team, because the gun skill didn't seem to be outstanding for either side, other than on like the odd player. But overall, it really came down to that sort of utility play, like how they were able to actually take these positions using the utility they had at hand, whether it be flashbangs, whether it be the candelas, whether it even be these sense gadgets, in order to get themselves into position to actually try and take these engagements. And I think that's where operators such as Osa came into the mix and started trying to like throw a spanner in the works for this sort of play style, but unfortunately wasn't able to actually find anything really fortuitous with the Osa play. So I think that in general, when they finally sort of found their footing and they got themselves into a position where like, look, we'll take these gunfights, we'll play this Ying, we'll play the Dekebi, we'll play the Twitch for the DMR that look very high powered, etc, etc. And once they were able to like sort of solidify that within themselves and like actually sort of try and balls to the wall take these positions, it started really working out for them, and I think that's where we really saw the difference between the two teams.
Yeah, definitely. So piercing a little bit, let's go a little bit into the next match. We're going into a map that's similar to this. We'll talk about it in a minute, but so the next match is going to be the team Honved, which is a Hungarian team, and they're going to be against team Tutu Pazzo. So actually both teams coming up to this match knocked out two teams that we saw yesterday. So Honved won against team 300 that we saw yesterday, and team Tutu Pazzo won against team Aku Aku that we actually also saw yesterday. So coming up to this match, what do you expect from both teams? What do you think we would see from both teams, especially since they have won against teams that were very good yesterday and they were almost in the top 4?
I think we're going to be in for something special with this upcoming matchup. I mean, we're not seeing any significant outliers as we have with the past two matchups. We've seen LFO's experience with their compositions and their strats, something that Nosh has explored in great depth. We've seen Machine Soldiers struggle in their previous league that they had played in based off of our prior history of their team registration history. But I think with both of these teams, being able to come up as a top 4, I really don't see any significant outliers between either of the rosters or the teams. No notable players as far as, I wouldn't say, not that any of them are not star players, but just that there doesn't seem to be a significant outlier in either of these rosters. Although Tutto Pazzo, if that's how you say the team name, doesn't have a much more diverse roster of players as far as country of origin. So I am curious what their communications matrix is going to look like and how they're going to go about navigating communications and coordination. But beyond that, I think we're going to be in for a very close matchup with much higher tier coordination and utility investment in this upcoming matchup. That's going to be honestly my call. Although I will say that Lenovo Honda does have a more extensive pool and roster to switch around, so there might be more flexibility on their side. So that's something to kind of keep an eye on, is who the players will be showing up for this upcoming match.
Yeah, we'll definitely see that. But now, while we wait for the match, we will just go for a quick break until the match is ready.
All right.
Give it every piece of my soul. Go to keeping on. Give it every piece of my soul. Go
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
Welcome back, everyone, to the third match of today. We're already halfway there into our night, into the second qualifier for the Voltage League Season 4. We're back once again. Between the match is going to be between Honved and Team. Uh, how do you say their name, Piercing? Because I'm not really sure about the spelling because it's Tutupazo or Totopazo. I'm not really
I
sure.
think you're fine either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, close enough. That's what I say. I'm the butcherer of names, so I'm the last person to ask that question.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
I'll just guess.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go for Tutupazo, I guess. So today, the third match will be into Bank. We have been discussing about Skyscraper before, and I think Bank is quite similar in the way you should approach it in the attack side, at least, because there is a lot of space and a lot of room you need to cover, and you need to have your coordination and communication on point, especially in a map like Bank. So, Piercing, what do you think about a map like Bank compared, let's say, to a map like Skyscraper that we just saw?
Bank is a really awkward map because, on the one hand, you want to have your crosses as far as your outside holds. The repel towards lobby is extremely powerful. Having someone on top of the balcony on main stairs at the right time can be key in cutting off rotations and isolating defenders from below and above. And without the proper utility, a position like that can do a lot of damage. But at the same time, one of the big problems with Bank as far as attacking goes is that you need to get your timing right. There's a point at which you need to drop from those positions and start heading towards sight. And if you don't get that timing right, and if you invest towards holding those positions all the way to the end of the round and your execute doesn't go according to plan, well, now you've just solidified a failure because you're not going to be able to rotate in time. And this is one of those matters that's really important to balance. You don't want to give up those positions. You don't want to just meet gun to gun on site. That's kind of a losing fight considering how many open spaces there are. And a roaming team with a proper setup, especially around server and first floor, can wreak havoc if you're not properly prepared. And having someone who can hold for someone in main lobby or running around banana is crucial. It's a fine line that you need to balance, and not properly maintaining that can throw away rounds without the defense really having to do much that stands out.
Yeah, I think it's a big map to navigate your way through, especially for the attacks. Especially there is a lot of spaces you need to cover, and a lot of places that you should expect there might be a roamer in, and yeah, it's a tricky map to navigate. So, Nej, let's go on the other side quickly before we start our match. What do you think the defense? How can they can like navigate through this? We can talk through this while the map is going. So you can tell us how do you see the defense side of Bank?
Well, I think for both sides, it's gonna very much come down to the intel game. Like Bank is very much one of those maps where it's kind of like that big that you need to sort of know about certain areas of the map, and Lair is even worse. So it's like you're in this position where you have this larger map. You probably want to be playing the Valkyrie, maybe the Echo, maybe the Maestro. Like one of them is going to make an appearance most of the time. And then on the attacking side, it's going to be pretty similar with like Zero probably making an appearance. And then like other sort of operators like that, like operators that have multiple drones, like Brava's really effective on Bank. Twitch is really effective on Bank, especially with the positioning of the Twitch drones, that sort of thing. But we are going to be heading into the game, and more than likely, we will probably see some informational bans. I imagine Monty will go off the cards because Monty's very good for that server control side. And we are also going to be seeing the Ying fall. So if I'm correct in the Monty going out as well, that leaves a lot on the cards for the attacking side. It leaves that Thatcher. It leaves the Habana. It leaves the other operators that can be stupidly effective, like the Zero. So yeah, Monty falls. And now on the defensive side, more than likely we're going to be seeing like maybe the Azami, maybe the Fenrir, but I think again we're going to be seeing the Valk. If we don't see the Valk, then we will see her played.
Honestly, I would argue that these first two attacker bans, while
Mirror
they are
2, Mirror's
default,
big.
kind of a mistake on this map. Although Tubarão, that's kind of a rough pick. And the
Hatch
reason why I say
stalling.
that is outside of stalling hatches for time, unless you're going to
Yeah.
be playing a time wasting kind of staggered setup, it's not going to be the most effective. The Fenrir ban, not sure how to feel about that one. But talking about
Oh,
the attack bans real quick, the Ying and the Monty. The problem is there are so many nooks and crannies, and the spaces are so open. I would say of all the maps, Bank is the map where Ying and Monty are probably the least effective of the maps. And again, the reason why, there's a lot of nooks and crannies you can hide from to avoid those Ying Candelas. And Monty is exposed to so many angles, no matter where he tries to push, that it's really hard to support them
Attackers need to locate
in
and defuse
their
bombs.
bunker busting or their push, because those bunkers that they're trying to bust are so unbelievably massive, with the exception of basement, of course. But I don't think it's worth investing a Monty, a Ying, and a Tubarão ban just for basement. Either way, no matter how much you invest, it's still going to be a tough ask unless you can really devastate on your first floor roam.
yeah, Monty, super duper powerful for that basement site,
seconds
and
to go.
I think that's probably the reason he went off the board. He's literally a difference maker when it comes down to that sort
5
of thing.
seconds left before
And
insertion.
then on the opposite side, you've got the Ying as well, which
Attackers'
she's
objective is
super
to
duper
locate a
effective for
bomb
that
and
rush on towards the top floor. So I think I can see the reason why they took them off the board, and obviously the Tubarão for hatch stalling and the Fenrir because it's bloody Fenrir. But I'm surprised we haven't seen a mirror in this first round. To be honest, I thought I'd see Valkyrie and Mirror both be completely criminally overpicked, but we are seeing the Zero, which is exactly what I said. Zero, super duper effective. Every single one of my bank strats that I've made for the Eagle Empire team, when I was talking to Exia and when I was helping out the Eagle Empire console team, every single one of my bank strats involved Zero, because Zero on the attack is just so unbelievably good for this map in comparison to a lot of other attacking operators. He can just cover so much ground, get so much information, and just be such a nuisance when it comes down to the defensive side.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's such a strong pick. Heck, I almost made him my main instead of Ying a while back. But looking back into the current happenings right now, heavy utility being invested towards trying to clear this first floor, but that's kind of a mistake because they only really got 18 seconds until they really need to start moving towards the first floor and setting up, and there's kind of minimal control of that. You still have, I mean, Fanu over by elevator stairs. Howard does eventually fall back, and now Skotirius is going to be able to take Joker. That's now a player down. It looks like we're going to see that staggering come as they start to fall back. Neil taking Slayer as well. That's yet another player down. This is a disastrous top-down clear. You should not be losing 2 players with that extensive of positioning, but they don't really have the utility to lock anyone down from first floor. Although they are getting their setup, damage has already been done, and this is not a site where you want to have a number disadvantage. So Emil looking to possibly go out for even more blood, but I don't think that's going to pan out the way that he's hoping. But get a little bit of damage on the Phantom, though.
Yeah, manages to get some damage out, but not quite enough to really do much with. He wants to try and go for the C4 on the hatch, but instead just going to be falling back to side, knowing that the B tracking is going to be a real detriment to his position, and knows that if he just favors his life here,
Attackers
it's going to be
have located a
so
bomb.
unbelievably difficult for these attackers to get themselves in and in a position where they can actually start trying to get this execute down. B's go out though in towards the red corridor, and the man on the vertical is going to be the Zero, as now they're just trying to deal with these positions from these attackers. Grim has been injured and it's not looking good right now. They've found one, nearly found a second. 15 seconds left on the board. The C4 goes out, isn't able to find the pick that it's looking for. And the Zero gonna have to take a ballsy drop. Finds one, finds two, and now is...
Attackers
Oh, he
have
doesn't
recovered
find the
their
first
diffuser.
one.
No, he
got
didn't.
injured onto the warden there.
I think he got it down, but couldn't finish the other. But either way, this is exactly why a lot of teams don't really opt for a top down other than ensuring that there's no one on third floor, because you really can't afford it, right? You need to dedicate a lot of time towards finding an opening. That's the hardest part of basement. If you don't get that opening, it's going to be a bloodbath, and it will not be in the attacker's favor more often than not. And unfortunately for Honved, they didn't really properly clear like they needed to. I mean, they tried to go for a top down. They
Attackers
got
need to
devastated in
locate and
turn,
defuse as many
losing 2
bombs as they
players,
can.
and still didn't really have a proper opening, having to force one after, again, another devastation towards server. That's not the right approach. But I gotta say, though, the hold from Toto Pazzo, being able to hold elevator and those positions on first floor for so long, despite a top down, which should be the biggest bane against, you know, holding like that, that's still something to marvel at. Or
10
it
seconds to
had a great effect, although arguably greater than it should have been.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, once again, seeing the Valkyrie in play. This time bringing along the mirror. As I said, she probably
Attackers
would
are
be
moving out to
pretty
locate a
criminally
bomb and
overpicked,
defuse
at
it.
least by one of these teams. And I think Valkyrie's going to be... oh my goodness. Also going to be our mainstay in this position. So I imagine that we're going to be seeing a lot of her throughout the remainder of this game. And we have already seen her in the first 2 rounds. So... not exactly a surprise. The Azami in play
Bomb located by
is an
attackers.
operator that I expected to see even in the first round because, well, she is so effective at being able to restructure bad situations. But yeah, there's not really a lot going on right now. We've got the Valkyrie on the downstairs. Everyone else kind of just hovering around site, just making sure that they're able to bunker up if any sort of aggressive play does try and come in here. There is a bit of contention onto the wall. They managed to get it open and get themselves ready for the later execute as well. Osa and the Sense are both going to be playing around on those windows, but, well, the ROU gets caught by the electrified wall and isn't actually going to be able to mask too much. It does get a little bit, but nothing that is going to be like detrimental to these defenders. Nothing that's actually going to cut any lines of sight away from them. Kate Claw gets caught out though by the... oh, she's struggling, but the IQ's trying to get this Kate Claw.
Any day now.
Yeah.
Alright, so taking a look at what we got so far, they're finally starting to solidify their top square positioning, but they still haven't dealt with
Attackers drop
Valkyrie,
the
who
diffuser.
could potentially be a source of devastation with her nitro still in hand. 3
Attackers
nitros in
recovered the
total.
bomb
You
diffuser.
do see the Sense now out and about again.
Attackers' bomb
42nd
diffuser
time
has
of
been
what we've
dropped.
casted so far, but no major push yet. First pick now finally going out, and they're going to be taking Rockstar, and they don't really have a proper access point onto site quite yet. Unfortunately, the Ace Charges had just a little bit of a gap. This could create a source of frustration for getting on the site as they don't have any more Selma charges. However, Slayer does manage to catch Banu, and that is going to be the Mira now down. That's going to be a weaker site itself, leading for a potential opening execute. Joker taking a meal as well. However, the shot from Zumi possibly giving away that there are lurkers below. Both Ciancia and Zumi holding below, looking to possibly nitro out this attempted plant, which could call for devastating effect. But Tez gonna go for the drop as the plant's going down. This is gonna stall them and prevent them from going for the nitro. However, Sinastia does manage to take one, but Tez able to take both for a refrag. That's gonna leave Soterius as the last one. Tries to run out to stop the defuse, but Fantasy is not having any of that.
Indeed, the man in the middle of the site manages to find the man that tries to run past. Pretty textbook gameplay from the attacking side there. They just got the breach open. They got themselves in a position. Obviously, they lost the Sens pretty early. And, I mean, as I said, we'll probably be seeing a little more play from her as well. Because Sens is genuinely such a good operator when it comes down to being able to cut off these lines of sight. Unfortunately misused there, I think, in my opinion. But we are going to be seeing them switch off that, bring the RAM instead, and play a lot more of that vertical game when it comes down to the
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
the
attackers.
site they're going for on the first floor.
What I find perplexing, though, is despite having 2
Attackers
below,
have located a
that was
bomb.
both Cyanista and Zumi, neither of them threw a single nitro out for top square. They'd held that position for quite a long time, although they did get significant impact, or LL Homevid did get a lot of impact on devastating the anchors, which could have possibly thrown a wrench into the mix. But even still, they planted in a default position, and had they prepped that, had they maintained
10 seconds to
information, kept
insertion.
eyes on when the plant was going down, because they did have
5
a
seconds
meal
left.
close enough to be able to call out when a plant was going
Attackers
down, and that
objective
nitro would have
is
been
the bomb.
as good as easy, and especially with the time constraint, that could have had devastating effect, but it just didn't happen, and it gave Convet a much-needed breathing room to get a plant out. If you remember the timeline, they were strapped for time, and they really couldn't have afforded it down without Emil getting some massive damage in trying to recover from that situation.
Indeed. Not able to quite find the clutch drone that went into sight there, just trying to find any pieces of electronics or gadgets that she can hack. But fortunately for the attacking side, the only things they really have are those smoke canisters, which aren't ever going to be thrown until like near some point of execution, and the Wamai magnets, which realistically aren't going to benefit the attackers in many ways, as well. It's only 2 impacts and 1 C4 that can be thrown.
Attackers
Speaking of can be thrown, well, this round, as we are seeing a very aggressive ace come into the site. Emil finds 2. Diffuser's cold. The kit in sight as now. It's going to be a mad scramble, mad dash for being able to take these positions from the attack.
Yeah, a way overextension from Haunted. Nitro going down amidst the chaos, tries to find one camp. Banu does manage to take Fantasy. Now down to a 2v2. The failures are still not in hand, although Haunted still making a fast beeline towards the site, or at least trying to, but not if Sionista has anything to say about it. Taking Joker down. There's still one towards the bow. They know exactly where Slayer is, stuck over in server room. The only option there is forward. However, Sionista getting some devastating blows, but with Banu holding above, Slayer has nowhere to run, nowhere to go, completely crossed out. That is going to be a fast-paced attack, starting with a vault into fight, but just leading to devastation, fortunately.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. As well, it all kind of went bad once the diffuser was left cold in sight, and you really got to wonder, like, what the plan was, because there didn't seem to be any sort of form of like powerful contention from any other side. I think it was very much a solo play where maybe they
Attackers
rushed
need to
into
locate and
the
defuse
fray a
bombs.
little faster than maybe the rest of the team anticipated, or maybe even they kind of went off on their own to try and, you know, see if they could make the play even better than it was. Unfortunately, though, as we said, it lost them the round. And now they're in a position where they're 2-1 down. They want to try and get a couple more rounds on this attacking side, and if they want to actually come out of this with a bit of a favourable scoreline, you don't want to go down any less than 4-2. Especially on the attack of Bank, which has become relatively attacker-sided across some regions. So we want to be a little more coming out of this
5
attacking
seconds
side.
remaining.
Well, we're back on the 0, so hopefully the information will be able to give them that
Attackers
assist
must
that they
locate
need.
and defuse a bomb.
One thing that I do want to kind of start talking about more often going forward is, depending on the map, the scale of diminishing forces. And effectively what that's covering is when players start to go down, even with an even matchup, how does it affect defenders and attackers? And Bank is one of those unique maps where as your numbers dwindle, even with an even split for man count, attackers are going to be at the disadvantage. And the reason why is because you need to maintain and hold those cutoff angles, and the best place to do that is from outside. But if you're down players, you can't really afford to keep those numbers outside any longer. You got to come back inside, and that just gives a overwhelming number of options for the defense to work with. So forcing fight that early on, like we just saw last round, not the right play. But speaking
Attackers
of
have located
plays,
a bomb.
they got the calls going out. They are trying to get that wall open, establish a hall line of sight. It does look like Kudapazo is trying to double down on holding first floor, and they do manage to secure one. Sartorius to take a test. However, Slayer will get a Zumi, so it's now 4v4. They're still trying to go for the top down with minute 40 seconds, but they are starting to make deeper progress into first floor than what we saw the first time.
Indeed, there's still a player inside of that elevator. It is going to be the Cat Can, and if they're not aware of the Capcan being in this position, they're obviously aware of a player because they've seen some shots, but if they're not aware that it's a Capcan, they could very much struggle when they run through these doors or anywhere else, really, and maybe get themselves caught by some of these traps. He has fallen himself off and got himself down onto the basement floor just to keep himself safe, and this is a much worse round for the defense than it was prior when they played this site. So we're looking at, once again, a very good side for the attackers right now. It's 53 seconds left on the clock. They've got good position. They're starting to, well, they've opened some of these hatches and they're ready to try and actually get themselves into server room to take this execute onto the floor. But they're gonna have to start speeding things up now. They're down to 30 seconds and they're still closest they've got is the man on blue stairs. Someone drops the hatch and they are going to be just getting this breach open. They're going to want to try and go for this plan, but there's still C4s in pocket. 3 to say, well, 3 in total, jeez.
Yeah, a lot of utility going out. Does look like they're trying to find an opening. However, Nitro cancels out that plant. Gonna take a lot of damage, but still in position to maintain that plant. They've got that breakthrough. But here comes another Nitro. Emil and Fanu taking 2. And now trying to maintain that plant with 2 remaining. Stop towards the door. The plant almost denied by the Nitro last second. But it does look like it's gonna go through, but not before Slayer dies. Now it is a 2v1.
Defenders have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers need to protect.
Number 1 goes down. Exposed to the hatch. However, Sartorius still committing. Does he even know? Apparently not, but does get off diffuser. Now Joker's gonna have to try to find a line of sight. Stop diffuser, and he does. Joker managed to catch Sartorius, a plant at the very last second to clutch it out as they take server.
Joker's so good, man. That was such a smart rotation, and him actually being on the book was really perfect there. The only operator that would have made that rotation faster would have been the Sledge, but that was only simply because he messed up the wall breach at first. Legion very well could have probably stuck that plant or stuck that defuse, sorry, if he committed to it the first time. But even then, it's still a sketchy situation to say the least for the defenders once they lost that player that was going for the long arm on the breach.
Attackers need to locate.
Yeah,
and
no, I mean, a lot of
they
attempts
can.
for long arming, but just so little impact. I mean, it's, again, this is what makes server kind of hard to counter defuse, right? Once you get that plant down, it's nothing but trouble. It's why denying that server room is such a key component. But credit where credit's due, being able to push through that despite the time crunch. A strong execute like that can only mean good things for an attacking team. That kind of progress is what Hanved will need to be able to keep up if they want to sustain
5
an
seconds
edge
left before
going into the
insertion.
second half. Because remember, this is an attacker-sided map, and a
Attackers'
3-3
objective is
split
to
is a
locate a
little
bomb
bit
and defuse it.
disadvantageous.
Attackers' bomb diffuser
And they
has been
now
dropped.
are at the point where
Attackers
they
recover the
really need to
diffuser.
up their attack rounds.
Indeed. We are looking at a bit more of a very much bunker informational hold for the defensive side. They've got that Valk for the information, and they've got the mirror, but we've got a lot of these operators that are going to be playing in and around site. People like Wamai, people like the Azami, people like the Cade. So I imagine that we're going to be seeing like maybe someone drift out towards Elevator, maybe someone drift out towards Trump and Banana, but generally speaking, we're going to have a lot of the players in and around site just to play this sort of execute game. The Valkyrie is below, so she's going to be playing her information in order to try and maybe go for some sort of vertical C4 or vertical pressure a bit later in the round. Cade is going to be thwarted by the Havana and get himself a little caught inside of this elevator position, but the Azami going to be trying to give him a bit of an avenue to leave. As, well, we've now got a bit of a stagnation on our hands. One
Attackers
team
have
has
dropped
to
the bomb
take the
diffuser.
initiative and find a
Attackers
bit
have
of
recovered their diffuser.
bit of pressure in this round, and well, the Kali might just be the operator to do that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to make navigating that hallway borderline impossible at this point.
Attackers drop the
Unless
diffuser.
Emil can take Tez off the rip, but we'll see Fantasy take Izumi. They are going to be able to get that lobby control, but there's still players holding by the Bauk, and they don't really have good eyes on it. However, Fantasy does manage to take Sai and Nista. as well, but do have eyes on the Azami. That's going to be from Joker, trying to hold that window, but not at quite the right position. Does get eyes on her, but can't manage to get the shot. This will be the opening they needed to push up from Banana. They just have to take it. However, Fanny will be able to catch Rockstar. Now a 3v3, minute remaining, and so far, there has still been no major push on the site, and the clock is ticking.
Indeed it is. 50 seconds remaining. A man tried to get himself in towards main lobby, but not really able to find anything. There is one on Banana Stairs, which is going to be Fantasy on the Capitao. He's a little worried about this elevator position, as we can see by him sort of doubling back and trying to keep himself safe. It is a 1-my, so he is going to be able to catch out a few of these arrows from the crossbow. If he's not too careful, they get themselves through and find one onto Emil. They find both of the kills, but it's not enough for the defense to actually be able to secure themselves. Oh wait, it's not enough for them to actually secure themselves in this position. So that's going to give us a 3-2 in this match now from the defense. So very, very good round from both sides in order to get themselves into that position.
Remember how I talked about the timing for getting your presence back on site? Not quite the situation that I was kind of spelling out, but still somewhat similar. They needed to have some kind of actual
Attackers need
presence
to
in
locate
proximity,
and defuse
and
as
that
many
just
bombs as they can.
didn't come until it was way too late. When you have a situation like that, where most of your players aren't even on the same floor, it gives too much flexibility. The thing to keep in mind is that defenders should not be comfortable. They should not be in a situation like this where they are able to move around, to run around, and, you know, pretty much kind of float as they are. That is what the crossfires are for, but you got to keep in mind with Bank, especially on second floor, you
10
really
seconds
don't
left
have the
before
best
insertion.
eyes inside the site itself. It's more towards cutoffs and
seconds remaining.
rotations. And once you have everyone back on site, it's typically time to
Attackers are
reposition
moving out to
or
locate a bomb
start
and defuse.
heading on over towards pinching out defenders. And that element was kind of weak on Hanved's part, and that's kind of what led to their downfall.
Yeah, definitely the case, but we are seeing a bit more aggression over towards this blue stairs side from the smoke. He is going to be just trying to keep himself in a position where he can try and deny the initial brunt of this push, especially when they come down towards the square side and try and get this hatch a bit well pressured. So he's got to be a little bit careful not to get himself caught like Capcan has there inside of Trump. Fantasy finds that kill, and that's going to lead us into a much, much, much more secure round from these attackers. Now they know there's a Capcan on the board.
Yeah, already now 2 nitros off the board. And that's going to be a 3rd nitro as well. And Emil going down as well. That's another pick. Already 3v5. And so far, only 1 nitro remaining. It's not looking the greatest. However, Tiris looking to try to change things around. Does manage to catch a Tez. Minute 46. Zion is still looking to get active as well. Does manage to take Rockstar. Now you got 2 players floating around. Back on first floor. But player does manage to catch Cyanista. Still Zumi going around, but they know exactly where she is. Here comes the pinch. She's going to have to isolate one of these fights. It's going to be a bloodbath. But so far, she's still holding her ground towards servers. Why has no one from Hanved pushed it yet? No, they're not going to leave her alone, are they? She's stuck in a corner and they just left her. They just effectively let her get away. You can't let that happen. But player does get Zumi. Does overextend or overstay her welcome. This is going to force Sartorius to now fall back. And they effectively have full site control at this point. She's pushed all the way to the B bomb site. Now we're going to have to try to push or fight back. Push from all directions. The firebolts are going to be preventing Sartorius with Tiris from denying a plant. However, Fantasy will down herself due to... Oh, Joker going down as well. It's now up to Slayer to take this last pick. Did they just sell this round? Not looking too good. With 2 people down, 30 seconds remaining. Tries to go for a res. That's a little gutsy. Does manage to get the res. Oh, but here comes the nitro. Manages to take Joker down. Now up to Slayer, but he does manage to get the refrag. Oh, many close calls from almost letting Yumi get away to a almost embarrassing clutch. Not sure what was going on with Hanbei, but they got a lot of hand-me-downs in that round to pick themselves up down to the very last second. Though I'd argue it shouldn't have been that close.
Yeah, very much got a lot of gimmies in that round in order to, get themselves in a much better position. But now they're on the defensive side, and they're pretty much, as I said, opting for a very informational game. They're playing the Solace for the gadgetry information in order to make sure that, like, information
Attackers need to
denial, should I
locate and
say,
defuse as
and then
many
they've got the
bombs as they
Valkyrie for
can.
that information gain. So, with the way that they seem to have structured their hold, it looks like they're probably going to have the Warden primarily just to, try and deal with any of these sort of like smoke plants that teams tend to try and go for, because you'll see a lot of the time you'll just throw 2 smokes around that sort of like desk in order to either deny lines of sight or just make it difficult to figure out where the plant's actually going down. So the Warden's going to be there to basically counter that. As you can see him on the MPX, he's not really going to be particularly playing a corner with a shotgun like the last Warden was on the opposite side. We've also got the Goyo in order to deny out
5
that server
seconds
side
left
plant
before
for as
insertion.
long as possible, and the Cade just to make sure these hatches don't get opened
Attackers'
too
objective is
easily.
to locate a bomb and
But
defuse it.
as I said, that Thatcher being picked on the opposite side, meaning, well, screw you, Cade, essentially.
That's definitely kind of a petty pick, I'm not gonna lie, because you really don't typically need much for, disabling utility. All you nearly need is some secondary EMP charges to ensure the hatches go open, and that's typically more than enough because Cades are very slow, and when it comes to hatches, you're kind of limited in the scope
The
of where
attacker's bomb
you can
diffuser
throw
has been
that
dropped.
EMP. You don't even need to get information to confirm where the Cade is, so, I mean, a little excessive,
Attackers
but
recovered the bomb
if it
diffuser.
gets the job done for them, it gets the job done. It is what it is, and it does allow for more other types of secondary utility, which I do like what Todopazzo is bringing out. They've got flashes, nades, smokes, a lot for a pretty strong execute as well as Capitao. However, the key point is they need to get to
Bomb
a
located
setup
by
where they're
attackers.
able to capitalize on that, and that's going to be what's really important here. But so far, most of Hanved's presence stems towards the kitchen. They do manage to take Yumi or Zumi down. That's going to be their Thatcher player. So with no EMPs, that is going to be a bit of a heavy toll to sustain. But still kind of slowing down. Not much for pushing after that. We are seeing a little bit of a fallback, though.
Yeah, and this is so well played. This is fully like a tier 1 strat here. Like, you get your 1 pick, you find your man, you play a little bit aggressive to try and stall for as long as possible, and then when you start feeling uncomfortable, you fall off, you sit on site, you play this 4v5.
Attackers have dropped
Because
the
if
bomb
anybody
diffuser.
here has ever played ranked, that same feeling you get when you're in a 5v5 trying to go for a plant
Attackers
as an
recovered the
attacker,
diffuser.
how hard it can be and how like harrowing it can feel to try and filter in against 5 people. Think about how much worse that is in comp in a 5v4.
Not so clever now.
Obviously they've managed to find 1, but it's still the same. You're still in this equal man count situation where it's going to be really harrowing to actually isolate any of these players.
Oh, this is going to be a problem. 1 player down and the Goyo's burning. This leaves a very small window to be able to try to go for a plant, especially with a 3v4. Nacho goes out, sustains a little bit of damage on the meal. They are going to need this hatch drop if they want any hope of going for a plant. There's the drop. 1 goes down, tries to cross. There's Notorious going down as well. Triple kill for Slayer. It's all up to Sayamista, but he is blocked off thanks to the Goyo. They held it to the very last second with 28 feet. He's not going to be able to run through the fire. This might be round already.
15
He's not
seconds
going
to
to have
go.
a way to push through this with such little time. Tries to get a pick
10
on the
seconds
Joker.
left.
Joker overextends himself. This could be what cost the round, but he has no way to walk in, especially if he's on hand. Runs through the fire, tries to take 5, and Joker's gonna be ready to take Cyanista out, as that will be a round for LLH.
Yeah, indeed he is. And, well, a very well played defense, especially in the early round, but then obviously they kind of struggled in the mid round with their positioning and weren't really able to, play around each other properly in order to keep themselves safe. But they managed to get there in the end, and that's what's important. Being able to come out of these rounds with a win, especially on the defense, because you start showing a similar, if not better, prowess than you saw on the opposite side in the in the previous half, especially with it going 3-3. Winning the first
Attackers
round
need to
and
locate
starting
and
so
defuse as many
convincingly
bombs as they can.
means that it's only really the mid-round mistakes you need to fix in order to actually be able to start slamming and stamping on this team throughout the rest of this game.
What's going to need to be done if Pazzo is going to look to pick up more rounds, or for Hanve to be able to keep that up? But going forward, it does look like we'll be moving on to first floor kitchen, which that can really go either way depending on what kind of setup you're going for. We do see Rockstar on the Maestro,
10 seconds
possibly
remaining.
looking to try to deny that drop. There's no utility as far as trying to electrify the hatches, so, and not even a stall either, thanks to that super route ban. So Pazzo has a lot to work with here as far as getting a drop, but you can't really drop if you don't have some kind of ground presence. And we'll see how Pazzo handles that situation, as it does look like they're going to be starting off with a full top down here.
Yeah, it does look to be the case, as we are seeing the Grim over towards main entrance is going to be a player that tries to, you know, gather some information and some damage over that side. Once again, we're seeing this similar sort of strat of the Deimos being brought alongside another very informational operator. A lot of people have realized that Grim is very good at that job, so instead of running the Vackle, instead of running the Jackal, we'll see a lot of him be brought instead to really like spot out and locate these operators.
Yeah, I'm definitely surprised by how little Jekyll has been played, and I guess that has a lot to do with Deimos, with how powerful his utility is, but either way, that's still an interesting point. Oh, that's going to be a pretty big loss. Satiris not going to be able to clear out that Archives player. That does mean that they are going to lose their Hunter, as you got a lot of players for Archives and Tellers, which is going to prove to be quite a problem when you're trying to get some ground presence here. Although they have established the second floor, but with how spread out everybody is and how most of Pazzo's players are positioned towards third floor, on top of being down a player, there's a lot of work that's going to need to be done in this coming minute if they want to be able to go for a hatch drop, if they so choose that route.
Indeed, bees go out, manage to locate the player for a second, but the mute jam are going to be just helping her out ever so slightly in that position. Obviously, the ping is still there, but it's a little off kilter as she tries to make an escape. Gets almost caught through the rotate, but does manage to get herself out of there. Fantasy finds one on the vertical angle, and another falls on the top of Square. The trade comes out onto Joker, though, and that's going to give them a 2 versus 4 in this situation. The injure from the C4 and the Crossfire leaves this Grim Emil G in the 1 versus 4. Is he going to be able to actually find anything in this position? Tries to take an engagement on the Valkyrie, deals some damage, isn't able to find the kill though, as now she's hiding behind the shelves. So push up from the player on elevator corridor, isn't able to find him either, as he just rotates himself out, gets himself into a position where he is a little safer, a little more ready to be able to maintain his life. I think they're more using this time to really just talk between each other on the team, but instead he's going to be trying to go for the pick, takes the corner, isn't able to find it. Slayer is there to return the favor, put a bullet in his face instead, and that is going to be the round in favor of the defense once again. Much more dominant this time.
Ooh, tough ask for Pazzo with such a strong crossfire towards Tellers and Archives. This is what I was kind of talking about before, but we got to talk about Pazzo's positioning here, because they really didn't have much set up to clear that at all. They had minimal vert, and for the vert they did have, they lost 2 players on that, despite having the superior position, and this was because they had no hooks. They didn't have anyone top square to clear out when
Attackers need to locate
you had
and
Ash
defuse
trying to
as many
clear
bombs as they can.
from above, playing that vertical. There just wasn't any actual pressure, right? You had players swinging, but every time Hanve just had an option to just, you know, shimmy a little bit, and then they had a new cross that they could use to devastate as Pazzo was trying to push out from lobby. And then, of course, you had the lack of presence in Archives, meant that you had a plethora of players over by Electrical bottom square, and look at the devastating effect that had against Pazzo. Hanve just seemed to be everywhere that Pazzo wasn't, and they could not really
5
get a grip
seconds left
to
before
apply
insertion.
real pressure. It was all phantom pressure. Unfed recognized that and just
Locate a
completely
bomb and
ignored everything Tarapazo went to do, only opting to sweep them in their crossfires when they tried to gain some serious ground beyond lobby.
Indeed. And now, once again, just a bit of a bunker hold. Like, we've got the one player out and on the room, but there isn't really much presence anywhere else from these
A bomb has
defenders.
been
So,
located.
again, we're just seeing a bit of a straight towards elevator, but that's about it. These players on the rappel just kind of being a little wary at first, dealing with the camera. But, yeah, they're just being a little wary on this attack right now,
Attackers
just to keep
dropped the
themselves
diffuser.
in
Attackers recovered the bomb
the
diffuser.
running. But right now, they're not quite aware of whether anyone is in main lobby or not, but now with the information that they've gathered and the mirror jumping out, surprisingly enough, very, very early into the round means that, well, the attackers are going to be in a much better position. A gun is off the board and they're actually going to be ready to try and take onto this in comparison to the losses they've faced in the previous round.
Not really sure what the decision making there was from the T's going for that ball, but I mean, we got someone holding the window. You got a Claymore right below it. What are you honestly hoping to get from that? I'm so curious what the goal was there, because that was not it. Already losing a Nitro, already losing your mainstay anchor so early on. And I want you to also pay attention to the positioning of Hanbei. Look at how many are actually on site. Other than Joker, who's approximate, over by Banana Conference, there's really nobody. Total Puzzle could just waltz in if they so choose. Cyanista taking a double, triple, or actually Manu taking another as well. Okay, that wasn't quite right, the information there. And now it's down to a 5v1 as players are just getting swept from Tarapazo. Trying to go for a rotate. Does manage to get through despite someone actively watching. And now just has a flood of attackers down Rockstar's throat. And there's the repel from Fanu to secure the team a flawless round. What just happened there? What was the difference from there to the Hanbei that we saw before? Why did this unfold in such a disastrous manner? Tarapazo also had a massive change, being able to consistently punish Hanbei for their out-of-pocket positioning.
Well, this is gonna it does come down to something very, very simple, and that's just the lack of a backup plan. They decided to try and take these swings. They lost a player early. Yeah, cool, whatever. We lose a player, right?
Attackers need to
So
locate
they've
and
gone out
defuse
for that
as many
aggressive
bombs
play.
as
They
they
wanted to do
can.
it early in order to try and, you know, stir some sort of confusion, because obviously you don't really expect anyone to be jumping out that early into the game. So it wasn't an awful play. Now the thing that kind of solved the round for
Bomb
the
located by
defensive side
attackers.
was the fact that we saw the lack of a backup plan. In the elevator, we had the Wamai hovering around inside of there, got caught. He had a nade thrown in, wasn't able to drop hatch because it wasn't open, and yeah, that was just his life gone and his round over. He wasn't able to do anything with it. The Mute then had the angles over towards the banana side that they weren't quite able to do with, and ended up getting caught by the window trying to make a rotation in towards the main site. So we end up looking at just borderline cockiness and overextension from the defensive side that lost them that previous round. And I think that if they're gonna try and like come out of this match with a win, they definitely need to try and curb that and make sure that they're able to, you know, recontest a lot of these engagements.
There's definitely some disorganization going on. You still, Valkyrie just now put her last Valkyrie cam down, still setting up 30 seconds into the round. Rush would have killed them. Even popping one of their own Goyos in the prep round by mistake. I don't know what was going on there, but it seems like Hanbei might be getting a little bit too complacent, and it's leading to a little bit of disorganization. So I'm wondering how this will come to play later on. However, T's getting very aggressive, takes Cyanista down very early on. That's gonna be their
Attackers recover
capital,
the
one of
diffuser.
their resolute executes, now off the board, and with only 2 smokes from Twitch, This is going to limit their execute options towards server quite a bit, as that fire helps a lot to prevent those swings and nitros that we've seen before have devastating effect.
Indeed, the Valkyrie falls off from the hatch inside of open area, and that means we're now going to have 5 players on site once again. And if you remember what I said before, that's scary as an attacking side. It becomes really difficult, and especially when you're sort of not even able to deal with much of the utility. Like, there's still Valk comes about, there's still 3 C4s in pocket alongside 1 impact grenade. Only really 1 of the Goyo canisters has been popped, and that was an accident when making the holes in the wall. Something I do really like as well is the fact that we're running the console meta mirror setup, because it's the new mirror meta with the way she's played on this site in particular. So I really like that. The fact that we are just doing a bit of a switch up in towards the new school strats that have kind of eluded the lower tiers of comp for a little while now.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice change of pace, but what isn't so nice of a change of pace for Kutapazo is the fact that they got 23 seconds remaining, Goyo's burning, and they really don't have much to work with here. Joker going to be able to use that new setup to take out Banu. Flash is now going down. Rockstar catching Zumi. They can't catch a break, trying to vault through or sprint through, and they can't get a chance as Fantasy clears it out on the hatch drop, and that's going to lead to a flawless round. You gotta play your time better, or you're not going to even get a hint of an execute.
It's pretty much exactly as I said. If they're able to just play their positions a little better, stop themselves from having these overextensions and taking these ballsy aggressive peaks, they're just going to be fine on the defense to be able to sit, hold their angles, play their game, maybe go for an aggressive peak early, which is what they've done now for the last 2 rounds in a row. And obviously it's a 50-50 success rate. But the fact that it was successful led them to a point where it was super uncomfortable for the attackers to actually clear out any of these positions without having to like make a full rotation within the last minute and start taking garage control, which there's not enough time for that. So you're in a position where you're just kind of boned as an attacker. You can't do a lot.
Right, and this is kind of where I'm kind of saying this is kind of Dover for Kutapazo, not over Dover, and it's the time management, right? Kutapazo was doing fine, right? In fact, I think they were actually had an edge 4-2 on the first half, if I remember correctly, but their attack.
No, it's 3-3 first half.
So slow, they're not playing the time correctly. And on top of that, they're getting multiple exchanges where they're coming out negative rather than positive. You can't really afford to do that if you're going to opt for something like a top down, which both teams have had that habit, but coupled with the fact that they're also Kutapazo's also facing time constraints, and Hanbet is getting a lot fed to them on a platter and not really having to worry about too much. This is where the struggle really begins for Kutapazo. They need to get their time efficiency down, and up to this point, they haven't really had much success in that.
Indeed, and well, with it being 6-4, with it being match point, it's, well, do or die for the side of Kutapazo. They've managed to get the first pick onto Atiz, who is the person that keeps going for these aggressive peaks early on in the game, but there is still these players lurking around. There's one in Janitor, there's one over towards the second floor hallway, and they are just going to be trying to take the engagement. Zumi finds one more, almost gets caught by the Valkyrie in the process, but is going to survive barely. But now...
This is looking a lot better as far as pacing goes. Minute 50, and they've already got a 3v3 going on in clearing top. They've had a pretty good take on the vertical, actually fully establishing that. Now Ram's going to do her thing, setting up that vertical, and they've got someone over by top square, although it does look like they might be giving that up. That could be a point of contention for Hanbed to possibly get a little quirky over by Archives and do some damage, but they still do have Banu holding above. But Neil, doesn't matter. With that rotate, does manage to pick off Rockstar. Now with the wall fully open, bottom square, a whole playground for them. Lots to work with here, especially now the down to a 3v1 as Banner manages to catch Fantasy. Now on site, Satirius going for the plant. It's now up to Slayer to try to save this. However, does manage to catch Banu. The plant
Attackers are
does go
activating
down,
the
but
bomb.
that Azami now backfiring as it is going to serve as crucial cover, which can waste significant time, especially when you still got one down. And backstairs exposes himself to the position. Doesn't go down quite. That 3 armor is giving him a saving grace. No nitro in hand. It's going to be a matter of clearing this bottom square player. Flash is going out. Time is not on his side. He has to make a move, go for a push, but just can't find the opportunity. Waiting for somebody to peek, but no one is making a move. Tries to go for the swing onto the bomb chassis. Manages to get a lot of damage. Can't finish the job. It's Centurion. Takes Slayer down. That is going to keep them alive. Frankly, I think that's going to put them at match point. Or no, not match point. I'm sorry. That's going to keep them alive for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, 6-5 now in favor of Honved, as we are going to be moving on to, once again, the potential final round. We're going back to staff room and open area. Once again, wanting to try and revisit this site and see if they can do it better. And, well, if it's any semblance of how they played the basement site, I'm sure they definitely can. They know they need to hold on to these positions, and they know they need to be a little more careful in the earlier round to, not lose this player as early as they have every time.
Attackers need to locate and
Obviously,
defuse
now
as
it's
many
down to a
bombs as they can.
33% success rate for SDs going for these picks, and at that point, it's just not entirely worthwhile. You kind of probably want Fantasy or even Slayer to be going for these picks, as they are kind of the big fraggers for your roster right now. And Zumi's 3-10, so it's a real issue if you're like losing information against a player or losing engagements early on against a player that's not really like feeling himself or putting up the numbers. So you really want to try and sort that out and fix these little kinks that are going wrong in the armor of these players, or in the armor of this team.
5 seconds to go.
Well, yeah, essentially what's going on is you're getting a lot
Attackers are
of
moving out to
impact
locate
out of a player that
bombs.
really shouldn't be getting impact, as you correctly stated. And for a tease to back off would definitely be another number that Honved kind of needs, especially with the composition that they have as of right now, with Satiris on Deimos, and then you got Emil on the Grim. They know what works, flushing out archives, and now they are double down on just that. However, I do want to say, interestingly enough, despite it being a first floor site, unless it changed, no, it didn't. You don't see any real vertical. We have Banu on Ash, but if we recall, last time they went for that kind of smaller verticality, it didn't go very well
Bomb located
for
by attackers.
Tarapazo. So I'm wondering how they're going to go about clearing those angles, as they do have long lines of sights all the way into lobby as well. So I'm predicting this is going to be a little bit more of a struggle for Tarapazo based off of the composition, unless they can get some major impact on the clear. But with the fact that Tease is still on the board, they're not going to really have an immediate numbers advantage.
Attackers
And
drop
even
the
then,
diffuser.
Joker taking Emil, who was 9-9, now kind of getting stuck in the lobby. This is a big opportunity for big damage with 1-1. Zumi taking Fantasy. Slayer onto Cyanista. This is looking very close. Oh, never mind. As the team will manage to catch Sirius, they're still stuck over by Lobby.
Indeed, there is going to be some engagements going down, as now we're seeing almost get caught out there from Joker, and it is going to be the end of the game. The round is taken, the match is ended, and a wonderful little kill there through the pixel on the door is going to finish us up. And a lovely little mute elite on the victory screen. So very well played from the side of Lenovo there. Very, very happy for them. And I mean, they just kind of like they played this very 50-50 style where they were like trying to revive themselves like after every failed attempt.
What I don't really understand is their vertical went so well, and while I do think the Grim and Deimos was a really good pick as far as doubling down on punishing archives, because those have been big players in rejecting that first floor push towards site. But the problem there was that they still didn't really have much for verticality, and instead they just walked right into what we've seen set up every time, which is those long lines of sight towards lobby. They didn't put much up for a fight in bottom square. They went towards lobby. They didn't have the vertical necessary to clear archives. I think there was just generally a inconcise direction on how they wanted to go about attacking. And honestly, that just gave a lot of space for the other team to really just come back and kind of keep their hold.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was well played from Team Honved. And let's talk a little bit about this match before we go into the fourth match of today. Now we are in the quarterfinals, and Team Honved now qualifying into the next stage of this qualifier, and they will be playing against either Team Besiktas or INF. But from other side of the bracket, there is a very important match that we will be waiting the results of. We are waiting between LHV and Diavoli. The winner of that will be playing against Inforia Esport, and Inforia Esport was just playing against LFO that we saw earlier, and they won against them actually in Night Haven. So we will be seeing that in a bit. But that match aside, let's talk about this match. We saw a half of 3-3. The first half, we saw a little bit of confusion from the side of Honved when they were attacking, and then when they started going defend, we saw a more structured team. How do you see the difference between the attack and the defense of Honved overall?
I think it kind of speaks to a. Oh, was that my question?
No, Karen. You're
Yeah,
good.
I think it more speaks to a gap in kind of a coordination. I mean, Bank is kind of a frustrating map to attack, even though it is attacker sided. There's a lot of pieces that have to come together to really make it work. And I feel like it's just the fact that both teams were kind of struggling on the attack, but Honved being able to get it out of the way first to solidify their defense. It really just seems like it was a bit of a reset for them as far as what happened on their defense. But also, too, curiously enough, there were a lot of openings, I will say, that Honda didn't really take that led to Tanopazo being able to kind of come back in a way that honestly shouldn't have happened. So I really don't think we saw that much of a different team of Honved in their attack versus their defense. Rather just a rough adjustment for both of these teams, and Honved was able to kind of lock it down just a little bit better with their maintenance of archives.
Yeah, we'll see about that maybe in the end of tonight. Maybe Honved, we'll see them again in the final of this qualifier. We'll see about that. But before we get into the next match, and while we're waiting for the next match to get ready, we'll go on a quick break and we'll be right back for you.
Give it every piece of my soul. Go to Chippy Nose. Give it every piece of my soul. Go to Chippy Nose.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now. I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits. Together.
And welcome back, everyone. After the match we just saw into Bank that Team Honvet won. So now we will be going to our fourth match between Team Infuria Esports and Team Deavoli. I would assume that's how they say their name. So, and let's talk about the game we will be witnessing, because this is going to be the top four teams we have for this qualifier. What do you guys expect out of this match, and how important the players need to go into this match? What's the mentality you guys think about? Since we will be going into a map that is, let's say, one of the most known and default maps. It's going to be Clubhouse. So let's start with you, Nash. What do you think the players should do navigating this match?
Well, I mean, Club's one of those maps. Everyone's played it. Everyone knows how it's played. It's ended up in this position where it's played the same way by everybody. You have slight variations when it comes to specifically CC, but that's usually experimentation. I think generally speaking, it just comes down to the team that works better, like coherently, and when it comes down to the fundamentals of the game, like just being able to generally play off each other, have a good cost, play the refrags, and overall just not suffer in the frags department, because at the end of the day, if you're losing trades, you're just going to lose the game, and that's where it becomes like a really big deal.
Yeah. Piercing, tell us more about what do you know about the two teams from what we see, because Infuria actually came here by winning against LFO that we witnessed earlier. So what do you expect from a team like Infuria?
So this is what I'm expecting. I did a little bit of digging onto both of these teams, both Infuria Esports and Deavoli, and I have found that both of these teams have actually played in another EU league, which is the Vibrant League. And for Infuria, they actually were able to get in their third division all the way into third place. So we are potentially looking at a heavy hitter from Infuria. They could be coming out very strong, starting off with a standardized map such as Clubhouse. On the other end of the spectrum, we have Deavoli, who also played in Vibrant League. And from what I can see from the information that I have, they played in Vibrant League Season 1, and they unfortunately were eliminated in the qualifiers. But that was a long time ago, from 2023. So while I don't have as much information about Deavoli, I know that Infuria, from their more recent placement with Vibrant League in June of this year, they're showing up to be a pretty dang strong team. They also got final placements of second and third in ECL Spring. So keep an eye out on what they're going to be up to because they're looking potentially to have the edge here with a bigger competitive roster that we have on file.
Yeah, definitely. And especially since the qualifier currently this is the second qualifier to remind everyone that there is still another chance for all the teams tomorrow to get more points into the qualifier. And I need to remind everyone, since now we're into the top four, the first team will be getting 100 points, second team will be getting 75 points, third and fourth team, both of them each will be getting 50 points. So all of the teams right now at least guaranteed 50 points from these qualifiers, and they will have to start focusing for the tomorrow's qualifier as well to start getting into that top 12 to qualify to the season 4 version of the Voltage League. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the map a little bit. We talked about it, and now we are almost ready to get into the match. I think we need to wait a little bit for the players to get into the lobby. But what do you guys expect here? The map bands, the operator bands will be. Will we see the default ones like the maybe the Mountain, and we see maybe the Fenrir, or we would see the Valkyrie or Tubaru? What do you guys expect here to be done through the operator bands? Reprints, what do you think?
So I'll take this one. I think probability wise, it's most likely going to be looking at a very basic default: Azami, Ying, Monty, Fenrir. I don't think we're going to see anything special there, but we might have a little bit of variability, and that comes from the fact that both of these teams have played in the Vibrant League at one point and another. So there is potential that there has been a little bit of history with these teams, although very minor, and possibly that familiarity on some level, depending on if they've ever played against each other, because it does seem like they're operating in a similar scope, historically speaking. So I think there might be potential for a targeted ban if these teams have enough of a reputation to be familiar. And Inferior Esports is definitely a team that has a reputation. So possibly from Diavori, especially since Inferior has such a big standing in Vibrant League, I think we could see a targeted ban from them. Otherwise, beyond that, I fully expect there to be a mostly, if not entirely, standardized bans, as I've discussed earlier.
Yeah, we would love to hear also from you, Naj. The map is ready, so while we're getting into the map and the match starting, I would love to hear also your opinion about the operator bans. So I'll leave the match for you, our lovely caster, and good luck to have fun to both of the teams.
Thank you.
Well, it's going to be Clubhouse. Realistically, we see a Monty ban, we see an Azami ban. They're like very guaranteed. If we don't see them banned, they're going to be played. And realistically, we'll probably see some Blitz play anyway, just simply because of the way the map's structured and how linear it is. So it really just depends on the team, what they're comfortable with. But generally speaking, we're going to see the Azami ban. We're going to see either Mirror or Fenrir go off the board on the defense alongside the Azami. And then on the opposite side, it's more than likely going to be something simplistic, probably something along the lines of maybe a Ying, a Thatcher, even maybe a Hibana. We could also see a Cade on the defense, but realistically, that's a bit more of a long shot. But there goes the Monty. Pretty much as I said, and then Monty's combo ban for Clubhouse is Azami, so more than likely we'll see her go off the board by the same team, if it's not taken off before then. So Infurior coming out with their first attacker ban. Is it going to be the Ying? No, it's going to be the Maverick. Pretty standard, to be fair. Like it's one of those operators that's very good for just kind of bullying any sort of trickers on the wall. There goes the Cade, and I'm pretty sure this final ban is just going to be the Azami. It could also be a Mirror or a Fenrir, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to be the Azami.
I'm very surprised that Inferior went for both a ban on an operator that can guarantee the wall, but also a major thorn in getting that wall open, as well as Bali going for a Tubarao ban. I'm really curious to see what the narrative is behind why go for a ban on both ends of the spectrum here. It tells me that Inferior might have a more tailored defense strategy for upholding those hard walls that they want to keep, but also attacking, they don't want to have a Cade getting in the way of that. They may have a more streamlined attack. So, and they don't need the Cade. So
Defenders,
I really
protect your
do
bombs from being
want to
defused
keep
by
an eye
attackers.
out on what these hard wall approaches are going to look like, especially with the type of bans that they've put out. A Maverick and a Cade side by side, definitely not something that I see the most often. Those two bans in general, yes, very often. But for one team to ban both of them, it's a little bit unexpected for me.
Yeah, definitely. But we are just setting up these sites at the moment. Fenrir is going to be in play
10
alongside the
seconds to
Azami,
insertion.
alongside the Mirror.
Attackers
Pretty
are
much
locating
as I
the bomb.
said, when it comes down to these operators,
5
if they're not
seconds
banned, they're going to be playing Ying, also in play on the opposite side. And it's just
Attackers are moving
that
to defuse the
situation
bomb.
where there's operators that are so good on this map that they are just going to be played like all the time. And now, with a bit of drone work coming out from the Ram's another operator that's insanely good for this basement hold because, well, she can just clear out all of the vertical angles on the corridor. They spot the Mirror out, going to be playing in the Canadian pause, and, well, she's just going to have to fall off and keep herself safe. But instead, she's caught out by a player in bathroom.
Okay, that's a perplexing one. Why do you have a Mira sitting in kitchen? I don't know what kind of ratty crappy that is, but
It's
that's
the Canadian play.
it's the Canadian. Oh my god, are you talking about holding the freaking mirror in a corner, like with the mirror up?
No. The
Oh.
Canadian play where you you basically play the entire round in kitchen. You play an operator that doesn't really bring any like active utility. So like the mirror is one that's very good for that position. Canadian likes to play it on the mute or sometimes valve. And what he'll tend to do is he'll sit around that position. If they try and go for the open onto the corridor, he'll jump out the window and take the engagement there. And if they try and pressure him from freezer, it's really hard for them to actually get an angle without actually pushing all the way through bathroom. And if you've got a player positioned on the main stairs, which is how you're supposed to play that position, then it's really difficult actually to like push that player out of kitchen if he plays right. But unfortunately, with him just trying to leave without any assistance from a teammate, that meant he just kind of gave his life away.
Interesting. I never really thought of that before, and I hadn't
Attackers
really
have
seen
dropped
much of
the
that. That's where I was just so extremely caught
Attackers
off
have
guard there.
recovered their
But
diffuser.
the way you put it, yes, that definitely makes sense, but yeah, not the right execution when you need the support to be able to back out. Especially the very fast entry that we've just witnessed from Inferior. A very well coordinated
Attackers found
entry.
diffuser
However,
hazard.
Devil will be able to catch Wizik, but not before the refrag
Attackers
from
recovered the bomb diffuser.
Nast or Distro. Well, that's a hard name for me to pronounce. But either way, 45 seconds. You already see the hatch drop. It does look like they're going to try to go for the swing counter to Ram, and they will succeed. How's that being able to take rise? Now 36 seconds remaining. You have one player pushed up on tunnel. So Grana taking or choose. Now 30 seconds remaining. Double kill, successful entry, and Infuriate to take the first round with a sweep onto site.
Indeed, and I mean, it all came down to that sort of free collection of picks that they managed to get very early on, managing to pick out the Azami, managing to pick out the what do you call it, the mirror like early as well. It looks like we're potentially gonna be going for some sort of rehost. Not too sure, but either way.
Looks like we're doing a region switch.
Yeah,
Just
either
moving
way.
it to a different server. Oh well.
It's an attacking win for that basement site in round number 1, so not very surprising considering the positions weren't really played as well as they could have been by the defenders. Yeah, I just think that generally speaking, we could have seen a much better attempt at playing that position if we saw either a teammate trying to assist a bit harder on main stairs in the earlier round, or if we saw the mirror try and even firm that position for as long as possible, knowing that her life is going to be pretty much wasted. But normally the way you play that if you're playing the basement anyway is with the kitchen hatch open, so you can fall off, similarly to how you play bank with that hatch on the red corridor. So it depends on the team, but
I still find it very confusing though to play that in the way that you're describing, but yet oriented towards almost like a lurk. Because I mean, you saw how she panicked the second that drone spotted her. If you were hell-bent intent on holding that, right, you should have had the backup already pre-established. And the fact that it just wasn't there is a very confusing state of affairs. I mean, it seems like they were going for something, but then just didn't actually go through with it. And droning, which should be expected in kitchen. I mean, come on. This is a map played to death. And then falling back, especially against a team like Infuria, who knows how to entry. I mean, yeah, you're just asking for disaster, especially when having minimal impact off-site. And this is the important thing to keep in mind. Basement is not one of those sites where you can just anchor down and hope for the best. This isn't one of those sites. It will go poorly. You will die. You will lose. You cannot do that because the ability to actually hold off a setup is impossible in basement. You can only hold off the setup directly onto base. But as far as hatches, kitchen, all of that, it's very difficult to contest from below. There are very little options. You either have people holding it or you're just asking for a bad time, which is exactly what they got once Infuria started to make their way towards side, especially with the main stairs push and the simultaneous motor drop. That's not the name of the game. And I hope for Diavoli's, sake, that does not become a recurring trend. Because against a team that knows how to attack, unless they're playing it too slow, a full anchor or relatively full anchor setup is going to be a losing game every single time. And you cannot afford to have one roamer running around because they will get pinched the hell out.
yeah, it's not exactly a great play from them. I think generally speaking, it really works for DZ for the simple reason that you can have Canadian in that position and then have like a player as strong as like Bolo or Panba or NJR like play on those main stairs. So it's difficult for a team that is a little less coordinated and is like not going to be at the same stature of skill to try and play that position with such little like presence over there to assist.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, pretty much just summarize it completely. You need to be at a capacity to support and sustain that, and Diavoli just did not have that, especially against a high caliber team like Infuria. If you want to go for those, fine, but do it the right way, or you're going to suffer the consequences.
Attackers need to locate
Exactly.
and defuse
We
the
are
bomb.
seeing the Azami and the Mirror being played once again. Two of those operators that I have very much said are very well in the Big Five and very well, highly utilized on this map. We are seeing the default church walls rather than the console
Attackers
meta
have
church
located
walls
a bomb.
just be placed down there as the Mirror is going to be in its standard position. Hatch is reinforced once again, so
10 seconds left before insertion.
real potential for someone to be playing bathroom, like someone, or
5
not bathroom,
seconds to
kitchen,
insertion.
but someone definitely still could, even though it's
Attackers
just not a
objective.
very good position with the hatch reinforced. But we'll have to wait and see, as Mirror is currently on the first floor.
Something interesting that I want to point out is that Infuria has currently lost 4 drones, not even 15 seconds into the round. If you know anything about droning in the competitive scene, as a rule of thumb, you need to keep your drones alive. You need your information. We're not CDM meta. The problem is that since Infuria has now lost 4 drones, they have a significant gap in intel, and with Diavoli now committing significantly more players above than what they did before, even having some, oh, never mind, that's Ash. But having a lot more presence on the first floor, that lack of intel is going to be a big problem when it comes to execution, because they're going to have to invest that drone work towards clearing, and as those drones get shot out, that's less and less intel that they have available towards the execution, and that can lead to potential upsets. Although there's not too many places to hide unless they can maintain blue hall control, and that's going to be the job of the Evolve.
Indeed it is, and right now they've managed to make some good, good movement, good steps forward in order to be able to, you know, open up the floor towards that kitchen corridor, and a free pick onto the Azami, a player with active utility, a utility that regenerates over time, is going to be a very big pick for the team. So now they're in a position where they've dealt with the Kiva barricades that could generate over time, and all they've really got to deal with is the ones that are currently down and on the ground. One man loses his life very, very swiftly to the mute on the vertical angle. It is going to be rammed to fall, and we are now just in a position where it's a 4 versus 4 situation. These players have to spread out, try and take from multiple different avenues and angles in order to actually find any sort of semblance of a whiff of victory. And there is a bit of a spectator bug right now where a lot of the players are showing up as orange. But
I just saw that too.
That.
Yeah, I pointed that out earlier in the season. Yeah. Anyway, Two's going to be able to take Wisik. This could be an opportunity to deny an entry, as it does look like they're trying to get the momentum going. No refrag so far. 38 seconds, and Fury is going to have to make a move. We see the drop down. Able to take it one, so Brandon able to take a second. But Two's will be able to shut it down for a double kill, and that's going to block off Blue Hall. There's 29 seconds remaining. They're going to have to get something put together. Does manage to catch out Vitusha. Now Two's with a triple kill, able to shut down Nerox as well. And Nerox is going to be going for that plant. Now a 1v1, 15 seconds. Nitro still in hand, goes for the Nitro. It's not going to hit. Going for the swing. Tries to close out this fight. It all comes down to these last 10 seconds. But able to sneak up from behind. Goes for the whoa! What the heck is that, Nerox? Able to take Juice down, who was on a tear. And that's going to give Fury a very close round win.
Indeed it is. The 1v1 at the very end there almost ended in such a unfortunate fashion for that attack, but IQ Nerox is able to, you know, get himself the win in the end, and that's going to give them a quick little 2-0 lead on a map that is so default to a point where we normally see that 4-2 split in favor of the defense. So as much as a 3-3 split isn't exactly like the end of the world on Clubhouse, we don't really want to see a defending side going down 2 rounds. If you're going to start pulling back rounds, it has to be right now. This is do or die in this position. No castle for the gym bedroom site, so probably not going to be aiming to go for this bandit trick. Instead, just placing down those charges and running away, as we are going to have a lot of setup over towards this CC side.
That vault was absolutely crazy. I could not believe that. I'm sorry. When you have a little go around like that, the last thing that I'm expecting is to go for a
5
vault.
seconds
That's
insertion.
gutsy, but it did pay off very well, although the shots weren't exactly connected
Attacker's
for like the
objective is
first
to locate a
second or
bomb
so,
and
but
defuse it.
either way, that ended up doing the trick for Imperia. But yeah, moving on, it does look like they're not really investing much towards tricking. They do have the Azami to try to force a little bit of utility out towards getting those bandit boxes, but that's actually something that I haven't really thought about before. Using the Azamis to block any line of sight onto those bandit boxes rather than having a castle down, which is going to be much harder to replace. And that's a unique function I hadn't really considered before, but with Devils being all the way towards CCTV, they're not going to be able to fully capitalize on that to the truest extent, or the fullest extent. But I still like the idea either way. And it does look like we are going to see a bit of a down clear from Furia. Already getting the CCT wall open. Drones now going out. They only have 3 drones down, which is a lot better than what was to come from the first round. But it's now a matter of getting this push out. You got a player actively holding towards
The attacker's bomb
CCTV
diffuser has
cache
been
door,
dropped.
and another towards top red. They are going to be able to get that
Attackers
deployable
recovered
shield
the-
out. That is going to make that swing a lot easier. Nobody towards the or actually they got one towards the balcony. Looks like they'll be able to get this wall open. This one holding towards window. It's going to be tough to rotate out, but switching weapons, they do manage to rotate out, but not full rise, catching the Devils out.
Bit of an aggressive swing here from the logistics head holes. Isn't able to find anything as the Flores has already fallen off. Now, with Ace getting himself paused in the construction door,
Bomb
is going to want to try and
located
take
by
the
attacker.
engagement to clear out the logistics side. It's just holding the angle as of right now, but that's just so Flores has a bit of time to get himself ready and actually find that kill on the man that's tucked in the corner. He knew very well where that man was going to be, and well, it's up to Amai now to, you know, take that place. It's up to Warden to be able to try and equalize a man count at least by one. And no, it's not going to be the case. B's spotting out that player as he is going to be running out of gym, getting himself in a better position inside of that bathroom. The Wamai with the org in hand isn't quite able to stop the push from construction. Tries to take the swing out through the rotate, isn't able to find anything now. A 5 versus 1 situation. The bandit left alone in bathroom with it all to do. Tries to take the swing on several sides, but gets caught by the man who jumps in the bedroom window.
That fold on CCTV and Cash was rough. They had so many players invested towards preventing CCTV from advancing, which you should do. But the problem was with that wall getting opened as fast as it did, they didn't have any mute jammers towards that wall. Either that or it got taken down very early on. They were forced to rotate out. But because Grim had such a powerful position and a line of sight, right? Those head height holes now backfiring,
Defenders,
looking
protect your
into
bombs from being
Cash.
defused by
They
attackers.
really didn't have much options for being able to allow for a safe rotation. Really, their only option at that point for Diavoli was to go for a run out from Jim, but it just never came to fruition. And instead, what unfolded was devastation, leading significantly to the round loss for Diavoli that we just witnessed. Infuria, despite being on the attack, is on an absolute tear right now. Diavoli might need to call a timeout or something to try to figure out how they're going to counter this unstoppable
10 seconds remaining.
force that Infuria is presenting to us so far.
5
Very
seconds
much
to
could be the
insertion.
case. It might be what they need in this position, but it just
Attackers'
looks like
objective is to
the
locate
side
a
of
bomb and
Infuria
defuse
are
it.
playing so much better. They're getting themselves in these positions. They're getting themselves ready for these engagements. And I mean, overall, you can't really knock exactly what they're trying here. They're really playing perfect textbook Siege, being able to pick apart all of these different pieces of utility and this different sort of spanner in the works that has been thrown by the side of Diavoli with this Azami usage to, you know, block the LOS onto the bandit batteries, that sort of thing. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they continue to pick apart this
Attackers have
defense.
located a bomb.
I don't like that little gap in the zombie keep-up area. I don't know if you saw that, but there's just a little bit of a gap that exposes Bandit and the zombies already down. So they're not going to be able to hold that wall up trick. And why would you swing that? No! That is not the right answer, Noit. That is not it. That's going to be their Bandit now going down. However, the Devils will be able to get a refrag, taking Rise out. That is going to be some execute material now out of the equation. Also, I just noticed that we have Nitro on the Amaru. What are we thinking that's the direction that's going to be? 'Cause
Pool hatch
that's
or
something I
gym
didn't
hatch.
expect.
They're
Oh,
gonna
for
they're
Jim
gonna
Hatch.
take the diffuser up Gym Hatch for the plan. That's the entire plan behind it, but it's a matter of whether they get that far as another man falls on highway and the aggressive peak from the Ying is going to be able to take down one, but isn't able to quite locate the other as he's still going to be hovering around that CC area and just chilling at the minute, but not really able to peek anybody as nobody is now playing on that highway area. C4 goes out through the breach, deals a bit of damage, only 2 though to the Ying, and well, with the trade coming out, it's now going to be a 1 versus 2 situation. Unflashed is the mute inside of Jim. Ying hopped in the breach, ready to get herself to a position to actually try and take an engagement. I don't know if they're quite aware of her position, but the mute seems to be at least somewhat, as he manages to get the pick. It's going to be so good if he manages to find this final one. This clutch is detrimental now. If the defender is able to come out of this with a win, he's been in this situation before and it was a massive whiff, as now the Ying, they both know the location of the other player. It's just the battle of the peaks, and the one wins. Ale redeems himself as now we move on to the potential of having a 4-2 split in favor of the attack, but still able to pretend, or even a 3-3 if they're able to, snowball these rounds a little more.
I'm sorry, but they can't let you can't let Warden meme on you like that. You just can't. I mean, yes, it's a tight corner and they're holding still, but I mean, I don't know. Smoke it
Defenders,
off,
protect your bombs from
go
being
for a
defused by
plan, force
attackers.
them out in some way, shape, or form. I mean, Warden's a
Yeah, but
chunky dude. He's got to make
but
a lot of
it's
noise.
also Warden smoking. It's bad.
Oh, shoot, right. Well, I'm yapping. I totally forgot. Yeah, he's got glasses. I guess in
He's
that
got
case,
hacker goggles.
yeah, I guess in that case, it's actually a bit more of an unfortunate situation. But you still have some hard cover, to kind of leverage that push. But
It's just an unfortunate position to be in a clutch, because it's like the last two people standing, like the one on either side, is a Warden versus a Ying. Meaning the Warden is
5 seconds to go.
perfectly suited to fight against you. And it's just a matter of
Attackers
gunfights.
are moving out
You
to
can't
locate
use
a
your
bomb and
utility because it just won't work. And if anything, the smokes are going to hinder you more than it's going to hinder the Warden. So it's just a position where you have to take this like dodgy gunfight, and it just didn't go Ying's way, unfortunately.
But good on Diavoli for their initiative on the runouts and not the runouts, but the peaks from CCTV. That was a sorely needed change, considering the pressure that was mounting from Gym Balcony. So good on them for that. That was a wonderful play. And honestly,
Attackers have located a
well
bomb.
deserved, not giving your life up and knowing when to swing at just the right time. But looking into this round so far, we are still on second floor, but do have a little bit of baseball play from Diavoli. We will see that rotate out. They are going to be able to flush that player now out of the picture. But so far, no major presence from Infuria other than around first floor and basement. Definitely an unexpected route for a take.
Indeed. There is a bit of aggression over towards the default breach side, but also mainly over towards this main stairs side. It looks like the Dekebi wants to try and make her way through the bathroom and see if she can take this engagement on the main stairs, but the drone work coming into play as potentially going to be heading up these stairs sometime soon, as the Buck is still kind of hovering around trying to find this man that's on the downstairs. Knows he's tried to get himself into the corridor. The swing on the upstairs is going to be dealt with by Nitro, and now it's going to be a much better position for this attack once again.
Yep, now up a player, able to clear that main stairs. This is going to be a lot of space for them. Nurok to be able to catch Choose, but there's still one right next to Bomb Chessie. It's be out there, but Nitro going to be able to take the Tusha. Now a 2v5. No players going down from the side of Infuria so far. Tries to dodge flash, does succeed. Here's the walk up from red stairs. They know it's coming, but here's the flash. Now it's gonna be out of position to rotate out. Gets caught by Nerox for a double kill. And now Noit, the last one, who's still below, is gonna have to try to save this round somehow. Only with impact in hand, tries to catch somebody. Doesn't get anyone. All he does is just tell the whole entirety of Infuria exactly where she is. Gonna be forced to walk up red now. The diffuser is planted. Not looking too good here, especially when you've got Sograna not holding up to take Noid out, and that's gonna be a flawless round for Infuria.
Indeed it is. Beautiful play from Infuria to be able to, deal with that man on main stairs, be able to deal with the player that was hanging around inside. Almost a double kill from the window for, I think it was whoever was on IQ, so probably Nerox. On the CC window. So it's pretty interesting to see how the positioning of these players is just affecting the way the game is played for the defenders. And that's such a nice position to be in as an attacking side, because if you're able to force people to play a certain way or play certain positions, that's when you know you're doing something right on the attack, because you're able to isolate these people, you're able to pressure these people, force them to not want to play where you're trying to go. And that is going so well for the attacking side right now, and that's very much the standard EU style for Siege as a whole.
What's huge for Infuria right now is that every time they go for a different push,
10 seconds
Instead of it
remaining.
being, okay, didn't work the first time, we'll refine it the second time, which is what you would typically expect from
5
attack.
seconds to go.
Lose the first time, win it the second time. That's where that 3-3 split kind of comes
Attackers
in.
must
But
locate
instead, what
and
we're
defuse the
witnessing
bomb.
is that Infuria, even on attack, are the ones that are the trendsetters. They are the ones who have the pace in their control. Every time Infuria changes something, Diavoli ends up folding to it, and then they have to adapt to it, and that's when they win that round. That's what it's looking like the current trend could be, but either way, it means that Diavoli is going to be trailing behind Infuria, which right now, they really can't afford. Sarah gets 4-1, and we could potentially see another change-up that could cost them this game.
Indeed, it could. At the
Bomb
moment,
located by attackers.
We are just seeing these attackers get themselves ready and in
no.
position to actually start trying to get these hatches open. One has been opened inside of the moto area. Nobody yet risking their life to actually, you know, take an engagement against any of these players, and that goes for both sides, as it is just a very safe take from the from the Infuria side. So we are just seeing everything just kind of slow down. People take their time and overall just chill, just to make sure that everything goes as well as it can, and probably going to be aiming for getting this hatch open sometime soon.
Yeah, but this is not a good look for a team that's as strong as they are. You don't want to be fully bunkered down like this. I talked about this before. We're already starting to see the consequences. WizTech able to take one down. That's going to be Devils. Zombie now
Attackers
out of
drop
the
the
picture.
diffuser.
Minute and 18, and they've pretty much gotten everything that they could possibly want for a setup and more. Oh, but mine's going to get a little bit active. Noise
Attackers
coming out
recovered
of
the bomb
nowhere to
diffuser.
take some Grana. I
Attackers
don't
have
know where he
dropped the
came
bomb
from.
diffuser.
That's going to be one person down. That's going to be a unknown factor for Infuria.
The attackers'
that
bomb
could turn
diffuser
this
has
around.
been
That
dropped.
timing couldn't have
Attackers
been
have recovered
any
their
better.
diffuser.
With 58 seconds remaining, they do have eyes on the site, which is going to be huge for setting up this execute here. But it's still kind of slow to control, and there's still a player
Attackers have
off
dropped the
site,
bomb.
and that's Noit not giving up his position. This right here could be huge in hampering Infuria's execution if they can't get this player cleared out. So far, they haven't succeeded. Noit taking another. That's going to be Nitro. Neurox to take Alzet. While the site itself is falling apart, but Noit is continuing to be a problem. If they can't get rid of him, could mean disaster. But WizTech finally
Attackers
succeeding
recovered
in
the
getting rid of Noit. That is the pain in Infuria's side. Now down and out. But with 2 Nitros on the board, planning is going to be difficult. They need to make a move soon. WizTech, 5 health. Neurox now going down. It's not looking good for Infuria as they're still Warden on the board. That's going to be able to watch the drop. 10 seconds remaining. Still holding above. They got to make a drop soon. 6 seconds remaining. They're going to go
5
for
seconds
the
to
moto
go.
drop. This is going to be huge. They need to get this plant started, and they do finally go for it. There's the blue swing, trying to contest the fuser, but they're not going to be able to catch him. However, Vitucci will come around from the sidelines to take Weezik down. That is going to mean they will not get a successful plant down, giving them a much-needed round win.
Indeed, and well, that's going to bring us to the 4-2 half, which realistically is not great for the side of Diavoli. It's not an ideal position. Anything past a 4-2 in their favor on the defense is considered a comeback, especially on a map like Clubhouse. So now, considering us being at the 4-2 half, it's kind of a position
Attackers
now
need
where
to
you
locate and defuse
you
as
start to
many bombs
worry
as they
for
can.
Diavoli. They need to play perfectly on this attack if they want to win. They need to at least match the performance of Infuria in order to actually be able to equalize and go to overtime. And that's a pretty tall order.
Yeah, on a map like Clubhouse and against a team like Infuria, it's definitely going to be a big ask because Infuria so far has shown himself to be the trendsetter. And considering now they're on a defense on a map like Clubhouse, I don't think that's
10
going to
seconds
change
left
at all,
before
especially
insertion.
on a map like Gym and Bedroom, which is infamous for the amount of
5
possibilities that you have from
seconds to
CCTV and cache to
Attackers
really put the
located a bomb.
sting on the setup. This is one of the
Attackers
hardest sites
bomb.
on Clubhouse to get a proper setup on, because any setup that you try to get can just be jeopardized by a run out or a swing from the windows. You really get a lot of damage out of that. And that setup can be entirely ruined if you cannot get CCTV and cache control. And you got to set up to take that before you can even set up for an execute on the site.
Indeed, and well, with the way they've played so far, it's not looking promising, but anything can happen. It's a game of two halves, and realistically, this is the second one. So if they're able to wake up a little bit in this matchup and really start pushing the pedal to the metal here, they are potential, or in potential, for being able to actually secure themselves a round here. The Mute Jammer's just kind of fiddling with the sort of attempt to break the hold on the main wall, but looks like as they try and go for the Selma breach, there is going to be an impact trick on it. So as the next one goes out, there is going to be a bit more contention for it, and well, they still managed to deny a full opening anyway, which is pretty good from this army so far. The Solace caught in main entrance right now as there is going to be a player holding on to that angle from Garage, but isn't able to quite find the kill. And well, with Devils going down, that's going to put Infuria in a very good position. Infuria, I'm pretty sure I found every opening pick apart from maybe one so far in this match, so a little worrying for the side of Diavoli, especially on the frag department.
Yeah, they may have gotten CCTV control, but at what cost? Especially considering they didn't even catch someone on the fallback. That's kind of where this starts to really sting, not being able to catch that opportunity. Even still, not being able to bring about that pinch with a full rotate despite multiple eyes on the door. That is going to be a considerable setback. However, we do see a bit of an attempted aggression from Noi, trying to take advantage of the Kiba Berry push-up, but Rise was having none of it. Going to be able to shut that down. Now a 5v3, 38 seconds, and there's still not much to speak of when it comes to the setup. Keeper's going off. You know, there's one over in Logi. Nerox is in a prime position to be able to take one here, especially with the backup from Sobrana. 25 seconds. Still not much progress. Oh, waiting for the repel. That's the fuser drop. 20 seconds. They're going to have to take these fights now. They don't have an option to plant. That's one down. 4 more to go. However, we do see one go down. That's going to be Choose to Sobrana. And with 13 seconds, he's got a tall order, taking 3 picks out. 10 seconds to go. Gotta take these fights. Be holding near the mirror, getting stuck in a rock in a hard place. Looking for somebody to potentially overpeak to be able to push up. But with 3 seconds to go, 3 people still remaining. There's not a chance, unfortunately, as Furia takes that round.
Indeed, Infuria managing to win out their first defensive round, and this is where, as I said before, it's beyond scary. We're at a point where the side of Diavoli, basically at the point of no return. It's pretty unheard of to see a 5-round comeback on Clubhouse. It's not something you really see every day, so we're gonna have to really get our prayers in order if we want to actually see the side of Diwali actually put up a fight here instead of just being a floundering fish.
Yeah, no, the window is closing, and they're pretty much running out of time to try to turn this around, especially with how they kind of just aren't capable as of right now. Shut up, you. That is not what I needed to happen today. We're not going to talk about that. But moving swiftly on, Diavoli is having a problem where they're not able to cut people off with their crossfire. How many times do we see Infuria rotate for 3 with little to no consequences? Way too many times. And also, I just want to say, never mind.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
I was going to say, losing 5 drones like that is a very bad start for attacking, but the overlay is just not giving the right information. So, but either way, they're gonna need to be able to push and pinch these players out. So far, they've been completely unsuccessful. A very early Nitro going out, not gonna catch anybody, and that is gonna be 1 of 3 Nitros now off the board. Still 2 more, but they need to catch at least 1 person. But that util is all for nothing.
Indeed, a bit of aggression onto Adam from the Ash there, and Devils is able to find Sagrana. That's going to be 1 man down. It is going to be the Warden, so these flashbangs that are on the Habana and Buck are going to be able to be utilized to their full effect if actually are able to, you know, aim them. But as Buck starts getting his angles open on towards the actual armory site itself, and you know, starts paying attention to the fact that there are players trying to get aggressive on the side of Inferior, this is where we see the side of Diavoli actually start to pick up the pace. They're starting to pick up the slack that they kind of left behind before. Mute
Attackers
still with a
located a
C4
bomb.
in pocket, ready to throw it, stood underneath that kitchen. Throws it out, goes into the corridor, does a lot of damage to Buck, unable to find it though, as well, the only C4 left on the board is Mirror.
Yeah, and with no nitro to really cover kitchen, they have full clearance to set that up if they so desire. But as of this moment, other than warding really going down, there has not been too much movement. They still have Blue Hall
missed the
fully
upshot.
secured, and they're still getting their setup. But these numbers are dwindling down. Vitusha taking
Attackers
Wizik
dropped
as
the
well.
diffuser.
It's now down to 3 players, and the pressure is mounting as this setup continues. And with no one really to counter any of this setup, they are all heavily hunkered down. This is looking like a little tricky situation. However, Nirok's going to be able to pick up a 2K there. That's going to bring it back down to a 3v3, a much more doable situation. However, the mirror is going down. Nirok's going to sustain a significant amount of damage. It all comes down to how they get onto the
Attackers have
basement
recovered
floor.
their
They're
diffuser.
still stuck on main floor with 33 seconds remaining. And if someone doesn't make a move soon, this could spell a bloodbath for Diavoli.
Definitely could. It's been equalized to that 3v3 situation, as you said, and the Mute is going to be in position to be able to watch this hatch drop alongside the Azami holding his cross on towards blue.
15
This
seconds
means
left.
Running out of
that
time.
it has to be a risky play from these players. The drop from the
10
hatch
seconds
comes
left.
down, isn't able to find the Mute on the angle. Buck finds it instead, and they manage to find the mirror too, alongside the Azami, and that's going to be the round for Diavoli. As I said, a risky play to just kind of all take the drop, like a 3-2-1 play there, but works out for them overall, and they were able to win out the round just based on the gun skill alone. Potential for that to continue, but also, as I said, it was a risky play to even begin with.
Yeah, no, that time rundown was looking a little scary there, but I guess the 15-second meta still has a little bit of relevancy here with how much impact that they
Attackers
had
need to locate
down to
and
the very
defuse
last
as
wire.
many
But then
bombs
again,
as
there
they
was
can.
really nothing in place on the side of Infuria to actually physically hold back Diavoli. No Goyos, no Malusis. They didn't really have anything as an option there to kind of stall out Diavoli with those limited numbers, and just losing all those ones back to back. Yeah, I mean, you gotta be ready for a drop like that, and it just didn't seem like Inferior was in the position for that. But I mean, a very well-timed, coordinated finisher from Diavoli.
Bomb located by
Because
attackers.
It's better to deal
10
with
seconds
one at
left.
a time than to deal with a buttload of crosses. Even if it's an
5 seconds to
even
go.
mix of trades, 1 to 2 going down, at the very least, you still have defenders
Attackers' objective is
displaced,
to defuse
which is
the
a
bomb.
much better opportunity than pushing through a funnel like we potentially could have seen there otherwise.
Yeah, definitely so. And well, with Cade being banned, I don't see a major necessity for bringing the stacker, but they're still going to be running it nonetheless. And well, they're just going to be setting up pretty much the same way on the defensive side. They know that this way can and should have worked prior to the last round, but unfortunately didn't work out because of the, well, just the lack of ability to win the gunfights in that sort of chaotic last 15 seconds that we had in the last round. Bit of drone work being put around on the first floor. They're going to quickly realize that nobody is hovering around. Nobody's trying to go for any sort of big hero play, and instead it's just going to be everyone kind of bunkered on site. Hibana hasn't even left spawn yet because she was droning for so long.
Yeah, a lot of heavy droning. I think it's a little bit excessive considering how quickly Inferior was moving back onto the side. I mean, we're already seeing that they are fully hunkered down, which I'm really not sure what the approach is here, because when they tried to contest that setup, Inferior got burned pretty dang badly in turn. So I'm really wondering what their method is, you know. Wow, okay, you saw him? Okay. Moving on from that, that's one player down. That's going to be Wizik, or Wizik there, Wamai. and Diavoli's still setting up pretty much uncontested right now. And I wonder what the goal is here, because they're not going to really have time on their side to put that against Diavoli. We've seen how they're comfortable with executing on a time crunch.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Indeed, well, with this engagement that has kind of unfolded, Rise managing to find the man on main stairs, diffuser kit cold on the floor, is going to be a little scary, as one of the loaves of bread still hanging around on that door frame got shot out. And that's going to be a bit of point farm for her. As Ash goes for the mirror, does get her head taken off by the Warden, is hovering around on the other end of Oil Pit, now watching for the hatch drop on Moto. Isn't going to be able to find anything as of quite yet, but doesn't quite realize that someone has dropped down. It's going to be Thatcher in the doorway, ready to take an engagement. And, well, as he's gotten into a bit of a scuffle with a couple players, it's going to be Nitro to manage to find these stragglers. There is a bit of an engagement. The hip fire from LA does manage to find the mirror, and now we're in a position where he has to take these engagements. Doesn't quite know there's a man still prone on the floor, and that's going to be his life and round over. Nitrox wins out that round for his team.
Losing their player in blue was a big hit to Diavoli. Their only option after losing their main player was kind of to funnel, but that blue stair or that blue hall, which they gained that in a colorful fashion, didn't really happen. They lost their Ash to blue hall, and that meant that they really didn't have an option for hatch drop. But such a predictable drop, when that was what they gunned for in the last 15 seconds of the last round, meant that Inferior was much better prepared to anticipate that situation, and ready they were. I mean, you saw how many players there were. They were stacked on Moto, and it had devastating consequences for Diavoli.
That it did. Having such a sort of questionable avenue of attack when it came down to actually getting that execute, especially considering how much they were able to clear so early, it's just not looking good. And well, with Inferior being on match point, you've got to be pretty worried about
5 seconds remaining.
how the rest of this game is going to go. Well, I thought there was going to be a spawn peek there, but instead it's just going to be a punch of the wall and just fluff around and find out, I guess.
Yeah, no, that definitely ended up being the case. But man, look at how aggressively Sograna is holding that position. That's kind of gutsy, though. That's really gutsy. Oh my gosh, hold it towards the door too. All it takes is some little bit of information, and they will be able to clear her out. But instead, a little for a run out, but Diavoli is just too fast, managing to take Rise in a very quick fashion towards CCTV. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade with Devils down, Rise down, and that is going to be a hard reach off the picture. Oh, but there comes Sograna, looking to barrel it back to site, but getting cut off by Vitusha. Now a 3v4, and still not much for setup from Diavoli quite yet, as most of them are still outside.
Yeah, very much a why are you sprinting bio moment right there, as now, since that wall wasn't reinforced on CC, there is going to be very quick contention over there. As you saw, the Zofia impact made a pretty big dent in that wall in order to give a bit of a free avenue of attack for Diavoli. They are still one up on the man advantage. They haven't quite spotted the cam inside of Cash, the Vault cam that is positioned under the table. So there is going to be a lot of information for these defenders to be able to use.
Getting ready to try to breach this wall. However, there's still the bandit, and that's Nitro, who could actively hold this wall thanks to that Kiva. However, the Flores is going to be able to knock that down. And with that, they are going to be getting started on trying to get this wall open. Or Cruz taking Rizik as well. The wall going down, now open, goes for the Nitro, but the swing back from Nerox to take Metusha down. One less pain in the Thorn, as they no longer have CCTV control. And that is going to be a considerable step back for Diavoli, as this is going to allow Inferior to stack up where they can. However, Nitro going to go down, same with Nerox. That's going to be another sweeping Ren for Diavoli, as they just completely expose themselves to the Jacuzzi front.
Indeed, and well, with the engagements just kind of going their way, Diwali have managed to wake themselves up on this attacking side, and realistically, going from being 3-6 against a team that is so sort of such high potential. It's a little harrowing, but once you get down to that 2-round buffer, that maybe 1-round buffer, that's when it becomes a bit worrying for
Attackers
Inferior,
need to
because they're
locate
worried
and
you're going to
defuse
catch up
bomb.
now, and that diverts their focus from just trying to win to making sure you're not able to actually be able to get that catch up on the go. And yeah, it is just where things become a little scarier for both sides.
Yeah, no, it's even though Diwali's
Bomb
still
located
on the
by
brink
attackers.
of losing this matchup, they're still slowly catching up, and so far showing little to no signs of stopping, as Inferior has been surprisingly
10
helpless
seconds
to
left before insertion.
fight off Diavoli. But honestly, a lot of it just comes down to,
5
I think,
seconds to
complacency. A lot of excessive rotations and
Attackers are moving to
overexposure
defuse the
without a
bomb.
proper plan to counter Diavoli's attack. I mean, we saw what happened with CCTV. It's quite disastrous hold over there with minimal presence in cash. I really do think it's just a complacency issue going down in Inferior, and they just need to better reaffirm themselves.
Indeed. Well, as the pressure starts getting applied over towards the stock side, just to get a bit of an avenue of attack over on there, and just see if they can get themselves in a bit of a better position when it comes down to actually being able to contest this side. The prone man on the doorway is going to be Rise, as well. He doesn't take any damage, but he manages to dish some out, as it's not really enough to really stop a player from having that more aggro take. It is enough of a distraction to allow him to get out with his life.
Again, this is kind of what we talked about. Diavoli sometimes has a hard time locking up players and getting them flushed out. And that was, again, the case for Rise, being able to narrowly escape, although sustaining no damage in the midst. This means that there's still another player that they have to deal with, trying to get the construction wall, but so far not making a lot of progress, as they do have Bandit actively tricking to hold that wall off. It looks like Diavoli is trying to commit more to a CCTV push, but they're not getting the progress that they're looking for. And with 1 minute 20 seconds to go, no construction control in hand, I think this is gonna spell trouble. Out goes the Nitro, right when the vault comes, and that's gonna be Sagrana to be able to take Noi out. And then again, that's not gonna be much of a follow-up from Diavoli. That's just gonna lead to being up or down a player, unfortunately. They do manage to get Jacuzzi Wall, and this is where things tend to get a bit more interesting, but without that construction control, they're still in for a tough time.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Indeed. The man on the main stairs almost gets himself spotted there, as he is just going to be hovering around, not really trying to take any peeks. Valk runs past, and potentially that could be enough for them to think it's clear. They don't quite know who's on main stairs as of right now, and they haven't committed any drone work over towards that direction. There's Sophia getting aggressive on the door, gets caught out by Sagrana, as now with Vatusha down as well, it's going to be a 2 versus 4 situation. So much worse as Rise finds one more on to choose, and it's just going to be the ace left. Round 11 goes the way of Infurior, and that's going to be the map over. Infurior progress to the grand finals of this qualifier.
Very nice comeback from Diavoli, but the damage was already done from the first half. It was just too much to handle, and unfortunately, they let too many from Infurior slip through the cracks. I mean, they've been catching them out a lot on the rotates, but this time they just couldn't do it. The front of CCTV and Cash just proved to be too much to bear, and when it came time to clamp down, they could not see the impact that they were looking for. And unfortunately, that cost them the game, although they were, again, making a very strong push to come back. But although I would argue that a lot of that came from complacency on the side of Infurior.
Indeed it did. Just the the ability that was shown by both of these teams in general is pretty phenomenal, to be honest, especially when it came down to Infuria's side, because they were able to just pick apart so many of these attacks and so many of these defenses, especially in that final round for their picking apart Diavoli's attack. It was just very, very well played. The positioning was almost, the positioning was immaculate. Being able to fall off, maintain a man count, maintain their numbers, and just lives in general, gave them a lot of ability to actually be able to, secure these rounds. And you can see here the Ying just being able to get a quick shot onto that man that peeks the window just right as he peeks. And that's one of those situations where you get so certain that you're able to take this peek and you can do like an informational safety peek, and then you just end up getting caught. Once again, these highlights are just so indicative of how the game was going. You can see so many just crucial picks from the side of Infuria.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was a very strong performance from Infuriator. I mean, so much to talk about with their attack, whether it's their rapid takes, their strong initial entries, their very consistent setups. I mean, there's just a lot of coordination from there that, I mean, it just really showed that they were just better in attacking, right? I mean, Diavoli, they stood their grounds on several occasions on defense, but fundamentally, when it came to the tactics of attacking, Inferior was just more consistent, even though both teams kind of were slipping up on their defense. Inferior just had a lead that Diavoli couldn't, unfortunately, push through with their own attack.
Indeed. Well, with that being pretty much how it went, we are going to be seeing the Infuriate team face off in the grand finals of this qualifier for that 100-point difference against the side of Lenovo Legion Honved. As well, both of those teams looking very strong as of right now. It's going to be very exciting to see who comes out on top, but that's going to be the last of our highlights. And you get the caster jump scare.
Right. But I mean, again, it's just that element of surprise that we also saw coming from them a lot was very devastating.
Caster jump scare. Yeah, it was a really interesting match to see, especially since we were talking about Clubhouse, a map that we said is a very default map in the map pool currently. And yeah, we are going into our final match today, everyone. It is the final between the team Honvet that we saw earlier and team Infuria that we just saw. So, guys, we saw both teams. We know both teams. Today we saw them fight, and now here we are in the top two in the second qualifier. So, Naj, tell me, what do you expect? Because we just saw Infuria and how they played. How do you think Honvet? What do you think Honvet need to do currently to just stop Infuria from their tracks?
Well, I mean, realistically, I imagine that we're going to be seeing very standard sort of map bans from both of these teams. I reckon that realistically, we're probably going to end up on a map that very much focuses around that sort of utility methodical play in order to, try and pick each other apart, because both of these teams are really talented. And I think the entire sort of prospect of the way the game's going to go comes entirely down to which team is able to really stir the way the enemy team's playing.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take another look into it. Piercing, do you think the same thing that Naj said? Do you think we're gonna go into one of the default classic maps, or one of the teams will try to upset the other person and just to guarantee that 100 qualifier points and just go for layer, or just something that not everyone used to play?
So I am kind of suspecting a Oh, this is kind of a tough ask because on the one hand, you have Infuria, who are very fast and aggressive when it comes to their takes and well coordinated. But you also have Hanved, who can be a bit more on the reserve side and play it safe, but play it smart when they need to. So I feel like when it comes to how this is going to reflect into the map bans, I'm honestly expecting not really a standard map, just because I don't think that Infuria is going to want to play on an even playing field with Hanfed, right?
Mhm.
And especially not on a map that you can really lock it down defense wise, because on their defense is where it was a bit weaker. They're going to want something where they can really full send it on
Mhm.
their attack to an extent that leaves very little room of recovery for Hanved without doing something drastic and radical. So for that reason, I don't expect it to be a one of the common two Chalet or Clubhouse. I'm actually expecting if we see Inferia get their bans going the way they want it, I would expect a border because that's a very attacker sided map
Mhm.
and it leaves a lot of opportunity for some extensive crossfires and very aggressive entries, which is something that Inferia thrives in.
Yeah. Also think that there is Layer. Layer is the newest map to the competitive map pool. You think maybe that could be an uneven ground for both teams, let's say that, because there we might not know how prepared both teams are in specifically such map, and it seems like our spectator wants it to go to Layer. So we'll have to wait and see until the map is ready. So we'll take a quick break and then we'll be back and see which map we'll be playing today.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
And welcome back, everyone, to our grand finale for the qualifiers, the second qualifiers of three qualifiers for the Voltage League Season 4. The qualifiers that will determine 12 teams out of all of them, and they will be qualifying to our Voltage League Season 4. So today, our two finalists are going to be in Furia that we just saw, and Team Honvet. So let's talk about the map we will be having today. So we will be having Cafe for our final. So what do you think about this? I think this is going to be a good map, especially for a final. I think this is no way we could have ended in a better map. What do you think, Pearson?
I think this is definitely a good map to end on, and here's why. In Furia, they've got a strong attack, and they like to take as much initial space as humanly possible. They can't do that on a map like Cafe. It's not designed that way. You've got pretty much two options, top down or a face full of utility. And Hanved, they like to play around their utility. They like to play it more back, and this is right in their scope. There's no denying the dominance of Infuria in an open space. They're gonna more often than not come out on top. But what is contested is how they jive with having a more extensive utility that they have to break down. And how does Infuria handle being more reliant on utility for their setups rather than raw coordinated crossfire gunfights like we've seen before? Onvet has kind of already shown how they have a generally good capacity to handle these more utility intensive scenarios. And that's where the question comes, how does Infuria respond? They've got a good track record from Vibrant League, but that doesn't really tell us much about how they're going to handle this map and the situations that are going to follow. That's where my curiosity comes.
Yeah, Naj. So quickly, let's talk about Honvid while we're getting into the map. So I from what I'm seeing, that Rockstar, which is one of their staff, actually is not playing currently, so they subbed him. Do you think this will make a change into how Honvid plays out, or will we still see the same Honvid that we saw in the previous match?
I think realistically, one player is not going to exactly change much, especially if they're comfortable with the player that's coming in. The only thing that's really gonna affect anything is like whether that player's like awake during the map or not, because
Mhm.
there's numerous times in the past where we've seen players that have just kind of like not really been there after being swapped out. Like, I mean, a prime example of the complete opposite is when BDS had to sub Rafal, I think it was, because of some like passport issues or like something like that. And they had one of their analysis staff or one of their coaching staff like come in called BIOS, who literally had only had experience playing on console. And he picked up a mouse and keyboard, and he was a standout player for the games that he played. So I think the actual player that is switching in, it shouldn't really matter too much as long as they're like comfortable with who they're playing with, what they're playing. I mean, at the end of the day, we're playing Cafe. Cafe is an extremely intricate map when it comes to the way you play as a team. And the big thing about Cafe is there is a specific regional meta that works better than any other.
Mhm.
And we know this, and it's the Brazilian meta. And that is the aggressive window jump outs, constant sort of pressure onto the attackers from the defenders that works so effectively because it's so safe to be able to do so.
Yeah, so match is ready. I'll just toss you into the match quickly. I'll ask you for both the same question, and you can answer it while we get into the match. What do you think about the operators that will be banned? Will we see the same Monty and other default or not? So let's get into the final match, and I'll leave you with the casting.
All right, thank you. As far as the bans are concerned, I think things are going to get really interesting here. I think LL Hanved is going to be focusing on operators that is going to force the fight.
I'm
and I think,
heavy leaning
oh,
towards Nomad Monte. I'm not going to lie.
honestly, I could see that. I honestly think that would be fair. I think LL Hanved's going to go for the Monty ban, and I think Inferior is going to be the one that comes out with something more unexpected. Like, okay, never mind. Yeah, we were both horribly wrong. Wonderful.
Nomad's so
Okay,
powerful on this
sticking to the
map.
basics.
She's
I don't
actually
know.
like she's like the best operator for this map very, very easily. I said before, Nomad and Zero are two operators that have creeped into the meta. The reason why is because Nomad is so good at dealing with that Brazilian style, and because that Brazilian style works so well, there's a lot of people emulating it on the maps that it works on. And one of those maps, and if not the most prolific map of all of them, is Cafe. As Army goes down, that's mainly because she's still overpowered.
Obnoxious on piano.
Yeah, and we see Valk go down as well for that information gain. It's
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
standard for the defensive bans. It's pretty standard to see a Monty and a Ying go out, but also I would have very, very like I would have been very firm on trading that Ying ban for a Nomad.
Yeah, no, I would have to agree with you there. Honestly, as far as the bans are concerned, before we get into this first round on third floor cocktail bar, I would say these bans are going to be to the detriment of Infuria. A lot of this is not very utility heavy on bans other than the Azami ban, which I would expect
Defenders,
that.
protect
That's
your
kind of
bombs
what
from
I was
being defused by
anticipating from
attackers.
Infuria, considering their play style. But at the end of the day, not having as much access to direct takes, thanks to the Valkyrie ban, the Ying ban, we've seen a
Attackers
lot
have
of play
located a bomb.
of that operator when not banned. I think these bans are just ultimately going to be in the favor of Hanved, as they will have more options to funnel Inferior into their utility setups. But from what we can see so far, very standard setup.
10 seconds to
Not too
insertion.
much differentiation from what we last saw the last time Cafe was
5
played. I
seconds
don't even
remaining.
remember the last time I casted Cafe. My goodness.
Well, in the wise words
Attackers'
of Whiskey
objective is
Glitter,
to defuse a bomb.
we got the castle. He's very, very into that operator. He loves the castle play from a lot of these teams, and castle is extremely prolific on this map. A map that very much favors him because of the amount of like silly little doorways that kind of cut off different angles and avenues of attack. He's got one on that white door. He's got one on the heaven balcony door, so you can't go for that sort of super aggressive Amaru play, but it's generally just going to be a very roam-heavy map. We do see the Oryx on side, the Solace on side, the castles roaming, and more than likely it's going to be stuck with that Mute and Warden on site as well. It looks like Nitrox is able to get the first pick onto the Oryx inside of Piano.
Yeah, that's going to be a significant loss. You want a player that's going to be able to roam around amidst Infuria's fortifications.
I actually don't know where the
things
Oryx
in the loop.
died.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but not having that option any longer is going to make things considerably more difficult for holding back Infuria here, especially already losing Shootar as well. That's going to be another one now off the table. Hanved not off to a great start. They still have Warden on the table, though, and they still got Solus for spotting out any utility floating around, but they are losing space and fast as Sograna takes Joker, but Fantasy able to get Neurox, shutting that down, but there's already too much presence. And with both of them all isolated towards Whitehall, this is going to be tricky for Honda, not a strong start.
Indeed, it's not as well. Having a 2 versus 4 situation isn't exactly great as Fantasy finds one. That's going to be good to bring us into a much more comfortable position. He's trying to take the swing onto the Ash, finds one more. That's a triple kill for him, loses his life. He manages to minimize it to a 1v2 situation, but the B is going to be giving away the Warden's position as he does rotate himself round into the Piano side. He's hugging the wall, so it looks like he's going to be lingering around in bathroom, but instead wants to try and make his way through this wide corridor, waiting on the bees, but doesn't want to quite walk himself through and into them. Gets a little caught, but the mute jammer saves him a little bit of his positioning until he gets caught on the rotation through the door on the opposite side of Freezer. That's going to be a round going the way of Infuria for the very beginning of this game. The attack once again looking strong for them.
If he had just backed up even a little bit, he wouldn't have gotten pinged, and that would have made all the difference in making that situation more engageable. But once he got caught in the bees, it was too late. It was over. This is what makes Grim so powerful on the execute, being able to isolate paths that defenders could go on without wasting precious time that you really do not have in trying to get that diffuser shut down. And unfortunately,
Defenders,
once those
protect your
bees were
bombs
off,
from being defused
it
by
was pretty
attackers.
much said and done there. And again, Furia now with showing just how powerful that they can be on their attack. Hanved really has to lock it up as far as the defenses go,
Attackers have located
allowing
a
a
bomb.
lot of those raw fights to come into fruition from Furia. Yes, they might have been able to get a good retaliation, as we saw from Fantasy, pushing up towards Nubao, but that's not going to be quite enough since you're still going gun for gun, and Furia, from what we've seen, is going to win that. They need to find a way to push back Infuria. Otherwise, they're gonna be in a world of hurt if they're not able to stand by their utility and let Infuria come to them.
Attackers are heading out.
Been seeing this standard mirror play, and well, potential for a run out here as well. Oryx sees somebody, takes a bit of damage from
Defender has
somewhere. It
been
looks like from
discovered.
a teammate by accident, but just tops himself off the cam, makes sure he's not in any real danger. Tries to get the run out, isn't able to find anything, and as much as it's not a massive deal, it's still kind of a bit of a waste of a run out in general. You kind of give away the fact that you want to try and go for those aggressive peaks. Mute gets caught on his own shield, and that's going to be him falling to Wizak, as now it looks like we kind of need one of these aggressive players to really give us a bit of an opening into this round, and there it is.
That was a perfect peek. I'm surprised Infuria wasn't better prepared for that. That's a very common peek from the garage door, but still a much needed relief after losing a Nitro. Joker now down and out, and they also got rid of Soprano, and we know how much of a powerhouse he can be, especially towards the last or the previous round. So it's looking pretty even, but now it's a matter of LL Convid not overstaying their welcome. However, Slayer just did that, and now with no Warden, holding picks was going to be a nightmare, if not impossible, especially factoring they have no utility that can hold back their shield. Convid's not really playing their util to their strengths as much as they need to in order to pick up around here.
Indeed, and well, with the way things are going right now, it's not exactly looking good for this defense. As much as they have managed to find the pick onto the Grim, which was a bit of a difference maker in the later portion of the previous round, they've ended up in a position where they are a little tentative, unsure on the defensive side as to whether they can actually take these peaks and win these engagements. A bit of an engagement comes out, Fancy finds one, but it's going to be returned as Necrox, or Nerox, sorry, finds one for himself. And well, we're still in a man advantage situation for the attack.
Yeah, that was a pretty big contest, but there's still just another holding out on piano. 39 seconds. Furia still needs to make a move, but Hanved is not really overly exposing themselves, and that's the important part. Let Inferia walk into Hanved's trap. This is how they're going to be able to turn this around with the time constraint. Furia is looking for Hanved and still can't find anything, but both are holding close, waiting for the right opportunity to swing back. And I think that's what's important. However, here's the problem. Rise is now going for the hunt, tries to find one, gets caught into two, but we'll see Nitro able to get Shokar down. And now it's a matter of this plant, which does look like it's going to go down, and Nerox will catch Fantasy right after the fusion.
He pretty perfectly played as a whole. Not really anything to say about the way either team played. It was just the defense got picked apart pretty much entirely. A bit of a unfortunate situation with the mute earlier on in the round where he got caught on his own shield. Just it is kind of just a shame. There isn't really a lot to say.
Yeah, I mean, it was just all in all a very clean round for Infuria. They were able to get the setup they needed.
Defenders,
and
protect your
got
bombs from being
key
defused
control.
by attackers.
And unfortunately, Hanved right now just doesn't have the right utility complex in order to repel Infuria, because the important part is to physically halt and slow them down. And so far, Hanved isn't really doing that. Infuria is free to move and push around as they please, and Hanved's trying, although they do have some mixed success at times, to catch Infuria in the act of trying to sustain their space, but more often than not, it's coming out to a loss, and that is where they're getting hurt on the numbers.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I would honestly say, without a proper strategy for
5
how
seconds
to
to go.
physically repel Infuria, which does look like they are putting some very strong investment towards doing that, which is a step in the right direction. Tease on Goyo, Fantasy on Fenrir, Joker on Malusi. But if they can't succeed in being able to hold back Infuria without losing numbers, it's going to be a losing game. And, okay, we're off to a strong start with Shukar, TKing ATs. I don't know what that's all about, but you know what? That ain't my comms. I don't know.
Potentially illegal skins as I have no idea why he would have PK'd. I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but either way, a shame that they have to be down a player for this round, and well, we are just going to be seeing a bit more of a unfortunate situation for these attackers, or for these defenders, sorry.
Yeah, that's a loss they really can't afford right now.
Auto project is a go!
So far, now beginning, looking to possibly contest some of this space. They do have that control.
Drop the bomb in the
collapse, and so far we'll see a 3-for-3, a run out going poorly as Fantasy will get taken down in the midst. Now down to Slayer, Shukar, and Joker to hold the fort, as Infuria with Neox, Wazik, and Rise have now sustained a full top control. It's a matter of when the walk down begins. And so far, we have yet to see that with minimal verticality on the table, although they still have one more ram remaining to try to find and hit these players where it hurts from above.
That definitely is something they're going to be aiming for, but speaking of aiming for, C4 just things out from those floorboards, isn't able to quite find the man that it's landing near, but still is enough to be able to at least deal a little damage. As well, speaking of dealing a little damage, there's one player falling. Defensive side now in a bit more of a scary place, as we are going to be seeing the hop in on towards mining, just seeing if he can get himself in
Attackers
a
have
good
recovered their
position.
diffuser.
Slayer finds that headshot though, and that's going to be a 2v2 for the remainder of this round. There is a Goyo canister still on that door. If they don't get it open and spotted it, or spot it soon, it's going to be way too late. And I think we're at a point where it might be Buck still on the upstairs, the flank coming out from the warden. Is he going to be able to find it? He is just kind of standing
15
still. There's no
seconds
drone
remaining.
on him. Currently muted, takes the swing, finds it. Slayer with a
10
triple
seconds to
kill
go.
on the round. The last man standing is going to be the Ram of Rise, standing
seconds
around
to
trying
go.
to get in through the site, but isn't able to get past the Goyo canister, and is now unable to actually
Operators
hit
have run
site.
out of time.
This is exactly what Hanved needed. They needed to find a way to hold Inferior back, and they finally got it. That is what needed to be done. The Goyo canisters got them that round win. Being able to stall Inferior just long enough that they can block off their main point of execute is exactly how you want to counter Inferior. That is the key to Hanved's success. And if they can uphold that, it's going to be an uphill fight for them, as they didn't even find the Goyo despite all of that
Attackers
vertical.
need to locate
Those
and
little
defuse as many
things
bombs as they
are
can.
what is going to set these teams apart.
Yeah, I think at the moment they're kind of trying to get that leg up on each other, and well, with them actually being able to find a round on the side of Honvid, they're going to be a lot
Attackers
happier
have
with
discovered the location
the
of a
current state
bomb.
of the game. Obviously, going down 2 rounds isn't exactly great, but as I brought up in match number 1, this is one of the 4 maps that have flipped in the comp pool
10
to
seconds
being
remaining.
a slightly attacker-sided map. And well,
5
that's very
seconds
much
left
across the other
before
regions, but defensively it is still defender-sided on
Attackers are
the
moving to defuse
Brazilian
the bomb.
region. So it really just depends on the playstyle of the teams, and I really hope that one of these teams is able to really take advantage of that, because at the moment, as pretty much you've said, we are just kind of seeing a bit of back and forth, a bit of tuck tail and run gameplay from all of these players.
Hello, that's a lot of impact. Nitro going out, going to deal massive damage to Nerox and Rise there. Both now down to 24 HP so early on, but with an early drop, already going to get the drop on A-Test with a little bit of damage, but still wanting to hold Cigar, but not pushing out from Red Stairs quite yet. However, A-Test now getting ready to push up, sustain significant damage. Almost goes down, now up to 1 bullet before getting taken out of the picture. But look at Inferior's HP. 3 of them, now very low HP. They can play very close passively and still be able to get 8 major impact. They don't even have to be the better gun. All they have to do is just get 1 shot anywhere, and that'll be 3 players off the board. This is a significant HP advantage that is going to give a lot more options to Hanved to be able to let Inferior come to them with very little consequence.
Yeah, 1 Pokeball can wipe out an entire 3-man here as well. A bit of aggression on towards the new bulk is going to be in play, as Ace is the man that wants to try and
Attackers
get
have recovered their
a bit of
diffuser.
an aggressive peek, but the mirror window inside a bathroom is going to be a bit of a scary factor to deal with, especially with the one along the way as well. And well, this aggressive peek from Castle is going to be all for naught, as he doesn't really find anything for himself. And I mean, Mute's standing on the jammer anyway, so these bees are basically worthless.
Yeah, so far, Inferior not finding a lot of rounds. Good crossfire from Hanved. It's going to make this a really tight choke point to try to navigate. Not a lot of space to play around here. This hold is what is going to set Hanved apart from Inferior. Being able to continually hold back Inferior and pushing at just the right time.
Slayer.
We'll see Slayer to take Nerox and so Grana. Guess you didn't need that low HP if you could just nail him on the head. 35 seconds remaining, and And that is going to be a major blow to Inferior. Slayer takes another onto Weezak on an absolute tear. That's going to be a 3K.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
drops. And still 5 players up. And oh my god, Slayer, keep it going. Now at a
Attackers
4K, looking at it, Ethan, he gets it.
Oh
5K
my
from
God.
the tail balcony.
Very well played from him on that heaven position, just hiding behind the little mini bar there for a long time. Eventually gets droned out. The man watching him isn't quite ready for the swing as he takes it, and well, he just finds back to back to back perfect peaks on people that are just trying to, you know, clear out pieces of utility or are just more worried about someone else. And well, he is called Slayer for a reason. You can't not give him credit for that.
Attackers need to locate and
he
defuse as
absolutely
many
slayed
bombs
the
as they
lobby in
can.
that match. But again, this is where the struggle is going to keep happening. Inferior doesn't seem to have an answer, and we've kind of figured it out now. Inferior does not handle utility-heavy maps very well. I'm sure this was a move from
Attackers have
Hanved,
discovered the location of a bomb.
considering what we've seen so far with the performance, and it was the right move. Putting him on a map like this, and I kind of had a feeling about it, but it seems I was correct. Fury is going to be in for a real bad time on attack, considering how
seconds
much
left.
they're getting bogged down and the devastating consequences that it holds
5
for them.
seconds to go.
And the fact of the matter is, as long as Hanfed doesn't wobble to Furious Crossfire, they win it out. They just got to not get overzealous here and keep the pace that they're currently holding. Because if Inferior really doesn't have a good shot, they ain't got a game to win.
Yeah, we got the old Jinxie, the extensor deployed, hanging around inside of the kitchen, and he's gonna be you know, just holding on to that area alongside the Solace, just mainly for post plant. This is a pretty standard hold that was very like very focused on when Solace was initially released. She was played a lot alongside the Pulse. And other operators that are very similar, like Valkyrie, for example, mainly just to play information gain to, you know, deny these post-plant situations. So we are just seeing a lot of sort of vertical pressure coming out. Slayer's on the top floor, and then we've got the 2 people below. 1C4, I think, has already just gone out. But still, with Slayer down, that's going to be a pretty big pick. 9-3 in round number 5 is a crazy stat line, but now Kit's cold, and the Solace is close on the red door with that shotgun. The EFAC Solace is going to be so powerful with that shotgun in hand, and well, a 20 HP Dekebi is not a happy Dekebi, I'll put it that way.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
No, absolutely not. That's a big slap in the face, but a slap in the face ain't gonna kill you. Still back on the board, an even 3v3, but here comes the problem. The utility's getting broken down. Hanved's kind of stuck in a rut, or at least Fantasy is, trying to find some semblance of safety. There does manage to get away, but not without taking a modicum of damage, down to 67, but we do have one on the hunt, looking for that player. That is gonna be Soprana and Rise. They know that Fenrir is close, hunting for him. Got a lot of control here, but they gotta get going for and execute soon. Isolating these last players is gonna be a big piece. But here's the problem. ATs. We haven't, or Addies, we haven't seen him all round. He's still got a Nitro to shut down the plan here. And that could be the ticket of getting content out of this pinch that they've now found themselves in, considering the massive setup Inferior has been allowed thus far.
Yeah, we know there's a man in train, and well, she's trying to deal with it. She's just seeing if she can catch him out, but as he takes the rotate, she does. So Rise dealing with him is going to mean there is a full trade, but this pulse below is where he becomes more and more powerful. The C4 goes out,
15
that's a
seconds
man
remaining.
down. The man with diffusers currently on white stairs and has to try and go for a plant
10
inside
seconds
of
left.
meeting or find himself a kill. He's going to have to run past this Pulse. Pulse is the one to find the kill, and Ortiz wins the round for his team.
Wow, that would have been really bad if not for that rotate up, but you gotta expect the rotate, right? You know there's one below. They're gonna be somewhere around stairs. At that point, the chase is probably not gonna be worthwhile because you're gonna get caught either by white stairs or golden stairs. And in this case, it was golden stairs. And now, with that being said, Hanvid has re-secured the lead, now up 1 round against Infuria, and they're going to be going second floor again, because when you have a win like that, run it back, because it was surely
Defenders, protect
effective.
your
But I
bombs from being
don't think
defused by
Infuria
attackers.
is going to let what happened with Pulse slip again. They're going to be on the hunt for him, but it does seem like Hanvid's taking note of that, as they do not have a Pulse on the board. Instead, they've got Joker on Vigil, which I do wonder how that is going to
Bomb
play,
located by
possibly
attackers.
going against the expectations of Infuria and using that to possibly cause a bit of an additional time waste. A little bit of 4D chess, in my opinion. I do like the idea of that. So keep an eye on Vigil this round. We'll see what he
10
does
seconds
next.
left before insertion.
Yeah, Vigil a very powerful operator. I've said this a few times in recent casts, and I've also said it off stream a few times, but I'll
Attackers
explain
are
it
moving
once
to
more
defuse the
for
bomb.
the people that don't yet know or haven't really cared to look. There was at the what was the last event we just had? Not Esports World Cup, the one before that, the one that Beast Coast won. The Manchester Major, yes. During the Manchester Major and also the NAL League stage that was prior to that, we saw Beast Coast come out and say that they really liked the Boss G. And no one really had any sort of idea why. But it was soon discovered after some rough testing from a few people around myself and also, you know, around the upper tiers of analysis as well, that the Boss G is the most consistent and powerful weapon in the game for single shot. It is the only weapon in the game, even if you include Kali's Sniper, it is the only weapon in the game that can one-shot a 3 armor to an injure up to 20 meters, which is unheard of, considering
dropped
Kali
the
can't even do that, as I've already stated. So as you can see
Attackers
there,
have recovered
Joker
their
manages
diffuser.
to get from, look at that distance, he's in Cocktail, and he's managed to get a free one-tap onto the player by just bodying him. And that's your ace, that's a 2 armor, obviously not a 3 armor, so it's not really for my example, but it's just such a powerful and annoying weapon to play against. He has been spotted out though, and that's going to be a really good pick for the attacking side. Round drops the Skylight and gets herself caught, as now a bit of a pinch coming out on towards the Warden inside a freezer, but he manages to find both. That's a triple kill for Slayer.
Woo! Blair, now with the triple, you can't stop this man. And Jack clearly seems to think so. My goodness, now a 3v1 thanks to the 5 HP mayhem that this man has just caused, leading Sograna rather scattered, 1, to grab the fuser, and 2, find a way to salvage back on the side. Here comes a Nitro. He's gonna narrowly miss as he's able to hear it at just the right time thanks to that vert below. Not finding anybody yet, but those shots are gonna give away that he's still holding above and trying to find a way back down. And with 30 seconds to go, he's got a lot to push through. And I don't think this is gonna be a very good, happy ending for him.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, especially with a man like Slayer still standing. We're only on round number 6, I would like to remind you. And
15
this
seconds
man
to go.
has already played the game of a lifetime.
10
I'm not
seconds
sure
to
what his
go.
KD is as of right now because we're in the minimized UI, but he doesn't quite see Slayer on the pillar. And that's going to be another one for his stat line as he manages to find that for himself and went out the round on a quad.
Player, this is criminal. The whole time, right, the belief, and I held this belief, that Infuria was on top when it came to their clears and their successive takes, but Slayer honestly is becoming a massive star player for Hanvid, even if they are able to push through the utility. Slayer just time and time again puts a devastating blow to Infuria that they can't really recover from. He keeps getting these licks onto them, and it's doing so
Attackers need
much
to locate
harm
and defuse as
that
many bombs
Infuria
as they
just doesn't
can.
really have a point of return, especially when the demon is still on the board.
I would like to say quickly, he is currently sitting at a 2.16 KPR alongside
Woo!
a 4.25 KD in this match so far.
Yeah, talk about an absolute demon. This is what I mean, folks. There's a reason that Slayer gets a lot of love around here, and it's because he is on a tear wherever he shows up. And this is the perfect counter
Sorry,
to Infuriator.
4.33 KD.
10 seconds remaining.
This is the perfect counter to Infuriator.
Attackers have located.
But with that being said, everything's
5
said and
seconds
done, as now Infuriator is going to be on the defense, and we already know that Infuriator can
Attackers
be
are
a
moving to
bit
defuse a
weaker
bomb.
on their defense, as they can sometimes let up and get a little overzealous on their pushes, and that is going to spell even more trouble. And they're already looking to go for a peek, and that's going to be Riz to be able to catch Joker. Riz really rise for an early spawn peek, and that is going to be Cali down.
Skibbity
who is
Riz
a
on
key
the spawn
player.
peak.
You did not just say that, hush you. That is going to be a huge player down for Crossfires out there. So with now Joker off the table, that means that they're not going to really have as much of a devastating punch to their Crossfires, although they can still establish it with 4 players. That's still quite plenty, but it's either way a devastating loss nevertheless.
I will say I really dislike this play. As someone that like builds strats for like with teams and for teams, with my like analysis and like assistant coaching experience, whatever else, I really dislike the gridlock outside the window. I know I've seen pro teams use it and I know it's effective in some regard. I don't think it works for exactly what they're going for, and I don't think it works as well as people seem to think it does. As much as yes, it will slow down those players and stop them from being able to get to a position where they can completely deny you on the upside down rappel, it also just kind of allows them to still jump out if they want to, and if they're gonna jump out, they're gonna want to go for the kill straight away, not to try and run behind you. So I don't know, there's still big risk to be had when you're playing around with a gridlock outside of that window instead of just an air jab or something like that. But the man of the hour himself manages to find one for himself. And everyone's just kind of popping off now as we just see the entire team of Infuria just starting to try and get their own picks on this new half. And well, it's now a 1v5 as he's already found one. And yeah, he's not going to be able to find it anymore.
Infuriator very well may have a strong chance to keep this fight going, at least for now, as we've kind of gotten an answer to a question that I was very curious about. Both of these teams are weak on this half, right? Infuriator is not as strong on defense, but Hanvid doesn't really have the initiative necessary to execute a strong attack. And my question was going to be, who's going to come out on top on this second half? And from what we're seeing so far, it's looking like it could potentially be Infuriator, as Hanvid just kind of seems scrambled
Attackers
there.
need to locate and defuse the
sprinting
bomb.
right into the loving 9 mils of Infuriator. So,
Yeah,
with that being
unfortunately
said,
for Slayer, 3.25 KD now.
yeah, I mean,
Rip.
really what it comes down to is Hanved going to be able to
Attackers
pick
have
up their
discovered the
attack,
location
or
of
are
the
they going
bomb.
to continue to kind of stagger when it comes to getting things done and possibly take a big hit that they can't really afford? Although they do have a bit of wiggle room. They're going to have to adapt soon, otherwise Infuriator takes the lead yet again.
Yeah,
10 seconds left before
both
insertion.
teams at the moment are just kind of like disregarding Slayer entirely.
seconds to
Both
insertion.
teams at the moment are playing just as dreadfully as each other, in my opinion.
Attackers' objective
I'm
is to
seeing
defuse a bomb.
a lot of sort of missed engagements. I'm seeing a lot of like over patience. I think I'll refer to it as, where we're seeing these picks, like for example on that spawn peak. He had maybe 3 opportunities to kill the Dekebi in the last round and only took like the 3rd one. So I think we need to be a little bit more trigger happy than we are being at the moment. I think there's definitely a factor of the teams just being too patient to go for these picks. And overall just like kind of too tentative in a way for actually being able to, you know, come out of this with a win.
Yeah,
the
it's
only
definitely gonna-
reason, as I was saying, sorry, the only reason Honved is even in the lead is because Slayer is doing so well in the frags department.
Yeah, no, he provided a much-needed buffer, but that buffer doesn't seem to be afforded here any longer. However, we do see Sagrana doing his thing, able to take one after a massive barrage of flashes. Actually, despite the flashes, Slayer will actually go down in turn, not being able to take much space. And we'll see Nerox now go down as well. The pressure's finally mounting from above. Nerox held his ground for 1 minute, 27 seconds. The Joker seemingly out of nowhere taking one as well. However, we do have Rise trying to put on a little bit more pressure before falling back. And he's not done yet. Pushing up the white stairs, looking to possibly take another. Gets immediately flashed as Hanved is having none of it. Tries to go for the vertical. So far, not able to pick one up. Still down a player, but it is a minute remaining. Hanved is getting kind of held up by Inferior timeline-wise, but they still have a player up. If they can maintain this, they will they might just have a stronger chance. And there it is. Fantasy taking Sagrana down. It's now a 4v1 as they keep overextending, showing their presence a little too much. Now it is all on Hanved to close this out and Rise to possibly try to save this. And there's the run through the Runic Gate. Rise to be able to take one, goes to rotate out, but Fantasy is ready and waiting. Hanved still maintaining the lead.
Yeah, Fantasy really picking up the pieces for his team there. After Slayer went down, it looked a bit scary at first for the attacking side, but Fantasy really just managed to find a few kills and open things up for his team to actually start, you know, pressuring these positions from these defenders.
This is looking really good for Hanved. Being able to pick up an attack round this early on and taking that away from Infuria, who crucially needs it at this point. I'm going to be honest, this is really looking like Hanved might just be able to close this out if they can keep
Attackers
that
need to locate
tempo
and
up.
defuse as many
The
bombs as they
ability
can.
to take third floor the way they did and then slow it down just enough for Inferior to get nervous and start trying to gun their way out of the trap they were in, which pretty much aided to that trap in turn, is a perfect recipe for success that honestly I wasn't really expecting Hanved to pull off this early on, but they have read the signs of how Inferior likes to play, and it is paying off the dividends. As now Inferior is seemingly scrambling to
10
find
seconds
a way to
remaining.
hold back Hanved. Swinging isn't working, and when they hold back, they just
5
get
seconds left.
collapsed on from their extensions. What do you do?
To locate
The
a
only
bomb and
thing
defuse
you
it.
really can do is to just be able to play these crossfires a little better, be able to have that backup plan in order to be able to fall off earlier and just play more as a team. Like, generally speaking, you can play a lot of these sites as a full bunker, and that's something Cafe is well known for with how well BDS used to play it back in the day. I mean, everyone remembers the iconic game where Shoiko popped off against Fnatic, and it's one of those where, like, you are able to play this bunker style strat, and if you do play this bunker style strat, that's where you can start coordinating a little better. And obviously with Hanved in the lead right now and Slayer playing the way he is, Fantasy picking up the pieces now as well, with Slayer falling off on the attacking side, it's looking like they're just able to do so much more on the team coordination and also positioning, information gathering and positioning side, than the defenders can on the side of Inferior. And it really shows the difference between these two teams.
What I find so interesting, though, is look how much space they've gotten close to sight, and they haven't taken out a single person. Well,
That
except for
means it's
now.
going to be a
Located.
bloodbath soon.
Oh yeah, I mean, look how much pressure Joker is establishing being that far up. And I don't think Inferior is ready for it, as they find themselves in a bit of a pinch that they're not even aware of. However, Sagrana does manage to create a little bit of buffer space, being able to take out Slayer, which helps the situation quite dramatically. Now down to a 3v3. They're gonna have to try to find a way to re-solidify some space to keep that pinch on. But right now, it's looking a little scary. You've got one, Nerox, proning as they start to close in, and there's the clear shoot car. Pokes his little head through the breach, taking Nerox. And that's gonna be now, Nitro and Sagrana, rock in a hard place. And with one Nitro on board, there's still opportunity to get some damage and counter that vertical. But where is the pulse to do that? Right now, not in position to contest this, as it's looking like they're going to be possibly going for a plant down library soon, and Inferior doesn't have the kit needed to hold it back. Or I'm sorry. Yeah, no, Inferior.
Yeah. So at the moment, with Shukar having the diffuser in pocket, not really many Habana pellets to choose as and when he wants to, or as and where he wants to go for this plan. There is going to be a bit of contention on the top floor. Pulse is wandering around on pallets, and so is the Wamai over on towards the cigar side. So that means there's a lot of vertical pressure coming from these defenders, and they need to be able to get this plant down, get themselves in a position. They are going to be trying to go for a plant on the bomb chassis, but the player on the rotate round is going to be the Wamai to find it. The triple kill for Sagrana is going to be able to find it as well on Nitrox. And that's going to be a round for Infurior, managing to get themselves back on the board in this half and bringing themselves to a bit more of a comfortable position, but still behind.
In a cruel twist of fate, Inferior pulls the same thing on Hanved that they were doing so well on their defense versus Inferior, and that is stalling the timeout and pinching. I mean, they did that very well, even when they were at player disadvantages. Retaking vertical space and then holding for Hanved to run out of time, go for a plant, and then take out the fuser like we saw against Inferior on their last game that we casted. That's just a perfect setup in how you want to defend and hold off Hanved. They learned that trick from when they lost to that, and now they're doing the exact same thing.
The location of a bomb.
While it's an interesting development for Inferior, the thing is a matter of consistency. They've only got one round of error remaining before they're kind of deadlocked in a match point. So the matter now is, can they maintain that status quo of forcing Hanved into an uncomfortable
Attackers
plan?
are moving to defuse a bomb.
Well, we'll have to wait and see for that, but we do once again see the mirror criminally overpicked on Cafe for the defense, and we knew it was going to happen, but either way, a pretty standard lineup, once again following that new sort of BDS style on the attacking side, bringing along that Deimos and having him as your staple mantelpiece for your lurk. That's something that is very well utilized by teams such as BDS, as I've brought them up before, because what they'll tend to do is they'll have EFAC on his own sort of entry, and then Shoiko actually on the lurk. As now we see the Deimos come out of his drone just to rise, being there in the corridor, deals a bit of damage but ends up losing his life, and that's not great. Another player goes down as Wizek just jumps out of the window. This is going to be very, very sketchy for the attackers now, as they have to play this 3v3 situation, and there's still a lurk going on the downstairs.
Yep, that creep up is going to be, again, how Inferior leverages time to an advantage. Because when it comes to an execute, if you got a rogue player, that is really hard to deal with when you're strapped for time. As long as Inferior manages their time properly here, they're going to be in a strong position to unleash a devastating blow onto Hanved. However, we're seeing some picks going out. Rise with the double kill, getting a lot of damage in. However, Hanved does manage to even it out to a 2v2. That lurker option is no longer available, and with Slayer, they can Rise. It's now looking back on the table, as it's now down to a 2v1. But either way, you're not going to get that flank pressure anymore. Oh, but not quite. There was a bit of a shutdown with Fantasy to finish the job.
Well, that's a match point for Hanved now. It's 6-4 on the tables. So this is where you need to put your money where your mouth is. If you're on the side of Infurior, you need to be able to salvage in this position. You need to be able to win these defenses. And, well, you've got that top floor back. You've got the top floor. You have a full choice of site rotations. I'm pretty sure. No, you won Library. So the only site that's locked is Library right now. You have a full map to choose from. You're going to the top floor. You've won it before. You need to do it again. And this time, you need to preserve that man count in order to be able to, not lose picks early.
That's going to be the key here. not going into a death down spiral. Because this is a phenomenon that I typically talk about in teams that have a more aggressive, forced playstyle when it comes to gunfights. It's the idea of a death spiral. And essentially what that is you play aggressive, you lose a player, so you play aggressive, you try to even those numbers out, there's another player, and then you just keep going until effectively there's nobody
10
left.
seconds left.
And that is what Inferior needs to manage. That
5 seconds
death
left.
spiral can be a real trailblazer for a devastating loss
Defuse the
if
bomb.
not handled properly. And I think we saw just that when we had a lot of players stacked over by Whitehall, only for them to get shredded in turn by Hanved. It's a death spiral, and they need to get out of it if they want to play time like they were able to do before with strong effect.
Indeed, and as they're just getting this drone work performed in towards Piano, just to see if there's anything watching in this direction. They know there's going to be that mirror window on pallets, so they're not going to be taking too aggressive on Piano too early. They need to repel on this cocktail side in order to actually deal with the players that are going to be over in this direction. But if they're repelling on the cocktail side, then there's potential for the man to, you know, have a little oh my god, it's Jason Bourne moment where they just jump out the window and get themselves a frag. I don't know what Grim and Flores are just staring at each other.
I think they wanted to kiss.
I don't know, man. There was some very intimate eye contact there.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Oh yeah. Getting it on. Anyway, now, so far, a minute and 40 seconds, and we're not seeing a lot of presence. However, Weezek gonna be able to take a really strong pick from Piano in order to get out one of those repelled players. However, not before Rise sustains a lot of damage, tries to go for an aggressive peek onto the outside position, but he can be anywhere, and Slayer was just in the right place at the right time, be able to take out Rise. Now, 4v4, still minimal building presence. Hanved's gonna have to get in the building if they want to be able to repel
Attackers
Inferior.
recovered the bomb diffuser.
And with Malusis, Mutes, and Wamai still on the board,
The attackers'
they
bomb
need to
diffuser
put in
has
the
been
work
dropped.
to start destroying
Attackers
this
have recovered
utility.
their diffuser.
Though they are starting to get into that, they might not even try to go for that. They may just force this now that Warden is dead. We start to see the smoke. We could potentially see a force plan here. A lot of moves going in, but Joker's gonna get caught out thanks to Weezek holding that freezer position. This is a big stall as they have that bar area, but they just can't do anything with it as Weezek sustains a triple kill, trying to push out from bar or from Piano, but can't really get a grip so far. However, Tease takes a double kill, turning it into a 2v1. They've been able to get the push. They succeeded, and they flush out Cocktail. That's Weezek down for them to take the win. We've just seen them beat out Infurior.
What an incredible play from them, by the way. Such a well-played game entirely. They really showed the difference between these two teams, and that was such an unfavorable attack. In order to end up on top like that is so unbelievable for both of these sides. 7-4, 17 kills on Slayer alone. That has to
He was a
be
demon.
some sort of kill record for the Voltage League qualifiers so far.
If it ain't the top record, it's damn near close. I mean, what a thriller killer that Hanved has on their team. A real blessing to them to put a boot up Infuria's butt, and it sure they put that boot deep, because I mean they couldn't swarm an inch of their life onto site or even repel it. It was just damage after damage after damage, and it just proved too much. Infurior really needed that strong attack, but Hanved being able to really nail down their defense, especially towards the later end of the first half, proved to be a substantial difficulty. The strength in Infurior was their attack and their underwhelming performance, and Hanved's very, very strong defense, and as well as their stall, like you're seeing here, the Goyos, so well placed. A lot of the time wasters that they were able to put onto Infurior, that is the sting that they could not really compensate with. They're not the best at defending. They needed to get a round lead on defense or on attack, and they couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, it was just a matter of not being able to really find their footing in a lot of these rounds. Like, there was a lot of really good trade play from the side of Honved on the defense. There was really good positioning and pinching on the attack for them as well. And then just in general, like the gunplay, especially when they were like really against the wall, it's just so unbelievable that they're able to do so much, and especially fantasy, and also you cannot forget Slayer. What a phenomenal performance from them in order to be able to get themselves into such a great position in this qualifiers. They've got themselves that 100 points confirmed in the bag, and well, now they're going to be moving on.
Yeah, no, I mean, indeed, they absolutely are. That was wonderfully done from Hanvid. I mean, what more could you have really asked for? You know, being able to pick up the rounds that they did on attack and be able to turn it around, right? Like getting those executes down on a team that loves to get in your face before you're even on site and still come out numbers above, like we have seen time and time again from Hanved. That is exactly a strong recipe for success. The fact that they held back Inferior anytime they tried to push back, that is just a winning recipe against a team that loves to take those raw fights and be able to turn it in your favor instead. That's a selling point, and a selling point it was for their win.
And indeed, definitely. Congratulations to Honved for winning the second qualifiers for our Voltage League Season 4, and hard luck for Team Infuria. However, the qualifiers are not over. We still have one more qualifier tomorrow, so there is still chance for teams Infuria and other teams, and even Honved, to get more points into tomorrow's qualifier. But today, this ends up our qualifier. However, let's talk a little bit about what happened. What do you think? This question for both of you. What do you think was the main factor that made Honved this uh, non-stop power that we saw today in the final, specifically in the in this
I
match?
have one word: Slayer.
Yeah, there it is, Slayer. He
Indeed.
definitely was a big. So I will say that, but expand on it a little bit more.
Mhm.
Infuria's thing, right, is the ability to take space and lock it out in such a way that you really can't fight back without taking a less than ideal gunfight. But for Slayer to be able to stand his ground and force those fights out, put Infuria in a position where they had to kind of weave around the edges for their main approach, and those weaves just so happen to intersect with how Honved wanted them to play, and were able to hold them off in turn. And usually that effectively meant a massive time stall, a slowdown, an opportunity for Honved to recollect and pretty much flush out Infuria. I think that recognition of Infuria's playstyle and being able to bend it to their will is really the difference maker and what made Honved stand out in that matchup. That adaptation, and I mean, it was back to back, right? Every time they were faced with a problem in turn of Infuria, they had just the right change. And then a little bit more, like we saw with the Vigil swap, instead of the Pulse after the second floor win with the Nitro, it's always getting Infuria into the cusp of another trap that Honved wanted. They were pretty much playing the 4D chess game, and they were on top there.
Definitely. Okay, let's switch it up a little bit and ask maybe what could be the thing that Infuria need to focus on for the qualifier for tomorrow. I mean, they reached this qualifier to the final and they went in a fashionable way, but they still were not there yet to win the qualifier. What do you think is the main point that team like Infuria need to focus on? So, what do you think?
Um, Well, I think it's pretty simple when it comes down to the side of Infuriator because as I'm gonna be as brutal as possible here because realistically I wanna help these teams improve as best I can. It's mainly positioning. The positioning they had in a lot of like their adaptations and their rotations was awful. And realistically could have been capitalized on a lot better by the side of Honvid because this is something that I mean has been said in chat and like quoting chat is a bit silly a lot of the time, but like Joker said, like coming into the chat after the game, like the casters are kind of overanalyzing. We were just laughing every round, like they were enjoying themselves, and I think it could have been capitalized on better by the side of Honvid, as I said, if they were like really like sweating. But on the opposite side, it's like you see the side of Infuria just kind of like getting caught out on these rotations, getting caught out in certain positions because they're not willing to leave or they don't have a way out, and they're kind of isolating themselves. Like we saw the man that was prone behind the cocktail bar, it was a Wamai if I remember correctly, and he got caught out by the Habana that had holes on towards him. Where's your exit? You don't have one. Why are you playing in that position if you're not gonna like prepare yourself to be able to escape? You know what I mean? These sorts of adaptations that aren't being made are like the big detriment for Infuria and what's really making them suffer in this matchup as a whole.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe one of the main things they needed to focus on was their awareness of what's going on all over the round and how can they navigate through the map, specifically in the positioning of especially the roamers and such. Yeah, so I think today we have finished our games. So anything you guys want to say to any of the teams or anyone?
Yes. I'm gonna do the thing I always do. I'm gonna hijack the stream for like a good minute. If you want to see more of me, check me out on twitch.tv/Naj. Also, you can follow me on Twitter at Naji _NHAAJIE_. That's pretty much the only social media I have. I have a YouTube channel, but realistically, all I post is frag dumps, and I'm currently working on a couple videos for being able to, spread awareness of the things that are currently ongoing in the pro scene, just so people are a little bit more informed across the board. So if you're interested in any of that, please feel free to follow me, and I'd like to pass it on to you guys to give your own shout outs, either for yourself or for your friends or anyone else.
Well, definitely, that's some we should check. You should check him out. But Naj, just remember, buy a camera, okay? You're a caster.
Thank you.
You
The
guys
fact
feel
that
free.
the fact your camera died because you use a phone camera is freaking crazy. I stand my ground on that. I will die on that hill. But as far as I'm concerned, or well, as far as me as a person, I don't really do a lot. I'm still kind of held up on streaming, still trying to figure out what direction I want to go because streaming Siege is pure
no,
torture.
Naj,
So
you don't
we'll
jump
see
scare
what the
us like
plan
this.
is. We'll see what the plan is as far as me streaming on Twitch. But if you want to follow me and my my smart mouth, you can always find me at PiercingCV on Twitter. Get those British teeth out of here. Gosh. Get them away from... I don't want to see your British teeth.
Well, yeah. Thank you so much, Naj and Piercing, for joining me today and your lovely casting. And this concludes our second qualifier for Voltage League Season 4. I would like to go out because Naj is creeping me out.
I second that.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in the stream. And hopefully we see you soon.
Yep. See you.
I want to see this.
I'm on entertainment factor. What can I say? See this on stream.
Don't think I don't know about y'all's non-existent dental. Don't think I don't know. Also, that's
Hey, our
common American
dental
slander.
services are free, bro.
I don't give a fuck. It's
Monty
clearly not
down.
doing you any good.
Just-
Why gotta- if I gotta pay money
Brings
for
out the
my
gun
team to
because
not
got
look
kicked in the face.
listen, if I gotta pay money to have my team not look like yours, I'll pay thousands of dollars. I'm perfectly okay with that.
That's rude. I got one overlapping two needs.
Giving every piece of my soul. Won't you treat me now? Giving every piece of my soul. Won't you treat me, treat me? Giving every piece of my soul. Won't you treat me now? Giving every piece of my soul.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now. Girl, I jump out of a plane for you and I rain for you. Like, look here, I came for you. They